You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's time to spin the wheel. Alright. Let's spin. Are we gonna do the Ace Attorney? We're gonna do that. Okay, we're going from one Ace Attorney game to another. Okay, cool. I believe I'll have to install this, but cool. All right. Tyrion. Oh no, I already have it installed. Cool. I don't know if it'll jump right into it. The only Ace Attorney like game I have played is Gyokuten Live, which is pretty much a Love Live fan game with Ace Attorney style gameplay. Oh, that could be cool. It's interesting to see how many fandoms try to do like their own Ace Attorney thing. Like, cause I'm aware of at least 2 or 3 other fandoms that have something that's like Ace Attorney crossover type fan game or story. And it's always kind of neat. We are out here lawyering. Okay, I'm gonna hit the launch button. We'll find out what it does. Cause again, I don't know if it's gonna jump straight into the game. Also could be loud. Thank you for jumping directly into the menu and giving me the chance to fucking jump it down in volume. Alright, Attorney of the Arcane. Cool. Alright. This game hopefully has a little bit more intention of keyboard input than Ace Attorney does. $50 Hz? What the fuck? Ew. Let's just make it 60. Okay. First I say this, and it says keyboard inputs, and I have to use the fucking arrow keys to scroll down to it. Testimony press, testimony presented. So yeah, you can see that it's kind of very similar to you know, Ace Attorney in its buttons. You know, you've got the press, the present, submit evidence, expand profile, like very much. We might jump to a controller depending on how it feels. Dude, what do you mean, Susie? Frame rate can be very important in every game. Case 1, case 2, case 3. Oh, I can scroll now. That's nice. Cold-hearted aristocrat. Aren't all of them cold-hearted? Okay, now that's not auto-playing. Let's change the category. Tyrion Cuthbert. Boop. Anime lawyer. Pound 1. Done. Intriguing. Imagine 30 FPS making a difference for some reason. True. It's not even that uncommon, to be fair. The fields of battle are filled with suffering and despair. On them are a clash of souls. Souls brought to conflict by the corrupt powers that rule over them. Reese Rudolph. Occupation servant, age 34. We have no arcane art. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. Worried that something was amiss, so I walked into the building to see what the commotion was. There I saw the defendant. Oh, this is a witness. She was lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She was stabbing the victim with her magical sword. Objection! Holy shit. Dude, this shit's a ripoff. Okay, I see. Mr. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim. Supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so? Yes, I could never forget such a grisly sight. That moment was burned into my memory. See, well, it's funny you say that. How so? Your entire testimony was a complete lie. Is this okay? Okay, it's not literally the same music. I was supposed to say, come on, guys.
Objection!
Are you accusing the witness of perjury? Surely you know that such accusations can't be made lightly, Mr. Cuthbert. My accusation is far from baseless, Steelwind. Think about the state of the crime scene at the time of the murder. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less homicide. He knows something. Okay. But on this battlefield, there are still few people who carry the ideals of justice within their hearts. But you have to wonder sometimes, are these ideals truly just? Or are they simply lies fed to us by our elders? Justice mentioned. Damn it. Oof. Flintheart, you fool. Why couldn't you just listen to me? Rudolph, I require your assistance. Yes, sir? By the scaled lord, what did you... You killed him. Alert the town guard. Tell them what you saw, that you saw his daughter fleeing the scene. I'm sure their neighbors heard them arguing with each other. They'll immediately suspect her. At once, sir. Interesting. Earlier that day, feel yourself slowly succumbing to unbearable pain. You don't think you'll be able to survive this much longer. Heyo. Are you sure you're okay, Cuthbert? You look like you're about to pass out. This is another attorney. Okay. Don't worry about me, Miss Timora. I'm fine. I've been riding this carriage for days. You are definitely not fine. With each bump in the road, you feel yourself becoming more and more nauseous. It's taking every ounce of willpower just to hold down your lunch. Perfectly fine. Say so. Again. Feel a carriage driver drive over a large bump in the road, and feel and hear your stomach retching in protest. That stew you ate for lunch doesn't taste nearly as good the second time. On second thought, that's better. Dude, you take a deep breath of fresh air. It's the first breath you've taken today that hasn't threatened to come back out. Sorry about this. I didn't expect the roads in this town to be this uneven. Suppose they don't get a lot of traffic here. Been on the road with your mentor for days. Together, you've been searching for a man named Flintheart McCoy. Supposedly, he's been a voice of dissidence against King Oliver for the last few decades. You have no idea what kind of business Miss Timora would have with him. You know better than to ask questions about her affairs. Hello, travelers. Welcome to Cornhaven. A local merchant steps out from one of the nearby shops. He has this wide smile on his face, and he approaches your carriage with the enthusiasm of a starving vulture. A pair of dignified individuals such as yourselves care for a refreshing drink. This clothes, they must be from the city. What's mean? What is this about? Certainly has a friendly expression, but his thoughts seem very analytical. Well, I don't need a drink, but Mrs. Tamara glances at you and your stomach rumbles in agreement. Ah, of course. You have just the thing for an upset stomach. Courage like that, I bet I could feast them for a lot. Can we like read his thoughts or something? His thoughts and emotions are laid bare through your eye of Horus. But the merchant's expression doesn't betray a hint of what he's truly thinking. You wonder if his false smile could get any bigger. At this rate, he might dislocate his jaw. About 2 flasks of apple juice for 50 silver pieces. 50 silver pieces? You may find the price daunting, but this is organic and fresh-made apple juice. It's just store-bought apple juice. Store-bought juice, but I bet they can't even tell the difference. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot an empty bottle of store-bought apple juice. It's resting on a table inside the merchant's shop. Store-bought apple juice has been added to your notes. Make mental notes of notable clues he sees in the world. These notes are instrumental to solving mysteries and progressing throughout the game. Check these notes at any time by opening the toolbar on the top left of the screen. Trust me, it's worth the extra gold. Normally, the price wouldn't matter that much to you. You don't appreciate being treated like an easy mark. What the fuck? Argument time. Started an argument with another character. During an argument, your opponent will make claims that you need to respond to. Responding correctly will lower your opponent's confidence. Responding incorrectly will lower your confidence, and once you run out of confidence, you will lose. You need to elaborate. Said that this apple juice is organic. Where is it made? Produced by the hard-working people of this town, of course. I only trade organic products. Okay. Small time like ours, we only deal with locally sourced products. Certain claims you'll need to present a piece of evidence to refute that claim. Okay. You say that, but I can see an empty bottle of store-bought juice inside your shop. Would you have something like that if you only deal with organic products? Did that get there? Make no mistake, I only have that because I wanted to see how my products compare to that. And let me tell you, that mass-produced slop doesn't even compare to my product. An obvious lie. Honestly, I'm offering you a very good deal. Interpreting during arguments. Okay, for certain claims, you will need to look at your opponent's thoughts and emotions, choose the correct response depending on the information seen. Logic, choose this option if your opponent's thought contradicts something in your notes. Choose this option if your opponent's thoughts contradicts their claim. Choose this option if your opponent's emotions contradict their claim. Okay. There's obvious those flasks are only worth 55 silver pieces. Holy. How did you? Well, it's clear you're a very shrewd man. Right. We won the argument. This is an apple juice argument, yeah. I'm curious to see how it'll be, because so far this seems kind of easy. Like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't but I mean it's literally the tutorial, so we'll see. At the corner of your eye, you spot a child watching you from afar. Her eyes are fixed on the flasks of apple juice. How about 20 silver pieces for 3 flasks? Of course, sir. Kingdom of Wyverngard. Established several centuries ago by the 7 High Archmages. The kingdom is currently ruled by King Oliver de Wyverngard, mages of his nobility. Mobility will tell you that our marvelous kingdom is a land of prosperity and happiness. Land where its people share with the wealth and succor provided by the kingdom's magic. The child's passing thoughts tell you exactly how much succor the kingdom is sharing. Didn't know you had such an eye for rural economics. Well, I suppose I just have a good intuition for this sort of thing. Or did you use another kind of eye? Don't get me wrong, your so-called Eye of Horus is an amazing gift. Take every opportunity to hone it. Try to be more subtle next time. I can see through you, others will be able to as well. Right. Anyways, I did some asking around while you were haggling. Supposedly, the McCoy Tavern should be north of here. Okay, so maybe we'll get in trouble if we're a little too forward about how we can figure out things. My tip is correct, this should be the place. This is the McCoy Tavern? Stay it's in, calling it a tavern is being pretty generous. I find it hard to believe that this has a secret meeting place for dissidents. Now that you think about it, maybe that's the entire point. The tavern has been shut down for years. Nowadays, Flintheart just uses it to host his rallies. Though I do wonder how they've been keeping themselves afloat for this long. Hey you lot, the McCoy Tavern is closed. The rough man approaches your carriage as you step out of it. He's eyeing you and Miss Timora, your look of contempt in his face. Take it you're Flintheart McCoy? I am. What of it? You patient unemployed. Sorry for not writing ahead of time, but I'm Ruby Timora. Wanted to speak to you. Wait, the Ruby Timora? Any animosity he had initially had immediately vanishes. That's how to laugh. It's as if he were meeting an old friend. Why didn't you say so? Come on in. Didn't expect someone like him to know about Miss Timora. Do you suppose it makes sense? They both fight against the same enemy, be it in different ways. Sorry about the mess. We haven't exactly been, well, anyways, what brings you here? I take it you didn't journey all this way to see my wrecked tavern. I'm here on behalf of a client. We have a proposition that you might be interested in. Is there anywhere we could talk more privately? Sure, the kitchen is empty. Is this place not private as it is? The fucking... It's a busted up tavern that's closed. What do you mean? Wonderful. Tyrion, stay here while I speak with McCoy. Oh, okay, we're just being left out of it. Got it. Do you need my help? There's no need for that. Like hell, there's no need for that. She's trying to make a deal with Flintheart. You can easily read his thoughts to help her. That look. You desperately want to object, but she shoots you a stern look that causes you to freeze up. Slowly look away from her. Spend some time waiting alone in the tavern's dining area. It's already been hours since Miss Timora and Flintheart went to talk in the kitchen. And hear faint murmurs from behind the closed doors, and you've been resisting the urge to eavesdrop. I think, okay, so I was gonna say initially, I'm like, man, this really does wear its inspiration on its sleeve. Obviously, very, very Ace Attorney style, or inspired. But there is a lot more novel stuff going on, like narration. I know Ace Attorney has a decent amount of it, but this definitely feels like it has more. But even from here, you can tell that their conversation is slowly becoming more frustrated. It's like they're going to be a while. Well, it's a good thing you always bring a chess set around. What are you gonna do with a chess set? You're alone! What do you mean? Bring out the small chessboard that you've carried around since you were a child. Chess can be played with one person. You've always taken advantage of that. Okay, dude. Checkmate. Damn, you win against yourself, this time as black. I've played 10 games already, and I've won 7 out of 10 times as black. Ooh. Hello? Statistically, white is more likely to win. Unbeknownst to you, you're thinking out loud. So why am I performing so much better when playing as Black? Hello? You still don't notice her, and you're verbalizing your thoughts just as fast as you're thinking them. Am I becoming overconfident as White because it has the first move advantage? Perhaps that very advantage is affecting my choices and making me play in a suboptimal manner. Personal quirk is making me play illogically, and I need to correct it. Hey! Ah, what? How long have you been standing there? It's about time you noticed me. I've been trying to get your attention for a while now. Sorry. You know where my dad is? Your dad? Flynn McCoy. I'm his daughter, Celeste. She's a mercenary? Oh, Flynn Hart is speaking with my mom? She is 26 years older than him. Interesting. I wanted to show him something. You know when they'll be done? I don't know. They've been speaking in the kitchen for a while now. Peter Flynnhart and Miss Tamura's voices getting louder and more frustrated, but Celeste doesn't seem to notice. Her eyes seem to be focused on your chessboard. This is chess, right? Are you playing against someone? Oh, I'm playing against myself, actually. Oh, that's... You feel a judgmental stare. Playing alone helps me develop new strategies. Plenty of professionals do it. Hey, I'm not the type to shame a man for playing with himself. That's... Relax, I'm just joking. Anyways, if you're still waiting for your mentor, do you want to play a game? Oh, you know how to play. Sure, I've read about this before. She's read about it? This table is so dusty. Celeste takes a seat on the other side of the table. Tries to set up her side of the board, but fumbles with the pieces. She stares at one of them, confused. Do I arrange these things again? Oh, this short run lady. Hello, Nikki. We are playing totally not Ace Attorney, which immediately starts you off showing a case and it just looks exactly like fucking Ace Attorney, but with this anime style. Part of you regrets accepting her challenge, but it would be impolite to back out now. Here, I'll arrange them for you. Thanks. Checkmate. You defeat her in 2 moves. Wait, what? Already? How'd you do that? You decided against telling her what the name of that mate was. Rematch me. I want a do-over. Sure, why not? Not as if you have anything better to do. Celeste's brow furrows as she tries to decide on her next move, but she hasn't realized that the game is already finished. Here. She moves her knight into a position to attack your queen. It should have stopped your assault on her king, but... Checkmate. Scholars mate this time. What? Come on, how do you keep doing that? Look at the closed door to the kitchen. Flynnhart and Miss Tamura's discussion is becoming louder. Doesn't sound like they'll be done anytime soon. Again, I'll definitely beat you this time. For someone who had clearly never played before, she's quickly improving with each game. It's impressive. She's observing your strategies and adapting them to her playstyle. With the way she's playing now, she could even defeat a nationally ranked noble. Checkmate. But even so, you've been playing this game out for a lot longer than she has. Are you always one step ahead of me? It's like you're reading my mind. As if you'd even need to. Just one more game. I'll get you this time. Hello, Cuthbert. Ms. Tamura emerges from the kitchen with Flynnhart. They both look mentally exhausted. It looks like negotiations didn't go well. Hi, Dad. Oh, hello, sweetie. Flintheart looks irritated, but as soon as he sees Celeste, he quickly hides it behind his smile. You wonder what their discussion was about. What's this? Some kind of game? Ms. Tomorrow glances at the pieces on the board. Don't feel too bad about losing to him. He's nationally ranked. Oh, you're a professional. Is that why you're wearing a suit? No, chess is just a hobby. I'm actually a defense attorney. An attorney? Speaking of which, we should probably be on our way. Sorry for refusing you after you came all this way. I really respect what you're doing, but I don't want anything to do with your mage friends. Oh, she's sad. I wonder what he meant by that. Was Ms. Tamora in trying to introduce him to one of our clients? Anyways, it is getting late. If you leave now, you won't get back to the city until morning. She's right. This region is littered with bandits and brigands. You wouldn't want to run into them this late. Guess you have a point. Plenty of empty rooms that you can stay in until morning. It's the least I can do after you came all this way. Well, if it's not too much trouble, we might as well stay here until tomorrow. The tavern is shut down, but we still have some sheets and blankets. I'll go get the rooms ready. Celeste and Flintheart leave the dining area to get your rooms ready. You're left in the dining room with Ms. Tomorrow. So, I take it the negotiations didn't go well? No, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Honestly, I have no idea what that man has against mages. Well, there is one way to find out. Are you being so secretive? Your business with Flintheart is related to our clients. I can help. It wasn't important. Your presence was not necessary. That's such an obvious lie. You can't read a single thought from her mind. She's had years of practice hiding her thoughts from the Eye of Horus. Oh, okay. Celeste enthusiastically came back downstairs, but she seems to have noticed the tension between you and Miss Tomorrow. Sorry to interrupt, but your rooms are ready now. Right. Thank you. An awkward silence hangs in the air as you and Ms. Tomorrow head upstairs. You reach the upper hallway and see the two rooms that Celeste prepared for you. Ms. Tomorrow stops it before entering her room. You were playing chess with Flintheart's daughter earlier. Was she any good? Not at first, but she got better, a lot better as we kept playing. Sorry for leaving you there for so long. I didn't expect our discussion to last that long. No, it's fine, despite everything. I enjoyed playing against her. See. Well, I suppose you are at that age. Hey, yo! No, it's not like that. It's just that outside of tournaments, I never really got to play against another player. And you only ever want to play shogi with me. Shogi is clearly superior. Complete anarchy is what it is. You just bring fallen pieces back to life like some kind of necromancer. It adds depth. Dropping adds a dimension of play that isn't present in chess. You sternly look at each other. Your position's already made, dude. After a few moments of silence, you both burst out laughing. Sorry if it looks like I don't trust you. I know you're just trying to help. There are some things about my work that I just can't tell you about yet. But one day, I'll tell you everything. Right. I'm sorry for prying. Just want to show you I'm ready to be an attorney. You are. I know you are. The rare praise from your mentor catches you off guard. Anyways, get some rest. You should mentally prepare yourself for the journey tomorrow. Right. You completely forgot about the carriage ride back. You can already feel your stomach churning in protest. You lay in the bed that McCoy has prepared for you. And as you close your eyes, you slowly drift into a deep slumber. As this happens, you feel something invasive. Your mind drifts away and you feel yourself being pulled elsewhere. You find yourself in a surreal and unsettling landscape. You're fairly certain that you're dreaming now. But some instinct in the back of your mind tells you that something is fundamentally wrong about this. You see a woman in the far distance. She's staring directly at you. What presence? She's murmuring something. You can't quite make it out. Is she trying to say something to you? Finally found. I finally found you. I didn't see what the last line was. You're jolted awake. Can't exactly remember what that woman said to you, but whatever her words were, they sent a piercing chill down your spine. Your breath is heavy and your heart is beating at 100 miles per hour. Calm down, it was just a dream. At least, that's what you try to tell yourself. Please just let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I hear the voices of Celeste and Flintheart ring out from downstairs. It must be extremely late. What could they possibly be arguing about at this hour? I want you out of my house. Out! A dead silence lingers in the air before you hear someone rush out of the tavern. Whoever left slams the door behind them. What was that all about? It's none of your business. You only met these two today. It would probably be best not to get involved in their affairs. And as you tell yourself that, a brief image of Celeste's smile appears in your mind. Damn it. You slowly make your way out of the room. The hallway is nearly pitch black. You can barely see a few inches in front of you. You watch your step to avoid tripping. Run into Flintheart, who is slowly walking up the stairs. Even this close, it's hard to see his expression in the darkness. Sorry, I just heard. Right. I forgot you two were... His words trail off. Is everything okay? He's sad and despaired? Worried? Sorry, I'm just going to... You awkwardly shimmy past Flintheart to head down the stairs. He doesn't move out of your way. It's clear his mind is elsewhere. You arrive at the dining room, but you don't see Celeste anywhere. Honestly, though, it's hard to tell with how dark the room is. Celeste, are you still here? You don't receive an answer. Remember hearing someone slam the front door earlier. Your eyes are drawn to the tavern entrance. Celeste? No answer. Celeste, where are you? Ugh. The merchant you spoke with before steps out from his shop holding a lantern. He appears to be irritated by all the noise you've been making. Oh, you're that kid from before. Do you have any idea what time it is? This isn't the city. You can't just make a bunch of noise like this. Right. Sorry. Just looking for Celeste. Who? Celeste McCoy. She's Flintheart's daughter. The merchant's expression becomes a little colder. You know them? What do you want with that bastard? What? Those two probably woke up half the street with all their yelling. I don't need you keeping us up too. If I hear any more noise, I'm going to call the town guard. Before you can get a word in, the merchant walks back into his home in a huff. You look around, but you still don't see any sign of Celeste. You decide to continue searching. Okay. Can't believe I said those things to her. She'll never forgive me for this. So your temper is as short as ever, Flintheart. You. Honestly, how do you live in this darkness? Luxo. What are you doing here? And how dare you bring that witchcraft into my home? You've been busy lately. Your little rallies have gained quite a lot of support. Too much support for my family's liking. And what? You came all this way to convince me to stop? You have my word. If you stop spreading dissidence, no harm will come to you or your family. Ha! Your word is as good as the dirt you lick off King Oliver's boots. As if I'd ever trust the words of a murderer like you. Flintheart, please. As someone you once called a friend, I'm only going to ask you one time. Friend? Friend? I'll be dead in the ground before I ever call the likes of you a friend. Get out of my house. I don't have time for your nonsense. Unfortunately, I don't think you have much time for anything. Gah. Damn it. Damn it. Flintheart, you fool! Why couldn't you just listen to me? Rudolph, I require your assistance. Okay, so then this is how the game started. Sir? By the Scaled Lord, what did you... You killed him. Alert the town guard. Tell them that you saw his daughter fleeing the scene. I'm sure the neighbors heard them arguing with each other. They'll immediately suspect her. At once, sir. You've been searching for Celeste for a while. How long have you been outside? 2 hours? 3? However long it's been, it's clearly taking a toll on you. Where is she? What am I going to do now? You hear a faint voice. Could it be? Oh. As you peer behind an old tree, you finally find her. She looks just as tired as you are, probably even more. Her eyes are puffy and red, but she's doing her best to hide it with a smile. And looking all over for you. Sorry. I'm guessing we woke you up. Yeah. Is everything okay? It's nothing. It's just an argument. From the way she reacted, this is clearly not common. I suppose that's none of your business. You decide not to pry further. Have you been looking for me all this time? I have. Thank you. But I'm okay now. You should head back. How about you? I'm going to stay out a little longer. You know that you should mind your own business, but... Sure, whatever happened between you two, it's nothing you can't talk out. Doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes Ms. Tamura and I get into fights too. No matter what happens, we are always able to talk through it. Sorry, I know it's none of my business, but No, I really appreciate it. Thank you. What does all this mean? You're right. Let's go back. She's got all these emotions. You arrive back at the McCoy Tavern, but it's now surrounded by several carriages and knights clad in plate armor. Is that the Inquisition? What? The Arcane Inquisition. They're an order of knights that investigate crimes committed using magic. As you say the word crimes, you and Celeste share a glance and come to the same realization. Both of you rush towards the tavern. Celeste outpaces you by a large margin. What? No. No. She reaches the tavern before you. Before anyone can stop her, she takes a look inside the thing. Whatever she saw makes her cry out in anguish. She drops to the ground in tears. There she is. What is this? What is this fucking weird gumshoe wannabe? Celeste McCoy, by the authority of Wyvern Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. On seeing Celeste, one of the knights steps forward and grabs her. Surprisingly, she's able to break free from his grip and tries to push further into the tavern. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights rush to grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, desperately trying to break free. Even between the 3 knights, it's taking all of their strength to subdue her. What are you doing to her? What's going on here? Tyrion. Ms. Tamura approaches you. You breathe a small sigh of relief when you see that she's okay. Ms. Tamura. I should have known that he was one of yours. Let's just stay out of the way. Ms. Tamura, what's going on? Why is the Inquisition here? Surprised myself. From what I understand, Flintheart McCoy has been murdered. Murdered? Would you like to save your purpose? I suppose. You follow the Inquisition back to the city where Celeste is being detained. According to Ms. Tamura, Celeste was the prime suspect in Flintheart's murder. And due to the supposed nature of the crime, her case would be pushed to trial immediately. Murder in my legal drama visual novel? That's crazy. I'm interested because it seems, at least just so far with this case, it seems like they just kind of show you right away who the murderer is. I think that's kind of interesting. But again, it's only the first chapter, so who knows. The Inquisition only investigates crimes committed using magic. So why is Celeste their prime subject? Could she be a mage? This is ridiculous. She has a right to speak to an attorney. Anyways, you find yourself met with another hurdle, a very frustrating one. Yeah, well, we can't let you see her until she's been processed. Trial is in an hour. How has she not been processed yet? I don't know what to tell you, kid. Wish I could help. You don't need to use the eye to know that's a complete lie. You're really planning on defending her. You know she can even afford a lawyer? Just can't stand here and do nothing.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with the idea of people actually being put in jail for magic crimes.
Why not? But why not? People should just be able to use magic to do whatever the fuck they want. This is literally a fucking royal knight, basically. The Royal Inquisition came and slaughtered a dissident. Are you sure you're not okay with that? Saw them, didn't you? There's no way she would murder her father like that. I know that look. I was saving this for a special occasion, but Ernie's runestone has been added to your notes. A magical runestone that allows you to take pictures of crime scenes and write notes telepathically. Every attorney has one. It's almost like a badge for them. Badge! Badge acquired! The use of Mr. Hat is a life sentence. True. An attorney's runestone. If you're going to defend her, you're going to need one. Begin to tear up. You wanted one of these ever since you were a child. It's basically a badge of honor. Drink. Except not actually drink. Don't cry, Cuthbert. Sorry. Anyways, keep one thing in mind. Try to defend her, the Inquisition isn't going to fight you fairly. Our court system only exists to create the illusion of justice. They hate people like us, and they'll do everything in their power to sabotage you. And you knew that they'd try to get in your way. You didn't expect them to do it this blatantly. What's with all this noise? You, that knight from the tavern. That's Commander Orm White to you, kid. I had a feeling Tamora would be sniffing around this case. I didn't expect her to send a kid to do her dirty work. Commander says that he wants to talk to the mage. And she's got a right to an attorney, doesn't she? Well, she hasn't been processed. Commander White looks confused for a moment. The hell kind of bullshit are you trying to pull? Let him through, you idiot. The soundtrack, I really like the soundtrack, yeah. I mean, I also really I like the art style and I like the soundtrack so far. I like a lot of stuff about this game so far. It just feels a little heavy-handed in its what's the word I was using earlier? It's inspiration. You will probably see it when we get to the actual case, because again, it starts off in the courtroom showing Reese giving his testimony, and it hits you with the fucking objection, and Tyrion fucking slams the desk, and it just looks exactly like fucking Phoenix Wright. It is very blatant. But it seems like the argument / testimony thing is going to be a little bit different from Ace Attorney, which is fresh. The knight leads you through the halls of the dungeon. For something built in the capital, it looks extremely old and decrepit. Pick up the negative emotions of the prisoners nearby. Like, there's this. You can also, with the Eye of Horus, see people's thoughts. but people are also able to mask their thoughts. And you're able, when you press against someone in an argument, you use either evidence, emotions, or the thoughts as different ways that you can argue. It's a heavy and almost crushing feeling. You always had to avoid crowded spaces because of how sensitive you are to people's thoughts. You never felt this much concentrated despair before. Oh, it's you. Celeste is lying down on the cold floor on one of the dungeon cells. She immediately gets up as soon as she sees you. What are you doing here? Despair mentioned, yeah. Ms. Tamora told me about what happened to your father. So sorry. I just don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why would someone do this? And why are they blaming me for it? Not sure about the details, but it's clear that there were elements of magic involved in what happened. Since they arrested you based on that evidence, I can only conclude one thing. Celeste, you're a mage, aren't you? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of already told us that she has the ability to do transmutation. There's no sense in hiding it anymore. Yes, I am. You have noble blood. Of course not. Why would you say that? Sorry, but the ability to use magic is hereditary. Most mages tend to have some kind of noble blood. I honestly don't like thinking about that. I'm the daughter of Jolene and Flynn McCoy. That's all I need to know about myself. Probably be best not to push the matter further. Anyways, you were probably arrested because you're a mage. What? Crime was committed using magic. You were the only mage around at the time. That's seriously the only reason? Only know how to cast one spell. The Arcane Inquisition doesn't care about the truth. They only care about closing their cases. Celeste, your case is being pushed to trial. You're going to be brought before a judge within the hour. What? No one told me anything. Damn it. You weren't even planning on telling her? If you'll have me, I'd like to be your defense counsel for the trial. Right, I forgot that you were an attorney. Would you really do that for me? For everything I've seen them do, just can't stand by and do nothing. But they're a part of the kingdom. Do you even have a chance? Celeste, man, king, or god, I won't let them do anything to you. What? Sorry, it's just something I have a habit of saying. No, don't apologize. Dude, he's trying to get it, dude. What the? Really appreciate you doing this. It's clear this entire situation is bittersweet for her. Because of the Inquisition's delays, you haven't had any time to investigate the crime scene. You're confident before, but you begin to doubt whether or not you can really do this. So yeah, like these are her thoughts as well. Like everything is happening so fast, it feels unreal. No, you have to do this. This is the exact reason why you became a lawyer. No matter what happens, you'll acquit Celeste. Here you go. Here's what it looks like. Like even the fucking talking heads in the console and everything. And no, I was not kidding. The courtroom. I'm in a real courtroom. Actually, entering the courtroom has taken a lot of wind out of your sails. You've never been here as an attorney before. You've only ever acted as Ms. Tamora's assistant. Say hello to Aria Steelwind. The woman at the prosecutor's bench is staring at you. Is this also Atlas? No, I think this is just an indie. I guess... Can you go to the store page? I'm pretty sure this is indie. Diamond Henge Entertainment. Published and developed by. They've done Just Another Memory is their only other game. What was her name again? You think it was Aria Steelwind. You can feel the coldness of her glare burrowing into you. Also, this chapter is called The Cold-Hearted Aristocrat. Why is she staring you down? Is she trying to intimidate you? Because it's working. Court is now in session for the trial of Celeste McCoy. She can do evocation. I see. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Oh, the defense is also ready, Your Honor. Doesn't necessarily sound very ready. Regardless, let's begin in the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, please list the charges. The defendant is Celeste McCoy, mercenary for hire and a registered mage. Wait, did she just say mercenary? Yeah, I had to take up a job after my family's tavern was shut down. Oh, right. That's not exactly the first occupation you'd choose. She's charged with second-degree murder and a negligent misuse of the arcane arts. I see. So there was magic involved. Yes, the crime occurred within the McCoy Tavern, a local inn that shut down years ago. The locals reported hearing a loud commotion coming from within the building. Hours later, a carriage driver that was nearby checked the disturbance. It was then that he found the victim, the defendant's sword still impaling his dead body. The Inquisition has provided an autopsy report and record of the sword. Died after being stabbed from behind with a magical blade. Fatal wounds show heavy traces of transmutation magic. Interesting. The alleged murder weapon. It's an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. Interesting. What is the defendant's relationship with the victim? I see that they share the same last name. The defendant is the victim's daughter, but not by blood. She was adopted into the family when she was an infant. Her birth parents are currently unknown. I see. What an unfortunate turn of events. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Name's Orm White. I'm commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Orm, could you please testify about the details of the Inquisition's investigation? Yeah. Alright, here we go. This is the first time we've seen this. We got a call late at night. Someone discovered a dead body inside the McCoy Tavern. When we arrived on the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still inside of him. We have several witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a large argument before the body was discovered. Their argument must have turned ugly, as the defendant killed the victim using her magical sword. Is that really incriminating? One of her possessions is the murder weapon? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. You open your mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. You can't think of anything to say. Everything is blank. Mr. Cuthbert? Hey, what are you doing? This is the part where you say something, right? Sorry, I don't, Your anxiety is just getting worse, and your breaths are becoming more and more desperate. Are you hyperventilating? What a disappointment. I was hoping to fight against the infamous Ruby Tamura today. It's clear you can't even hold a candle to her. Your Honor, it's clear that the defense has nothing to say against the prosecution's overwhelming evidence. Yep, this case is pretty open and shut. No, wait. This isn't what's supposed to happen. Sorry, Tyrion. Couldn't acquit Frey. She was found guilty. What? But that means... Are they going to execute her? No, not again. Are you seriously going to let this happen again? Whoever Frey is. Interesting. Tyrion! Celeste grabs your shoulders and shakes you out of your panic. You need to calm down. Her gaze is calm and focused despite the gravity of the situation. She looks stern, not angry. Sorry, I didn't mean for this to... Stop. Just listen to me. You know what to do, right? Just do it the same way you play chess. What? I don't know. You were just so calm and focused when you were playing before. No matter how close I got to beating you, you always knew how to stay calm and win. So just channel that feeling and look at the pieces. Doesn't make any sense yet. Take a moment to focus and let everything else disappear from the world. Every statement that he made, every word that came out of his mouth, each of those is a possible weakness that you can attack. Every bleak moment can be turned around. You just need to consider every angle. My apologies for the delay, Your Honor. The defense is ready to begin cross-examining the witness. Very well. There we go. Thank God that worked. Carefully examine every statement he made and find something that contradicts the evidence in your notes. Once you do that, present the contradicting evidence and prove that his testimony is false. Okay. Yeah, it's dude, it's literally the same. Jesus. You're cross-examining a witness. Carefully examine each statement they made and find the statement that contradicts a clue, a spell, or a profile in your notes. Once you identify the false statement, click the present button and present the contradicting evidence to move forward. Okay. We got a call late at night. Someone discovered a dead body. What do we have? Spells? We have no spells. Okay. Can we just press everything like we normally do? What time exactly did you get this call and who discovered the body? The call came in at 1:25 a.m. As for the witness who discovered it, he wanted to remain incognito. Not unusual for a witness to stay anonymous, it's well within their right, but this would be a lot easier if you could question the witness directly. Happened when you arrived, Commander. When we arrived on the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still inside of him. So how do we know this is her sword? The alleged murder weapon. It's an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. I guess I don't understand. I guess this doesn't have magical properties, despite the fact that he died. Fatal wound shows heavy traces of main. This sounds like something you would be asking about. You know that the sword was my client's. Her sword is made out of some kind of special alloy. I think it was forged out of the country or something. It'd be hard to mistake something like that. We also have several eyewitnesses who verified the sword belonged to the defendant. She made no effort to hide it from the public. Quite the contrary, she was quite proud to show it off. Even if the sword belongs to my client, that doesn't necessarily mean that she was the one who stabbed him. Yeah, well. Okay. We have several witnesses who heard the victim and defendant. A loud argument before the body was discovered. How do they know it was my client and the victim that were arguing? I mean, come on, man. You were there, weren't you? You have heard them too. Every witness we talked to knew it was them. Your Honor, it's clear that the defense is playing devil's advocate. Even he should have recognized their voices. Well, they've got you there. That's conjecture. Weren't there plenty of people around who could have committed the crime? That tavern has been closed for years. The defendant, the victim, and Ruby Tomorrow were the only ones there before the body was discovered. Plus, the murder weapon definitely belonged to her. Well, it's a given that Miss Tomorrow didn't do this, and it'll be hard to prove that someone else was at the crime scene. You can't help but to feel that there's something off about what he just said. Shouldn't have panicked so much before. His testimony is straightforward. That will actually make this easier. Assuming that Ms. McCoy is innocent, there has to be a flaw in his logic. You just need to compare every statement to each piece of evidence in the notes. Did you find the contradiction? Yeah. Okay. I guess maybe. Your Honor, it's clear that the witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of evidence proves it. Okay, cool. It's literally the same set, basically set of dialogue. Oh, we didn't even like take damage. Okay, interesting. So pressing everything didn't add anything. Okay. Maybe not. It's interesting. It says stabbed from behind with a magical blade, and then this sword has no magical properties. Oh, okay. I think I see.
Objection!
Here we go. Commander White, you testify that the victim was killed using the defendant's magical sword. Am I correct? Pretty obvious when you look at the crime scene. I think I'd actually have to disagree with you on that. The defendant's sword couldn't possibly have been the murder weapon. What are you talking about, kid? The sword was inside his body. Of course that's what killed him. That may be the case, but take a look at the autopsy report. It states that the fatal wound had heavy traces of magic. So how would a non-magical sword leave traces of magic on the body? To leave a trace like that, the wound would have had to have been created with something magical. The client's sword may look fancy and expensive, but is entirely mundane. Doesn't make a lick of sense. The sword didn't kill him, then why was it in the body? Yes, I find that quite strange as well. Well, there's only one reasonable explanation, Your Honor. The wound was created magically, and someone shoved the sword into the wound afterwards. What the hell are you talking about? The defendant is a damn mage. She could have easily killed the victim using magic. That may be, Commander, but why would she kill the victim using magic, then stab him with her sword? She would just be incriminating herself. No, if anything, this series of events proves one thing. Someone used magic to kill the victim, and then they pushed my client's sword into the wound to frame her.
Objection!
Don't get ahead of yourself. What? Your Honor, the defense is trying to spin the facts in his favor. He claims that a third party committed the crime and used the sword to frame the defendant. But wouldn't the simpler explanation be this? Magic was being channeled through the sword at the time of death. That is what left the magical trace on the body. Commander, please tell the defense how the murder was committed using magic. Alright. I see where you're going with this. Okay. True that the sword itself isn't magical, but magic can still be channeled through it. That defendant over there, her spell compendium, has a spell called Mage Blade. Does it? She must have used it on her sword before stabbing the victim. That spell is the reason why there were traces of transmutation magic on the wound. So her spell compendium contains a spell called Mage Blade. A spell compendium is a magical device that lists every spell a mage can cast. Wow, it's really nice that we have that. That's just a thing that we have. Luckily, Celeste's compendium only contains one spell. That means she can only cast that one spell. Celeste, do you have your spell compendium with you? No. I left it at the tavern after... well, you know. You can't look at the description for Mage Blade. You'll have to approach this another way. Commander's testimony was a lot vaguer this time. If you press the statements, you might be able to find new information that you can use against him. Okay. You can press statements to acquire more information. Sometimes pressing the right statement can make the witness add a statement to the testimony. Mage Blade, transmutation spell that sharpens my sword. I usually use it when I need to cut through an enemy's plate armor. Girl. You didn't realize that she led such a lethal lifestyle. But anyways, wouldn't it be excessive for the defendant to use a spell like that on the victim? wasn't wearing any kind of armor at the time of death. The victim and the defendant were in an argument. Intense argument. Girls like swords. That's fine. It's just, you know, I was sitting here like, well, what if we have the mage compendium and it shows that she doesn't have this? And she's like, yeah, I got that. Victim and defendant were in an intense argument. Perhaps she used the spell in a fit of rage. It was a crime of passion, after all. That theory is a little far-fetched, but you'll need hard evidence if you want to disprove it. She must have used it on her sword before stabbing the victim. But why would she go to the trouble of doing that? Her sword alone would have been enough to commit the murder. Mages are always looking for an excuse to throw their power around. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Isn't that just your own personal bias, Commander? You don't need to understand why the defendant did what she did. The fact of the matter is the magic was present at the crime. Do you have any evidence to the contrary? You don't. Yet. That spell is the reason why there was... Okay, we don't know that. You can't just say that. She used a spell like that. Wouldn't that have created traces of magic on the ground? I don't fucking... Get a side sword for practicing. Oh, so. Well, let's say we follow the prosecution's theory. That would mean the victim fell on the ground with the sword still inside him. At this point, Mage Blade would still be active, right? It would definitely leave a magical trace on the ground after making physical contact with it. We're already way ahead of you. We had our people scan the scene. We found traces of transmutation magic right under the body, just like you said. You still don't believe me. I have a picture of the crime scene right here. Why was this picture not brought to my attention? There was no need. This entire case is open and shut. Picture of Flynn McCoy after he was murdered. I've seen pictures of the dead before, but it feels different now that the body is someone you knew. Looks like there are traces of magic on the ground. The shape is a little weird, isn't it? What was that just now? She killed him with a stab from the front.
Objection!
Sorry, Commander White. It seems that you presented another glaring contradiction. What's that? You said that my client stabbed the victim from the front. Am I correct? Yeah, you can see it plain in the picture. So where's your contradiction? That's the thing, Commander. Your picture clearly shows that the victim was stabbed from the front. The autopsy report says he died from a stab from behind.
Objection!
Orem, you were supposed to release everything that you had. Why wasn't this photo given to me? There was no need. There's no way it could have been anyone other than that damn mage. Murmurs ring out across the gallery. It didn't matter how corrupt the justice system was. They wouldn't be able to cover up such blatant incompetence. You have them right where you want. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? I'll tell you what the meaning behind this is, Your Honor. As the autopsy report states, the victim died from a stab wound originating from his back. But this photo clearly shows that the sword entered from his front. This can only mean one thing. The sword was inserted into the wound after the fatal wound had already been created. That's crazy! Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Then please enlighten me, Commander White. How else would the sword be facing the opposite way? Do you think my client stabbed the victim with the hilt of her sword? Didn't think so. What really happened is clear. The real murderer stuck the sword through the victim's wound to implicate my client. They made a careless mistake and stuck the sword through the opposite side.
Objection!
Here's that I underestimated you, Mr. Cuthbert. But you still got ahead of yourself. Really, Miss Steelwind? I believe that Mr. Cuthbert has adequately cast doubt on your case. Did he now? Then let me ask you one question, Mr. Cuthbert. Your client didn't kill Flintheart McCoy, then who did? How should I know? If I'm not mistaken, it's the commander's job to figure that out. Well, I'm well aware of the commander's incompetence. But one fact still stands. There was magic detected on the wound and the sword. Would you like for me to tell you how many mages live in that small town? I don't like where she's going with this. Just one. There's only one registered mage in that entire town. That mage is your client. The defendant was also established to have been with the victim hours before his death. She was the last known person with him, and she was the only mage there. In addition to that, I have several witnesses who heard them arguing. How she murdered the victim is simply an unanswered question. See, that certainly does change matters. Can't say that the prosecution's evidence is irrefutable, but there is still evidence that casts guilt upon the defendant. You almost had them. There are far too many unanswered questions for me to pass a verdict. We will give the law enforcement time to clear these unknowns. I suggest that they conduct their investigation more thoroughly this time. We'll resume the trial tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Interesting. Hello, Cuthbert. As you walk out of the room with Celeste, you are greeted by Miss Tamura. It does! It's so fucking anime! Recall how you froze up during the first cross-examination. You feel ashamed that your mentor saw all of it. Well, at the end of the day, you were able to pull it all together. And once you did that, you performed adequately. On that note, I wanted to give you this. Oh, we finally got her spell compendium. Neat. We can finally learn what Mage Blade is. Okay. Duration, 1 minute. Concentration, yes. Huh. The edges of this object, usually a blade, become unnaturally sharp, making it more effective at slashing through tough material. While under the effects of the spell, the object emits a yellow radiant glow. Target object must be no larger than a 5-foot cube. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, no, it doesn't even have to be a blade. It can just be anything. That's cool. My spell compendium. Swiped it from the dining area before the Inquisition arrived. Thought it'd be best for you to have it. So, this is your spell compendium. It only has one spell. Mage Blade. This means that the prosecution has to prove that Celeste used that specific spell. Or restrict how they approach this case, which gives you an edge over them. But that prosecutor is really something else. And Prosecutor Steelwind. You can still remember her ripping glare. It gives you chills just thinking about it. You wouldn't even know it. This was also her first trial. Ooh. Really? I thought that her inexperience would make for a good first opponent. That girl, she's a natural in the courtroom. Makes you wonder why a Steelwind would choose to become an attorney in the first place. What do you mean? The Steelwinds are a powerful noble house. Of the noble families, they are one of the few who answer directly to the king. Most members of their house take high-ranking positions in the kingdom's military. Turning my smartphone into a dagger to stab my truck driver who showed up with the servers we were moving today to 3 hours late. Why smartphone? I feel like you could do something even funnier. Like a sock. It'd be pretty funny. I'm just saying. was a bit strange that she chose to become a prosecutor despite that. Steelwind. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. In any case, it's best that you focus on the trial. You have about a day until court resumes. Right, now that I have time, I'd like to ask you some questions, Celeste. Namely, about that argument you had with your father. Oh. You see the bailiffs staring daggers at Celeste. Okay, well, this will have typos. Good to know. It looks like they're waiting to take her back to her cell. Whatever questions you have for her will have to wait. I should probably go. Celeste walks away while avoiding eye contact with you, bringing up her argument Flintheart may have struck a nerve. Also, use this opportunity to investigate the crime scene. I wouldn't be surprised if the Inquisition missed something. Utterly embarrassed them today. Don't expect them to make the same mistake twice. Right, there's still a lot of things we don't know about. As much as I hate to admit it, your skills of deduction far surpass mine. If anyone can figure out what really happened that night, it's you. You arrive back at the McCoy Tavern. Luckily for you, the Inquisition set up a teleportation circle for you to use. Huh. Nice. That's kind of cute. With that circle, you could magically teleport between the capital and the crime scene instantaneously. It's definitely miles better than having to travel by carriage. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Commander White takes notice of you. Issue to the tavern. Looks like he's working with a team of knights to investigate the crime scene. I'm the defense attorney in this case. I have just as much right to investigate this crime scene as you do. Yeah, whatever. Just remember, I got my eye on you, kid. Wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. Huh, as if I'd help the likes of you. Saw who your boss is, and I know what you're up to. Probably sent you here to con me. What? I'm just looking for some information. Likely story. He was cooperative before when he let you see Celeste. Why is he being so stubborn now? Is he angry that you'd embarrassed him in court today? In any case, you won't get anywhere at this rate. If you want his help, you'll need to persuade him through an argument. Okay. It helps to prepare before starting an argument with someone. Talk to Aurum or present items to him to build a psychological profile for him. If you successfully fill the profile gauge, you'll receive more information during any arguments against him. Okay. Anything about this? I don't know what you're expecting me to say. Much to say about that. Let's try something else. A mage's sword really is strange. It's almost a shame that we had to confiscate it. Is it really that abnormal? It's definitely not like any kind of sword I've seen. I wonder if it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms. The autopsy report seems to be pretty detailed in some aspects and vague in other ways. Why is that? Not sure about the details, but the autopsy is performed by a mage who studies divination. The magic gives us details about how someone dies. There's always a few blind spots. Blind spots? Like what? Well, for one thing, if someone mucks around with a body after death, the report becomes muddled. Divination magic can tell what happened to a body, but not in what order and at what times. Someone definitely stabbed Flintheart's body with Celeste's sword. If what he's saying is true, it'll be that much harder to figure out what kind of weapon originally killed him. Heard that this was Prosecutor Steelwind's first trial. He must be pretty talented if that's true. Pain in my ass is what she is. Damn noble comes in here telling me how to do my job. Honestly, I have no idea what she's even doing in this line of work. And a mage from a noble house, isn't she? She must be a pretty powerful mage. Powerful is an understatement. Any one of the steel winds could turn this entire town into a glass crater. What? There's no way that's true, is it? Okay, well, I guess we go examine oh shit. Huh. The chalk outline of a person on the ground on the tavern. Yeah, it's evocation. It's probably where Flintheart died. The outline matches the picture that Inquisition took. Yeah, she's a summoner. Kind of. Why is there like all these things to lit some candles, but there's a magical lamp right there? I wonder why they're not using those instead. Like, because they don't want, like, you know, magic traces or whatever. I don't know. There's a modern looking lamp mounted on the wall. It's a lamp powered by artificery. Oh. Didn't expect to find something this sophisticated in a town like this. Artificery is just another form of magic. Really, artificery draws from surrounding ley lines to... And ask for a science lesson, kid. Anyways, look where the artificery got these folks. The arcane power cell broke, and they haven't had any power for weeks. Nothing can beat a good old oil and flame. Interesting. Broken power cell has been added. McCoy Inn is outfitted with several lamps powered by artificery. However, the arcane power cell has been broken for weeks and lamps can't be turned on. Okay. Huh. Painting of a man in a suit, there's some text on it. Adam Evilly, politician of the pedantic. Heard of this guy? He's some kind of politician from one of the nations west of here. There's someone new behind this image now. I don't think that was the knight. Heard he's pretty much a shoo-in to win whatever election they have going there. An election? Was Flintheart studying democracies for his little revolution? Oh no, it was him. It's a painting of a mage. There's some text on it. Samala Dalian. Legendary practitioner of the arcane arts, he mysteriously disappeared one day. It's rumored that he was developing a formula for a new transmutation spell. However, he was reckless in casting the spell, and Dalian quickly lost control of its magic. The body was never found. Many speculate that he didn't actually die during the accident, but if that's true, where did he end up? Sounds like a cautionary tale against using magic. That might explain why Flintheart keeps it in his tavern. Huh. Okay. So what does the Arcane Inquisition do exactly? Trying to pick a fight with me? No, I'm just genuinely curious. Well, I'm sure you already know, but as us Inquisitors investigate crimes to involve magic. Crimes like this happen often. Nah, maybe once in a blue moon. Makes sense, most mages are in the nobility after all. And if they're untouchable, they don't make a habit of getting into trouble with the law. Must have an easy job then. You got that right. The reason we exist is clean up the nobility's mess. Interesting thought you have there. Doesn't seem that happy about that. Commander White, you seem to speak negatively about my client's magic. You have a personal grudge against mages. You're damn right I do. Oh, you didn't even try to deny it. If you had any sense, you would too. All a mage has to do is wave their hands and say some magic nonsense. Then you suddenly have a dead body on the ground. Don't get me started on mage blight. Some noble uses their magic too much, end up snapping and going on a rampage. I don't know if this is going too far, but why join the Inquisition if you hate mages so much? Considering the fact that, my job is to sweep the nobility's crimes under the rug? Sorry, I didn't mean to insinuate. Nope, you have the right of it. Anytime a noble is involved in a case, I'm ordered to look the other way. You don't seem very happy to do that. Why would you stay in this line of work? Every once in a while, I'm allowed to put a criminal mage behind bars. Can't go after the nobles, but any other mage is fair game. Or at least, they were before your boss showed up. Boss? Does he have something against Miss Tamora? I have to ask, did something happen between you and Miss Tamora? Ah, Ms. Tamora. What are you, her lackey or something? No, actually, she's my guardian. I didn't know she even had a... Look, kid. I don't know what the deal is between you two, but no good will ever come from associating with her. This is about the rumors, isn't it? Throughout the years, there have been several insidious rumors surrounding Ms. Tamora. She's been accused of forgery, blackmail, and all manner of illegal activities. Damn, that's crazy. I feel like we just had a very similar thing going on. It's clearly misinformation spread by the nobility to discredit her. She's always been fine with it. You can't help but get angry on her behalf. More than just rumors. Seen it for myself. That woman is evil, kid. She defends mages who don't have the protection of the nobility. True. But come on. Our mentor is, you know, known for forgery and isn't well liked among the prosecution because of this rumor of forgery and blackmailing in illegal activities. Where have I heard that before? Yeah, whatever. Orm White's psychological profile is complete. Commander White seems unusually hostile towards you. You have a feeling it's not just because you embarrassed him in court today. If you can clear up his misunderstanding, you might be able to convince him to help you. Start an argument with Orm White. Okay. Alright, I'm just going to come out and say it. You have a problem with me, Commander White. You should know exactly what my problem is with you. Saw who you work for. Do I have to spell it out for you? Ruby Tamora is a crooked lawyer. Or does your boss not tell you what she gets up to? Elocutions in arguments. Arguments are not always fought using hard evidence. Sometimes you need to elocute to your... I have never heard of this word. What does this word mean? Oh, it doesn't even actually show up in Google for once. That's interesting. Frail... Stop giving me fucking... What? Back information. Wait. Oh, to declaim? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, this was a case of definition to perform elocution, and I'm like, get the fuck out of my face.
Elocution.
The skill of clear and expressive speech, especially of distinct pronunciation and articulation. What the fuck? I hate this. When prompted for an elocution, choose from one of three possible responses. Correct response can be gleaned from reading your opponent's psychological profile. Talk good. You need to talk good. Why'd you change your icon to be watching without audio? Just playing with them. I will have you know, the people that usually use the watching without audio badge tend to be like the most annoying types of people. Ah, I see. Yeah, because they're usually like, haha, I don't care, or I don't know. I find either that or the both of them tend to be kind of annoying people because they're like, guys, I don't pay attention to the stream. It's funny, teehee. But also, yeah, you have to like select the Prime badge or something instead. I think. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, okay. So, deflect, rationalize. You have no right to throw baseless accusations, regardless of what Ms. Tamura has done. I'm the one heading this case. That's pretty fair. Yeah, you fixed it. Doesn't matter how you feel about me or Ms. Tamura. What matters is that my client deserves a fair trial with fair representation. Commander White is stubborn and stuck in his ways. Seems to have a grudge against Ruby Tamura and will react negatively if you try to defend her. However, he will respect you if you defend yourself against personal attacks. Okay. Regardless of what Tamura has done, I'm the one heading this case. Whatever problems you have with her, they have nothing to do with me. Still doesn't change the fact that you work for her. Seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases that I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. Just another crook. I'll bet you're just the same, successor for the devil of defense attorneys. Not Ruby Tamura. Regardless of what you've seen her do, I'm going to run an honest case. You see me do any of these things? Because all I've done so far is point out the mistakes that you've made. I don't know if it's in our best interest to, Do we can go hard on him. It says respects us if we defend ourselves, so I don't know. Not Ruby Tamura. Doesn't matter if the rumors are true or not. Regardless of what you've seen her do, I'm going to run an honest case. Look, kid, I'd like nothing more than to believe you. And after everything I've seen her do, I know better. No reason to trust you. Anyone taught by that woman can't be anything more than a crook. Okay, either of those would probably be fine, but I want to use this one. Her way of teaching me was ruthless, I'll give you that, but the only thing that she taught me was how to practice law. Have you seen me engage in any crook-like behavior? Argument 1. You just want some info, right? Yes, that's all I'm asking for. Alright, I'll answer your questions. Just don't make me regret this. Successfully persuaded Orem. This probably goes without saying, but I don't believe that the sword is a murder weapon. Right? I guess you have to prove that someone else put the sword there. The Inquisition find anything suspicious on the scene. If you're asking if we found another bloody weapon lying around, we definitely didn't. That would be a little too convenient, wouldn't it? Let's say that the girl really is being framed. There was another murder weapon, the killer probably walked out with it. Do you think they would have hidden it somewhere in the tavern? Doubt it. After the trial, Steelwind turned the place upside down and scanned it with her magic. Someone did hide a murder weapon here, they hid it well. They hid it in plain sight. Can't believe you made such an obvious mistake during your investigation. Oh, shut it with that. I already got an earful from Steelwind about that mess. Well, you don't have to worry about me mucking things up. Steelwind's basically taken over the entire investigation. Does she have the authority to do that? Normally, she wouldn't, but I know better than to go against orders from a noble. Right. There's definitely a strange power dynamic between them. But honestly, that girl sweats the details too much. She even had my men draw up a scaled map of the crime scene. Really? Do you have a copy? Sure. knock yourself out. Don't know how much good it'll do for you. Yeah, I guess that is kind of like a cyclock thing. I don't know. RNC map. It's geometrically scaled up map. Neat. Heard that this was Prosecutor Steelwin's first trial. She must be pretty talented if that's true. Wait, we already went through this. Okay. Okay. There's a broken bottle on the floor. It's shattered close to the chalk line of the body. The label has the words Lotus Juice on it. Never heard of that brand before. Must be foreign. You think you found everything you can here? But what does it all mean? There's no murder weapon to be found. There's no obvious evidence of another person at the scene. Hey, you okay? Got quiet all of a sudden. Alright, just focus. Close your eyes and let everything else disappear from the world. Hey, you listening? So there's no clear evidence pointing to another killer. There is, however, evidence pointing to how Flintheart moved before his death. What can we tell about how Flintheart died? There's no blood trail leading to or from the body. What does this imply about the location of Flintheart's death? There's no blood trail where Flintheart's body was. The lack of a blood trail tells us something important, namely where Flintheart was throughout the murder. Yeah, sure. Flintheart died where he was attacked. He didn't move from his position at all. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's also the autopsy report, which says he died from a stab from behind. He was probably caught off guard and was too incapacitated to move anywhere else. This means that the attack happened at the exact position he fell over. This was also the location where the murder must have occurred. Died at location of the V marker. Okay. Also the shattered bottle of Lotus juice. How did the bottle shatter? Doubt it means anything, but the shattered bottle is right next to the body. I think the idea is that Flintheart dropped the bottle when he was attacked. From that, we can infer that he was holding it the moment before he was attacked. Okay. What's so strange about one bottle, though? It seemed like an insignificant detail, but that detail could help me infer other elements of what happened during the murder. Right. There's also the fact that the artificery lights were out. Were these candles here when you arrived at the crime scene, Orem? No, we had to light some so we could see the crime properly. We thought it was weird too. The girl and her father must have had their argument in pitch black darkness. And we infer about the state of the crime scene. We didn't light any candles to make up for the broken lights. Interesting. This is an interesting kind of thing. Crime scene had no lighting during the murder. Broken power cell has been updated. This means that the lights were not operational during the murder. Yeah, fair. The argument that Celeste had with Flintheart must have been spontaneous. They weren't planning to have a conversation in this room. In this darkness, Flintheart wouldn't have a lot of visibility. He was stabbed from behind. He probably didn't see anything. See it coming. He was clearly surprised and was probably in too much shock to run away. Also, the bottle may seem insignificant, but he was holding it when he was attacked. Maybe he was pouring a drink for himself, or maybe it was for a visitor. Yeah, obviously. It's also just neat that, I don't know. So far, everything seems a lot more straightforward of, like, you don't have things like obtuse kind of, stuff to work with. I don't know. So far, at least. Or the assailant attacked him from his blind spot while his back was turned. Yeah, it's also only case 1, so who knows. Why would his back be turned, though? Was he distracted by something? Kid, what was that all about? Sorry, sometimes I just get lost in my own thoughts. Yeah, well, cut it out. You're freaking me out. Right. Anyways, I think you've found everything you can here. Should move somewhere else. How do I see my history? My log history? Is it this? Yeah. It's freaking out because we're just fucking monologuing. Like, what is he even weirded out by? We can go... courthouse... upstairs? Okay, I doubt we're gonna find anything of use up here. People keep seeing you here, they're going to start asking questions. Leave the investigation to me. All you have to do is stay quiet until the trial's over. Heading upstairs, you spot the prosecutor having a conversation with someone. They seem to be in some kind of argument. Enough. I will do as I see fit. Maybe a steal win, but this is my land. Sorry. You're that defense attorney from the trial. I am. Sorry, but who... How rude of me. My name is Lord Garrick Pierce, the ruling noble of this land. As the ruling noble, I suppose I should thank you for playing your role in the current trial, as misguided as it may be. I see that you also think my client is guilty. It does not matter what I think. This entire scandal has done nothing but rile up the common folk. Magic is a gift for the nobility, and nobility alone. It is a symbol of the aristocracy and our divine right to rule. Now that bastard child has tainted that symbol in the public eye. All of that has nothing to do with her. She's just an innocent woman who got wrapped up in all of this. If she is innocent, charges have been laid and made public. Someone must take the fall, lest the public accuse the justice system of corruption. So you're saying that she should be found guilty even if she's innocent? Yeah, she's a bastard child. We don't know who her parents are. She's not actually the daughter of the victim. What do you suppose will happen if she's acquitted? All the public will see is a mage going free despite a myriad of evidence. That alone would be enough to cause public outrage. Tensions between the aristocracy and the common folk are high enough as it is. It was one insignificant girl when compared to the stability of our great kingdom. That's enough. Stop antagonizing him, Pierce. Can't refute what he said, but I don't agree with it. What? Is there also a way? I want to just see... Or no. I just want to see the art, dude. Let me see that skirt. I need to see it. This is important. Why are you working against my client? Do you honestly think she's the kind of person that would kill her father? Or a keybind? I don't know. That's a good question. tab to show controls. Hide UI, right click. Yeah? Doesn't matter what kind of person she appears to be. The evidence clearly points to her as the only possible killer. You should fight according to your own ideals. This is how I will fight for mine. Or to get a read on that woman. Several doors lead to guest rooms. Aside from the rooms that you and Mr. Morris used, they don't look like they've been open for quite some time. There are some candles lighting up the hallway. They look like they used to be part of the old architecture. The door at the end of the hallway looks like it's seen some use recently. Try to open the door, but it seems to be locked. Perhaps someone might have a key to open it. You return to the cell that Celeste is being kept in. The ambient despair in the air fills your mind with a horrendous stench. You do your best to ignore the emotions of the other prisoners. You haven't had much practice blocking out this many people. As you arrive, you see Celeste huddled down in a corner. As soon as she sees you, her dour mood... Is it dour? Or is it supposed to be sour? Her dour mood seems to lift, if only for a moment. Hi, Mr. Cuthbert. There is no need to address me so formally, just call me Tyrion. Okay. Anyways, I came here to ask you some questions about the case. Right. Sorry for freezing up like that. I almost lost us the trial. There's no need to apologize. You did great. But it was only thanks to her. If she hadn't calmed you down, who knows what would have happened. I still don't understand, though. Why were there traces of magic on my dad's body? Wait, those traces of magic were on the sword and the body. Magical traces are particles of magical residue that are left behind when a mage casts a spell. They only linger around for 48 hours, and that gives you a rough timeline of when and where a spell is cast. You cast Mage Blade on your sword that day. I did. I usually cast it when I train in the morning. That explains why there was trace on the sword, at least. Did the trace on my sword leave the magical trace on my dad's body? No. Magical traces can't be moved around physically. For a spell to leave a trace, it has to be active when physical contact is made. Really, what does that mean then? Whatever killed your father had to be a transmutation spell active on it at the time. Magical trace on your sword was just an unlucky coincidence. Interesting. Can't believe this. Can you tell me more about your father? Sorry, I know this must be difficult after everything that's happened. No, it's okay. If it helps you, I'll try my best to answer your questions. Were you too close? We were. I'm sure you know this by now, but I was adopted by him and my mom. But even though I didn't have their blood, they treated me as if I did. He loved me with all his heart until... Till what? Does this have something to do with the argument that they had? Sorry to say this, but could I hear your argument I could hear your argument from the room the other night. Can you tell me what happened? For as long as I can remember, my dad has hated mages. Not sure why, but if you even mentioned magic around him, he'd fly into a rage. So I hid my magic from my family. But why even learn magic in the first place? If you really wanted to, you could have gone your whole life without using it. Ever since our tavern closed, my family's been in a lot of debt. Decided to become a mercenary and use magic to enhance my ability to fight. Most mages are in nobility, so people will pay a lot for a sellsword who can use magic. But that's why she's a mercenary. Interesting. But I know now, learning magic was the biggest mistake I've ever made. On that night, my dad found a spell compendium. When he confronted me about it, I finally came clean to him. That's when he flew into another one of his rages. He shouted at me. He told me that I betrayed him and his family. She did do it for the cash money, yeah. So sorry, I can't imagine how that must have felt. Deserved every bit of it. I knew how much he hated magic, but I learned to use it anyways. He showed me so much love and I just threw it all away. Don't say that. I'm sure he still loved you. No, I could see it in his eyes. He hated me. He died hating me. Feel a sharp pain in your chest as you see that thought. So there's a locked door in the tavern. At the very end of the hallway upstairs. The Inquisition probably searched it already, but I just wanted to investigate it too to make sure. Locked room at the end of the hallway? I think that's my room. Do you know how I could get in there? The only room in the tavern that I haven't investigated. Oh, she don't like the prospect of us going into her room. Feel a suspicious gaze from Celeste. What's that look for? You're a lawyer. I'm not going to do anything weird. Sorry, you're right. Here, you can use this key to get inside. Let's see if she has anything to say. Anything to say about any of these things. I didn't expect to find artificery in a village like yours. Yeah, I brought it to my family to make their lives easier, but I think it just made things more complicated. Without an arcane power cell, those lights aren't very useful. Probably shouldn't show this to her. She's already been through enough. You shouldn't remind her about her father's death unnecessarily. Okay, dude. This is a pretty strange sword. I've never seen anything like it. If you like it, it's a souvenir I got while I was traveling the Eastern Kingdoms. You've been to the Eastern Kingdoms? Thought Wyvern Guard had a strict policy preventing people from crossing the border. Well, look at that face! And exactly, enter legally. Quickly glance at the guard of the cell, and it seemed to be listening. Please don't make a habit of telling people that. You're in enough trouble as it is. Look at that face! Yeah. Okay. And just go straight there. Okay, cool. Use the key to enter Celeste's room. However, you're startled when you notice that someone else is already inside. Is that her mom? I've already told you knights everything that I know. What more do you... Oh, aren't you Celeste's attorney? I am. Who are you? How rude of me. I'm Jolene McCoy. I'm Celeste's mother. Man, they knew what the fuck they were doing. I was at the trial this morning. Can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for my daughter. So this is Celeste's mother. I might be able to tell you more about Flintheart. About that. Do you mind if I ask you some questions for my investigation? Of course, I'll do anything I can to help. You tell me why your husband hated mages so much. I understand that most people dislike the nobility and associate magic with them. And on that night, it's like he was furious at Celeste specifically because she was a mage. Oh, you must have talked to Celeste. I wasn't there when their argument happened, but I can only imagine what he said to her. Do you know what happened to him? Why does he hate magic so much? Celeste doesn't know about this, but years ago, Flintheart had a sister named Effie. When I was a child, we were friends with a boy named Garrick Pierce. Wait. Oh, that's right, he did say he used to be a friend. He was the son of the ruling noble at the time. Garrick Pierce, isn't that the nobleman that was speaking to Steelwind earlier? We were all inseparable at the time. He'd always sneak into town to play with us against his family's wishes. Probably weren't too happy about that. He was quite rebellious back then. He's a completely different person now. But everything changed when Garrick began learning how to use magic. One day, when we were playing together, he wanted to show off the spells that he'd learned. He was told not to use his magic without his instructor there, but he was just too excited. He began casting his spells, but something went horribly wrong. Time to go home. Oh, shit, you weren't even... I didn't realize you weren't home. Wait, see me in 2 hours, it's time to go home. What the fuck? How's it gonna take you 2 hours to get home? In Tukwila, oh god, sorry. He lost control of his magic and fatally wounded Effie. We tried bringing her back into town, but by that time, it was too late. She was already gone. Sorry, that must have been traumatizing for all of you. The next day, the Arcane Inquisition came to investigate what happened. Us peers used their connections to cover up what happened. They even threatened Flintheart's family into keeping quiet. After that, the official story was that Effie had been mauled by a wolf. Huh. Not surprising, nobility seldom take responsibility for their actions, even for a mistake like that. Since then he has hated magic. Makes sense. Something changed in Flintheart after that. He began speaking out against the nobility. Eventually, he started hosting rallies in this very tavern. Each night, more and more people began listening to his words and joining in his cause. The number of people that he'd gotten under his banner was terrifying. There was even talk of an outright revolution against the kingdom. That might explain why someone would go out of their way to kill him. He knew how much danger he was putting himself in. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't convince him to stop. His attitude didn't even begin to change until he adopted Celeste. Can you tell me more about Celeste? How did she become a part of your family? It all happened many years ago, back when the McCoy Tavern was still open. We were closing one night when we found a baby with white hair abandoned in the dining area. We waited weeks for her parents to come by, but no one ever came looking for her, and that baby was Celeste. Flintheart and I always wanted a child. I thought that Celeste must have been a gift from the Scaled Lord. But one day I saw Celeste practicing her magic. I think that's when I realized that someone from the nobility must have abandoned her at our inn. Didn't care though, I loved her all the same. Sure, Flintheart did too. You knew that she was a mage all this time? I did. You haven't known her for very long. She's a terrible liar. Flintheart must have noticed too. I think that he didn't want to believe it. My fault, I should have forced him to see the truth. Spoke with Celeste earlier. She thinks that her father hated her because she was a mage. There's no way he would ever feel that way. He loved her more than anything in the world. No matter what he said to her that night, nothing would ever change that. Seeing them together, he figured as much. Celeste was the world to him. When we adopted her, it was the first time in decades that I'd seen him so genuinely happy. They must have been really close. More than anything. You want to hear a story? Celeste had just returned from her travels. She wouldn't stop talking about this foreign drink that she loved. I think it was called lotus juice or something strange like that. Well, Flintheart did everything he could to have it shipped here. Called in a bunch of favors with some of his revolutionary friends. But in the end, he was only able to get a single bottle of it. Oh shit. Is it really that rare? Yes. Wouldn't be surprised if it were the only bottle of lotus juice in the region. Wait a minute. Lotus juice? Is this the bottle that Flintheart bought? Showed her a picture of the shattered bottle that you found next to Flintheart's body. It is. Oh no. This is going to surprise her with it. Found the broken pieces next to Flintheart's. Well, I found them in the dining area. That's strange. I've been keeping it in our room so she wouldn't find it. Really? When was the last time you saw it? Right before I left the house that night. It was right before their big argument. So, it wasn't just lying around in the bar. You decided to retrieve it after the argument. Interesting. Shattered bottle of lotus juice updated in your notes. Interesting. Okay, so that's not just like normal booze that was there. I think you've investigated everything you can for now, but there's still one last thing you need to do. You ready yourself for one last conversation with Celeste? I guess. I like how we We tried to get into her room to investigate more, and all we did was literally just talk to her mom. They love middle-aged women with huge tits in this game. Yes, sir! No, I said the same thing when she first showed up on screen. I'm like, Jesus, dude, they went for a type. You're back. Did you forget something? Kind of based. There you go. That's the way to look at it. There's one last thing I wanted to talk to you about. Earlier, you said something that I just can't let go. You said that your father died hating you. Who doesn't? To be fair, died hating you. Who doesn't? Jesus Christ, that's not what I was trying to say. Honestly, is it here? The character design that I like the most is her. Is Steelwind. Though Celeste is pretty good too. But I am a big Steelwind fan at the moment. But after everything I heard about him, I don't think that's true. Your father loved you, Celeste, even in his final moments. You desperately want to reach her. She keeps believing that he hated her. That thought will eat away at her for the rest of her life. You know that better than anyone. It's just lying to make me feel better. It looks like it won't be that simple. You'll need to win an argument against her if you want her to see the truth. Celeste believes that her father died hating her. But after seeing them together and learning about them, you know that can't possibly be true. You just need to convince her of that. It's time to start an argument. I know you're just trying to make me feel better, and I really do appreciate it, but everyone knows that my father hated mages. Though he's hated magic, there's no reason behind it. Present it. Was it this? Yeah. Don't know if it's my place to say this, but there's a reason why your father hated magic so much. When Flintheart was a child, he had a sister. She was tragically killed by a mage decades ago. That's why he has such an immense hatred for magic. Never knew. That doesn't change anything. That's all the more reason for him to have hated me. It's selfish of me to learn magic. Knew how much he hated magic, but I still learned to use it anyways. Magic killed someone that he loved. No wonder he was furious. It was selfish of me to learn magic. I think I would present this to say it wasn't selfish, but you didn't learn magic to benefit yourself, did you? You learned it to save your family after your tavern was shut down. You're a good person, Celeste. You did everything you could to help your family. I'm sure your father recognized that. Just shut up. What? Shut up. Just stop it. Whatever composure she had before slowly breaking down. You weren't there. You didn't hear what he said to me. In his final moments, he could only think of how I betrayed him. I could see it in his eyes. There's no way he would ever forgive me. Take a look at this picture, Celeste. A shattered bottle. Wait, is that a bottle of lotus juice? Do you know where I found this? On the floor of your family's inn. That can't be true. Tried to find it here, but no one sells it in Wyverngard. Your father knew how much you loved this drink. Called in quite a few favors just so he could have it imported for you. He did that? Your father didn't hate you, Celeste. He loved you more than anything. That doesn't change anything. He did all that for me. It was before he knew about my secret. Sure, he never would have done that if he knew the truth. That's not true at all. The hell do you know about him? You barely even knew him. You possibly know how he felt about me. Do you think I want to believe that he still loved me before he died? Don't you think? Oh, don't you think? But I know the truth. There's no way he would ever forgive me for what I did. Not just the fact that he bought that drink for you. It's also where the bottle was when it shattered. What do you mean? Your mother said the bottle was stowed in her room before the argument. I found the shattered bottle in the lobby, where his body was. I ran into him before I went to look for you. He was going upstairs to his room. That can only mean one thing. He went to retrieve the bottle after your argument ended. Why would he have it? Because he was going to give it to you, Celeste. He was going to give you a gift to apologize for what he said to you. He was going to apologize? Your father loved you, Celeste. And as tragic as it is, he was going to try to apologize to you before he was murdered. I don't like this. My daughter working as a mercenary of all things. Come on, Dad. You know I can handle myself. I don't doubt it. You still shouldn't have to risk your neck for our sakes. They closed the inn, Dad. We won't be able to survive unless I do this. Just be careful, okay? I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you. No matter what anyone says, you're our daughter. Jesus. Ask a Midwestern person to say 4 words with an R sound in them at all back to back to back, and that's what fucking happens. We'll love you until the day we die. Dad, how could I ever think that? Sorry, I'm sorry, Dad. Celeste had barely been keeping it together throughout the whole argument, but her realization is finally causing her to break down. Begins to crying as she quickly embraces you. In this cold, dark place, she probably hadn't felt warmth of any kind for decades. Caught off guard and feel a little embarrassed, but you comfort her while she vents her emotions. Are you feeling better? Yeah, I think I'm okay now. Been thinking such horrible things this entire time. She looks at you and gives you a warm smile. Probably the first time you've seen her genuinely smile since this whole ordeal started. Thank you. But is everything really going to be okay? Also, looking so far at all of the character art, they do this little thing with the fucking skirts making sure they're cut on the thighs. Also, not a complaint, I'm just saying. Make sure of it. I'll get justice for you and your father. It doesn't matter who stands in my way. Even if they're a man, king, or god. You're completely different now. What happened to the nervous wreck from before? Please forget about that. Anyways, take some time to rest. The trial is going to resume soon. That, you've done everything you can for now. You've learned a lot about what happened the night of the murder. You just hope it's enough. But even with your investigation, you still don't know what the prosecution has planned. There she is! Wife material. As Pierce told you all of the details, Mr. Rudolph. You remember them? Yes, I pride myself on my... eidetic? Relating to or denoting mental images having unusual vividness and detail, as if actually visible. Okay, very cool. Just so there are no misunderstandings, do not approve of this. You said it yourself, Lady Steelwind. There's no possible way that I could have done the deed. It has to be the bastard child. You don't know what sort of tricks Ruby Tamora might pull tomorrow. Just see this as a way of securing a just verdict. They've got homeboy saying some shit and making up some shit. Alright, it's time. Hello, Cuthbert. Hi, Ms. Tamora. You're a lot less jumpy than you were yesterday. Glad to see that you're finally getting used to things. So, what did you find in your investigation? Tell Ms. Tamora about everything you've learned over your investigation. There aren't a lot of clues that point to what actually happened. Yeah, I know a lot of details about the crime scene, but nothing about the crime itself. This means I'll have to rely solely on pointing out contradictions in the witnesses' testimonies. Being reactive to the prosecution's moves is a valid strategy. Honestly, I think it was a miracle that you got the commander to cooperate with you at all. Right? You almost forgot. Commander White appears to really have it out for Ms. Tamura. Actually, I wanted to ask about that. Did something happen between you two? Ms. McCoy, please proceed to the courtroom with your counsel. Let's go, Tyrion. The trial's about to start. You should go. Judge is waiting. Right. Another secret is left buried between you two. Bop. Court is now resumed for the trial of Celeste McCoy. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. Yesterday, the defense presented some shocking oversights made during the investigation. Yes, I personally saw to it that the investigation was conducted properly this time. This is... I'm fucking... gonna have this here... You know what, fucking... I'm just gonna screenshot it myself, because... I'm using this as the fucking thumbnail. She has to be in the thumbnail. Personally saw to it that the investigation was properly this time. See, suppose that puts my mind at ease. Yesterday's trial, we found an inconsistency between the crime scene photo and the autopsy report. Because of this, the defense tried to push the following narrative. The third party must have interfered with the crime scene to frame the defendant. However, the prosecution has discovered another explanation. Because of that, the individual who discovered the body would like to testify as to what he saw that night. His eyewitness account will clear up what actually happened. Interesting. It was my understanding that the individual in question wanted to remain anonymous. Supposedly, this witness was within the gallery of the trial yesterday. After yesterday's proceedings, he felt that he couldn't stay silent any longer. But that's her plan. But why would the witness change his mind like that? Did Steelwind persuade him, or is something else happening here? Very well. Let's hear from this witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name is Reese Reginald Rudolph. I am a chauffeur of the equine variety. A horse carriage person. Terribly sorry, but I'm unfamiliar with that profession. Wait, I just noticed it said that a judge is 80 years old. Holy. He means to say he's a carriage driver. Oh, I see. But in any case, it is my understanding that you found the body. Am I correct, Mr. Rudolph? Rudolph appears to be writing something in a notebook. He writes with incredible speed. His pen only touches the paper for maybe a second before he's filled an entire page. Mr. Rudolph? Ah, forgive me. I was merely taking notes on the people in this room. Taking notes? The witness has a certain compulsion to keep a record of every event that he witnesses. I see. I assume we'll receive an accurate testimony of how you found the body. Actually, I witnessed much more than that. Saw the crime as it was being committed. And I wrote down everything I saw. That is quite the claim. That's true. Why did you choose to remain silent until now? We had initially concluded that the evidence alone was decisive enough. Therefore, we saw no need at the time for his testimony. However, those circumstances clearly changed during yesterday's trial. There's no way the prosecution wouldn't leverage eyewitness testimony from the start. Something else is happening here. Very well. Mr. Rudolph, please testify to the court about what you saw that night. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:28 a.m. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. There, I saw the defendant. She was lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart McCoy and was channeling magic into her sword. She removed her sword from Flintheart's back, and as he slowly turned to face her, she stabbed him again in the front. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She let the body fall to the ground and fled the scene. Incredible. If everything occurred as the witness described, then I see no room for debate. Of course, the evidence has always been irrefutable. I don't remember seeing him when you left to look for Celeste. It was pretty dark. Celeste, did you see this man that night? No. This was my first time meeting him. I didn't see him when I ran out of the tavern that night. So he has to be lying. Does that mean he's the one that killed my dad? She tries her best to hide it, but you can sense her restlessness. Hard to say right now, but it's definitely a possibility. The defense may now begin the cross-examination. Well, this one's pretty simple. Because we know... First of all, hang on. Let's see. So this... Some of these things showed a time, right? I also haven't looked at this yet. Okay. Not really that notable. It's gonna be this. Okay. Cool. There saw the defendant. She was lit by the blue glow. Present this.
Objection!
Mr. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim. You supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so. Yes, I can never forget such a grisly sight. That moment was burned into my memory. See, well, it's funny that you say that. How so? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie. You're accusing the witness of perjury. Oh, this is literally how the game started now. Okay, it's the first thing we see. My accusation is far from baseless, Prosecutor Steelwind. Take a look at this report. The dining room lights are artificery devices that are powered by an arcane power cell. However, that same arcane power cell was broken during the time of the murder. The dining room lights had no energy, and the room would have been pitch black. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Wait, I can explain. There's no need, witness. You could have easily seen another source of light. Perhaps one of the McCoys lit a candle because of the blackout. The witness clearly described a source of blue light. A candle or lantern wouldn't emit a color like that. And the witness was clearly mistaken. I'm fucking... Okay, here's another screenshot. Fuck it, dude. This is... perfect material. The witness records everything he sees in his notebook. He even remembers the exact times that the event occurred. So why would he be incorrect about such a clear and obvious detail? No, what the witness saw was clearly some form of magic. And due to the lack of power, it couldn't have been artificery. It must have been an arcane spell. That's it. What is it, witness? I must have made an innocent assumption. Please allow me to revise my testimony. What do you think of this, Prosecutor Steelwind? If the witness wants to revise his testimony, then I see no harm in obliging it. You, Mr. Cuthbert? If he thinks he saw something different, then it's only fair to hear him out. You'll tear through each of his lies no matter what he does. Remember now, yesterday it was revealed that Flintheart was killed using magic. Must have seen Flintheart's daughter channeling a magic spell. The spell was called Mageblade, am I correct? That's it. The blue glow that I saw must have been created by Mageblade. Okay, well this one's simple enough as well. The blue light that you saw came from the defendant's magic. Mr. Cuthbert, you may proceed with your cross-examination with pleasure.
Objection!
Mr. Rudolph, you don't know much about magic, do you? Of course not. Trying to say that I should have recognized Celeste's Mageblade? No, I admit that you probably wouldn't know about Mageblade. That's exactly where your mistake was. My mistake? Mr. Rudolph, if you were aware of how Mageblade works, then you would know that the spell emits a yellow radiant glow. Which means the blue glow you saw couldn't have possibly been Mageblade. It's ridiculous. I'll grant you that the witness clearly remembers seeing a blue glow, but what significance could such a minor detail have? It's extremely significant, Prosecutor Steelwind. The witness did see a blue magical glow. They must have witnessed another spell at the scene. Preposterous. You don't have any evidence to back up that claim. Blue light made a large impression on the witness. He wrote it down in his notebook, and he specifically mentioned the color. There's no way he would be mistaken about something like that. So what did you really see, Mr. Rudolph? Did you see my client at the scene, casting a spell that she couldn't possibly cast? Or did you see another mage at the scene? Well, Your Honor, the defense has no right to accuse the witness like this. I remind you that perjury is a crime, Mr. Rudolph. If you are found to have lied in your testimony, you will be prosecuted. Wait, please. Now that is quite enough of that. Garrick Pierce suddenly steps down from the gallery and walks to the witness stand. He's breaking every possible rule in the book, but no one in the room moves to stop him. Bailiff looks to the judge nervously, but the judge just narrows his eyes and carefully watches Pierce. Pierce, meanwhile, shoves the still flustered Rudolph off the stand and begins addressing the courtroom. What's he even doing here? I will not stand by while you harass my servant. Pierce, we discussed this. There's no need for you to take the stand. And what, pray tell, did they discuss? Nonsense. I have nothing to hide. And if you had done your job properly, I wouldn't have needed to intervene. The first time, Steelwind doesn't seem to have control of the situation. What is the meaning of this, Ms. Steelwind? Who is this man? This is Garrick Pierce, Your Honor. That is Lord Garrick Pierce to you, Steelwind. I am the honorable heir to the Pierce noble house. In any case, I must apologize. I'm afraid that these misunderstandings are entirely my fault. What do you mean? You see, Rudolph wasn't the one who witnessed the crime at that fateful night. It was me. I'm the one, Gary. Me. I was the one who witnessed the crime. I had my driver report the body so that I could remain anonymous. Are you saying that you had Rudolph lie for you? I simply dictated to him what I saw and had him repeat that to the law enforcement. It simply wouldn't do for a member of nobility to appear publicly in court. Lord Pierce. Regardless of your intentions, this is a very clear act of perjury. From the look on the judge's face, you can easily tell that he won't face any actual consequences. I understand, and I will accept the consequences of that. But I would be remiss if Rudolph's shoddy testimony allowed that girl to escape her crimes. Please let me testify as to what I saw that night. Very well. This is highly irregular, but I believe the court will benefit from hearing your testimony. However, know that this misconduct has hurt your credibility. Very well. On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep. So I went on a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven. Happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. The defendant stabbing that poor man twice with her sword. It appears he's a member of nobility. That means that he's probably a mage, right? He's the only other mage that was there that night. That mean? No doubt about it. He's the only person that could have left a trace of transmutation on that body. He has to be the mage that we're looking for. Sorry, this must be a lot for you right now. Don't worry about me. Focus on taking him down. Okay. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. Okay, so he shouldn't have been able to see it. No light. If he was at the tavern entrance, then that would mean he was here. You saw the entire scene from the tavern entrance. It'd be quite dark considering that the lights weren't operational. You know, even if my client was using the mage blade at the time. Of course, I'd forgotten that detail. Didn't see what was happening, so I used my magic to illuminate the scene. Used magic at the crime scene? Yes, I remember it clearly. I conjured a blue light to illuminate the scene. That same blue light must have been what my driver saw. But that Rudolph didn't witness the crime at all. I had to guess, Mr. Rudolph must have seen the blue light from the carriage. He must have made that detail part of his testimony earlier. Actually makes a lot of sense now that you think about it. Rudolph was so sure that he saw a blue light, it would be strange if he was lying about that. Anyways, which spell did you use to illuminate the crime scene? It was the Conjure Light spell. Works for an hour. The color of the light is chosen by the caster and can be changed at will for the spell's duration. This mote of light provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster and no further. Okay, interesting. Your Honor, if the witness used magic at the crime scene, I'd like for his spell compendium to be added to the court record. No reason to invade the witness's privacy over a trivial illumination spell. I agree. The defense would need a stronger reason to requisition the witness's spell compendium. Right, you are, Your Honor. Your wisdom is truly fitting of your station. Hiding her Spider-Man costume under that uniform. I still have the picture over here of her glaring during the objection. This image. I just have this up on my other monitor, and I can definitely see what you mean. Like, this kind of looks like the webbed red thing. Yeah, anyway, your wisdom is truly fitting of your station. Shut up. Used Conjure Light to illuminate the scene from the cavern entrance. So it says 15 feet and no further. But that can't be the case. But I don't know how I'd present this. Conjure Light to illuminate the scene from the tavern entrance. From there, I clearly saw the crime. Present. Okay, I don't know if it would be either one would work or what. Lord Pierce, you said that you illuminated the scene from the tavern entrance, and you only took a single step into the building. Of course. I remember it very clearly. I stood only at the entrance. In that case, I'd like for you to take a look at the map of the tavern. Take a look at this map. That would place you right here, where the W is. Am I correct? Of course, I was. You do not know what you wish to achieve by having me repeat that fact. Well, I find it interesting that you eliminated the crime scene from all the way back there, considering that Conjure Light only illuminates an area within 15 feet. The spell's range is irrelevant. Already established that the victim would have been illuminated by Mage Blade. During his testimony, Lord Pierce clearly stated that he couldn't see what was happening. That's why he cast Conjure Light in the first place. However, Conjure Light doesn't work like a normal source of light. It only provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster and no further. If he had stayed at the entrance, the spell wouldn't have done anything to help illuminate the scene. What does this mean? Lord Pierce, did you illuminate the crime scene or not? Well, I can answer that question for you, Your Honor. Lord Pierce did illuminate the scene of the crime. He illuminated it because he was standing right where it happened. Mr. Cuthbert, are you trying to say that Lord Pierce was that close to where the murder occurred? How would that be possible? Well, there's only one way this scenario would make sense, Your Honor. And that would be if Garrick Pierce was the one who murdered Flintheart McCoy. Hold on for a moment, this is absurd. Could have easily used a different spell to illuminate the room. And which spell would that be, Pierce? The name escapes me. I'm not sure which one it was now that I think about it. You idiot. Maybe we can figure it out together. When you relinquish your spell companion to the court. What? This is clearly a clear violation of my privacy. Steelwind, why aren't you objecting to this? If you'd listened to my instructions, you wouldn't be in this situation. You've made your bed, now lie in it. Steelwind, you treacherous. I am on the wrong scene. Steelwind, you treacherous. That's enough. It appears the prosecution has no objections. With everything that has occurred, we must ask that Lord Pierce relinquish his spell compendium to the court. Contains the formulas for the following spells. Prestidigitation! First try! First try! That fucking word is never gonna escape me now, I swear to fucking Christ. Conjure light, conjure water, frost wave, and shape liquid. Oh, so he doesn't have the ability to do Mage Blade. We did it, Reddit. Prestidigitation. An evocation spell. Creates a simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. This effect will last for as long as they maintain concentration. Interesting. Acquio. Causes water to magically flow out of the caster's hand. Or will flow so long as the caster maintains concentration in the spell. That definitely can't be it. Anything caught within range is hit with a blast of extremely cold air. Liquids hit with it will be immediately frozen. Organic life will immediately enter stages of hypothermia. This one could be interesting. Bigagua. While concentrating on this spell, the caster can magically manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid and form it into complex shapes. At any time, the caster can choose to freeze the liquid and solidify its current shape. While frozen, the caster can also choose to make the liquid instantaneously melt. Transmutation. Job, Tyrion. We got his spell compendium. With that, this case is as good as yours. Or is it? She didn't even try to stop you from taking his spell compendium. She wouldn't let that happen just to spite Lord Pierce. She definitely still has something up her sleeve. Your Honor, I've looked at the spells in Lord Pierce's compendium. Conjure Light is the only spell that he can cast that would shed blue light. This renders his testimony and many of his statements false. Practically hear Lord Pierce grinding his teeth. Your Honor, Lord Pierce could very well be a suspect in the murder of Flintheart McCoy. The defense argues that this presents enough reasonable doubt to acquit the defendant. I acknowledge that Lord Pierce's actions are quite suspect. However, I will not pass a verdict just yet. There is much more we need to learn. That's not how it works. We proved that there is a reasonable doubt. That should be enough to acquit me, right? In a normal case, maybe. But it's different for this trial. The public won't accept an unsolved homicide involving magic. Unless we can unequivocally prove your innocence, the court will keep drawing out this case. But that's not fair. That's just how the system works. Our court system doesn't exist to exact justice. It exists so that the kingdom can save face. No. However, the court will be suspending the trial of Celeste McCoy until further notice. That is, until Lord Pierce can be investigated as a possible suspect.
Objection!
A possible suspect? The very idea of that is preposterous, Your Honor. You knew she was planning something. Let's revisit the basic facts of this case, shall we? Linhart McCoy was murdered using a blade with a transmutation spell active on it. Mr. Cuthbert, don't you tell me the spells that Lord Pierce knows. Alright. Prestidigitation, conjure light, conjure water, frostwave, and shape liquid. You've realized it too, haven't you? Lord Pierce doesn't know any transmutation spells that can be channeled through a solid object. But that can't be right. Ha! You're right. You're absolutely right, Lady Sealwind. Couldn't have possibly committed the murder. See, with that in mind, that would leave the defendant as the only possible killer. He was the only other mage there. He has to be the real murderer. He doesn't know any transmutation spells that can affect a solid object. He can't prove that he stabbed him while casting magic. Wait a minute. How did he do it then? She's right. How did he do it? If there are any traces of transmutation magic on the wound, then Flintheart was definitely stabbed by something magical. But none of this transmutation spells can affect the steel blade. Does that mean that he used something else? Defense did cast some doubt on this witness's testimony. Nevertheless, I must conclude that he could not have possibly committed the murder. With that in mind, please wait, Your Honor. Still can't conclude that Lord Pierce couldn't have committed the murder. What are you on about? Lady Steelwind said it herself. Commoner. I don't know any spells that can be channeled through a metal blade. He's right. Which can only mean one thing. You didn't use a metal blade, did you? He's scared. What nonsense is this? The autopsy report clearly states that the wound was created by a blade. He didn't channel magic through a magic blade. How could he possibly have committed the crime? Yes, your claim seems quite contrary to the facts thus far, Mr. Cuthbert. What spell did Lord Pierce use to commit the murder? You see, Your Honor, Garrick Pierce didn't kill the victim using a sword. He killed him using an object shaped exactly like a sword. I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Like for the court to take a look at Lord Pierce's spell compendium. Garrick Pierce knows a seemingly insignificant spell called Shape Liquid. With it, he can control a body of water and shape it into any complex shape he wants. Then he can freeze that liquid, maintaining its current shape, shaped like a sword. Is it possible that he... What do you have to say for yourself, Lord Pierce? What do I have to say? Pierce is breathing, becoming more frantic. He's clearly not used to being put in a corner like this. You can see his stress and frustration emanating through the eye of Horus. We have him now. Time for the finishing blow. Time for an argument! I'll tell you exactly what I have to say, you commoner. I'm not the one on trial here. We're here because that bastard child didn't know her place. She's just a peasant, yet she still learned the arcane arts. And look what happened. I saw the murder. I witnessed everything. That girl used her holy arts to murder her father in a fit of rage. Present something that disproves that he saw the murder and witnessed everything. But we know that he couldn't have. So, I don't know. And how, pray tell, did you see everything? If you recall, you testified that you only took a single step inside the inn, but you would have needed to be within 15 feet to see my client with conjure light. This again? You're going to keep treading on that detail, and I admit it, I stepped further into the inn. I kept that detail out of my testimony, all because I knew that you'd use it to cast suspicion on me. Lord Pierce. You didn't just keep that detail from your testimony, did you? You testified the opposite. That makes you guilty of committing perjury. I mean, you miserable wretch. Perjury by Garrick Pierce has been added to your notes. His lies haven't gone unnoticed. Interesting. And let's not stop here. For your story to be true, you would have needed to be within 15 feet of my client. According to your testimony, my client had just finished committing a murder. When she have noticed you. If you were that close, then you would have surely been close enough to apprehend her. So why didn't you? Don't you have a duty to your citizens? Shut up. Shut your dirty peasant mouth. That woman was armed. I had no reason to put my life in danger. She was wielding her sword after the murder. I was terrified when I saw her holding that bloody sword. My life was in danger. You mean the sword that's stuck in the person? That can't be right, can it, Lord Pierce? This photo of the crime scene shows that the sword was left in the victim's body. How could she still be wielding her sword if she left it there? Damn you. Steelwind, why aren't you saying anything? What? Prosecutor Steelwind has lost her usual air of confidence. You find it strange, though. Even when you had the advantage, she always maintained her usual poise. Lord Pierce, please pull yourself together. How can I remain calm when this charlatan is trying to frame me? This is a complete travesty of our justice system. I came here to reveal the truth and testify against that criminal. What do I get instead? Slander from some lowly defense attorney. We talk about justice, but you committed several acts of perjury to twist the outcome of this trial. You're clearly not acting in good faith. You don't care about justice, you want to further your agenda. So admit it, Pierce. You created a makeshift sword using shape liquid, and you used it to impale Flintheart. You shoved my client's sword into the wound while the remnants of the real murder weapon evaporated. It was perfect crime, wasn't it? Time for a freak out, Sprite. Lord Pierce, my apologies, Your Honor. It's just that I realized something absolutely hilarious. What? Has he finally lost his mind? The defense put forward an interesting theory. There's one problem with it. And what's that? I think you said it yourself. Shoved the sub-celeste sword into it. While the remnants of the real murder weapon evaporated. It's a perfect crime. Fit right into Code Geass. I need to watch Code Geass. See, it would have been a perfect crime, because any evidence to support that theory would have evaporated with that frozen blade. He's right. If he used an ice blade to kill Flintheart, it would have evaporated by now. And that means there would be nothing left of the murder weapon. You've spun quite the tale here today. In the end, you don't have a shred of evidence to support it, do you? You have nothing on me. Isn't there anything we can do? I'm quiet. Tyrion, why isn't he saying anything? Is it really hopeless? All it takes is one look at the expression on your face. Any worries she had instantly disappear. Because she realizes the expression on your face, the same expression you made every time you defeated her. What is this? You can glare at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you've lost. Despise people like you. Twist the system to serve your own ends. You trample on the lives of innocent people. But as long as I'm here, we'll never let that happen again.
Naught can remain concealed.
Empowered Eye. What did I just do? Your head feels like it's about to burst. The pain is unbearable and overwhelming. But at the same time, you feel an extreme sense of clarity. As if you can see more than you could before. It hasn't pushed me this far. Again, you see Pierce's thoughts through your Eye of Horus. This sensation feels different from how it usually is. More intense and potent this time. It's almost as if you can do more than just read his surface level thoughts. You've activated Empowered Eye. With it, you will be able to do more than see the witness's thoughts. You'll also be able to affect what they think about. Project items into Pierce's mind to evoke thoughts from him. You'll want to project items that make him think about the murder. Evoking the right thoughts will raise your insight. Once the insight gauge is filled, you have everything you need to implicate him. Interesting. Well, what if we project this shattered bottle into his brain? Why am I thinking of such a thing? That piece of evidence didn't evoke any useful thoughts from him. Maybe you'll see something if you project pieces of evidence related to the murder. But that one is related, but whatever. What an ornate sword. I wonder how a commoner like her attains such a thing. I wonder if the Inquisition will let me have it once the girl's convicted. I won't give you anything that you can use. You should try something else. For all the trouble I went to. Can't believe that lawyer figured out the spell I used. Well, no matter. It's not as if there's any evidence to prove that I used it. I'm lucky that old fool had that bottle of water with him. Water from a bottle? Wait, a bottle? Well then, as riveting as this has been, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Now wait a minute, Pierce. What is it now, you wretch? Say it as many times as you need to hear. There is no evidence of a liquefied weapon at the crime scene. You're right, Pierce. If you did use shape liquid on a body of water, the murder weapon would have evaporated entirely. It seems you've finally gotten that fact through your thick head. Bravo. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Pierce. What if you didn't use shape liquid on a body of water? What if there's another type of liquid? What are you going on about? Pierce, shape liquid doesn't just work on water. It works on all kinds of liquids. This shattered bottle containing the liquid that you cast your spell on, didn't it? You show him the picture of the shattered bottle of lotus juice. Bottle. Pierce, I found this shattered bottle on the ground near the victim's body. I wonder what caused it to shatter. Must have decided to use any liquid you could find. Luckily for you, the victim was holding a perfect quantity of liquid in his hands. I wonder, Lord Pierce, if we had someone analyze the broken pieces of this bottle, would we find traces of transmutation magic? You little... That still proves nothing. So what if there are traces of magic on the shattered bottle? You still don't have a murder weapon. Wasn't finished, Pierce. You see, the liquid contained in this bottle wasn't water, it was soda. So, what difference does that make? A blade of ice made out of water would have evaporated entirely. But a blade of ice made of soda would leave a puddle of dried residue. Can't be. I'd wondered why there was such a circular trace of magic under the body. If we checked the outline of that trace, I'd bet we'd find a dry puddle of soda residue. That would prove that you used your magic on that soda. There's your murder weapon, Pierce. And that's checkmate. Bailiff, tell Orem to analyze the crime scene at once. We must determine if this puddle of soda residue exists. The time window to find traces of magic is closing. So, we had our team search the crime scene for that soda puddle. Really can't believe it, but we found it. In fact, the outline of dried soda lines up exactly with the outline of trace of the trace of transmutation magic. We checked the broken bottle too. There were traces of transmutation magic on it as well. There's no doubt about it. Someone used magic on that soda. I see. Thank you, Orm. Please escort Lord Pierce back to the station. Where's my fucking phone? Someone's calling me. It's not someone I know. I have like a bunch of messages. I think I should probably look at this. Swipe down to decline. Let me fucking decline it so I can actually look at everything else. Ah, okay. I see. Alright. You have to say for yourself, Pierce. What do you think you've accomplished here today? You honestly think you can indict me? I'm an aristocrat from the highest echelons of our society. That fool of a man was an insurgent. He was a threat to society, and I did my civic duty by removing him.
Objection!
Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Steelwind? First-degree murder is punishable by execution, Lord Pierce. Oh shit. Suggest you remain silent, lest you incriminate yourself further. You can't be serious. Shut your insidious mouth. Well, what are you all waiting for? Take him away. Yes, take him away at once. Can't believe it, we actually won! Tyrion, that's all she can do to hold back her tears. You don't need to say anything, your face says it all. Thank you. You've more than exceeded my expectations today. Ms. Tamora, I'll be honest. When I realized that the murder weapon evaporated, I thought that the case was shot. Can't believe you were able to turn that around. It was just luck. If he had used water, we would have been done for. It had nothing to do with luck. You were able to deduce which liquid he used. And you did it just by looking at a few shards of broken glass. Your skills of deduction never cease to amaze me. Not exactly true. With Celeste there, can't tell her about your new ability. You all are quite lively. There's no need for such hostility, though I wouldn't expect any less from the Hound of the Eye Taker. What did she mean by that? You glance at Miss Tamora, but when she meets your gaze, she immediately looks away. It looks like she's focusing, almost as if to protect herself from a certain eye. Must admit, I was hoping to test my blade against her directly. However, your protege proved to be a worthy adversary. Thank you. This is some kind of game to you. Talk about trials as if there's some kind of competition. Your action almost condemned an innocent woman to death. The system operates by having two powers of opposition. When those powers are balanced, justice prevails. Make no mistake, your victory today was just our system working as intended. Working as intended? You know very well our system only exists to protect your people. I know. In any case, it looks like we'll be facing each other more frequently in the future. Look forward to doing battle with you again, Tyrion. What a strange girl. Well, that kind of killed the mood, didn't it? Not at all. I think we should celebrate. What did you have in mind? There's this amazing restaurant in the upper quarter of the capital city. They usually only serve nobles, but they let anyone in if they have enough gold. Do we have enough gold? Of course we do. Don't worry about the details. I'll handle everything. Just how much money does Miss Timona have? So began my journey into the world of law and magic. Our justice system is rotten to its core, and I'll have many trials ahead. Regardless, I'll keep fighting on and get justice for every one of my clients. This feeling, I knew it. His radiant soul is finally awakened. Can't believe it. I've been waiting for so long. Can't wait for the day when I can see his eyes draped in agony. Do I have to new game every time? Is it new game and then select the next case, I guess? Let me go. I'm not going anywhere until I see her. Sorry, Wallace, but she's already passed. There's nothing more they could have done. How? This academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. You telling me that they couldn't do anything? Her condition was much worse than we thought. The kingdom's magic isn't advanced enough to treat something like this. Lucio Steelwind can rain meteors from the sky. William Frege can teleport entire caravans across the continent. Are you telling me your mages couldn't cure one disease? I'm sorry, I truly am. Emily. I'm sorry, Celeste, but there's no way out of this. Celeste's attention is sharply focused on the chessboard between you two. You can see her eyes quickly dart from piece to piece. Just give me a second. I can still win this. Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender. She ignores you and continues staring at the pieces. There. What about that? Checkmate. Damn it. Would you two keep it down? We are in a library. Ms. Tamura glances at the chessboard. You didn't spend the entire morning playing around. I've been working hard, Ruby. I've already learned 2 new spell formulas since we got here. Well, at least there's that. What about you, Cuthbert? Well, your flustered stammering tells her exactly how much progress you've made. Couldn't find any books about the subject we've been looking into. Spent the entire day combing through the kingdom's imperial library, researching the Eye of Horus. During Celeste's trial, you awakened to a new ability that you'd never used before. Until then, you thought the Eye could only see surface-level thoughts. During that moment with Garrett Pierce, the Eye of Horus was empowered. You could see far more than usual. Told Ms. Tamura about what happened, and it made you both wonder what other hidden abilities the Eye might have. Both decided it's time to find out more about the Eye and its origins. This library supposedly held the kingdom's entire knowledge of magic and the arcane arts. You couldn't find a single mention of any ability like the Eye. So the kingdom seriously lacked knowledge about it. Do we need to look somewhere else? Are you sure you can't tell me what you're researching? Traded around the world, it might have something like it. You entertain the thought for a moment, but you haven't known her for very long. The Eye of Horus is a supernatural ability that can't be detected by a spell compendium. I've always been wary about what the kingdom might do to you if they ever found out about it. Sorry, it's not something I can really talk about. Fine. If I had to guess, I would say that they are looking into supernatural phenomena. You and Celeste nearly jump out of your chairs. Oh shit, it's her! Look over to where the voice came from. She appears to be a student at the academy. How long was she here? And you didn't notice her presence at all. You also feel like she looks oddly familiar. Terribly sorry if I startled you, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. As the girl approaches your table, you see another student frantically running after her. Eris, you can't just... I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine, Wallace. I'm sorry, but who are you two? Sorry, that was incredibly rude of me. My name is Eris Illmater. And this is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here. Not to be rude, but that was a private conversation. Just how did you hear it? How much did you hear? I wonder... Reading about the supernatural is actually a hobby of mine. Might be able to help you with your research, Mr. Cuthbert. Makes you so sure that is what we are researching. Mr. Cuthbert has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks. I assumed that his research had something to do with the supernatural. You'll pursing side glance from Miss Tamura. You avoid eye contact with her. But anyways, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Of course, I'd be able to help. Fine. I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Just remember to show some discretion, Tyrion. Right. Man, who the fuck is this chick? So you two are students at the Imperial Academy. Yes, I'm currently studying illusion magic. Illusions? That's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes, but few mages ever reach a level high enough for that. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that I'm not able to cast invisibility. It's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace? Wallace has his own unique field of study. Necromancy. Nice. Probably not your place to pry. Everyone is talking about you two. Really? Rare for the school to let any outsiders in. That makes sense. This library isn't exactly open to the public. You were only able to get access to it because Miss Tamura's connections. You only ever get occasional visits from the noble houses. So I was curious as to who was able to break this dull monotony. Well, I'm a mercenary, but now I work as Tyrion's bodyguard. Mercenary? After a trial, it turned out that Celeste was more than capable of affording your services. However, Miss Tamura still proposed a different arrangement. After indicting Garrick Pierce, you painted a large target on your back. With Celeste being a mercenary, Ms. Tamura decided to hire her as your bodyguard. She figured you would feel more comfortable around someone you were already friends with. Anyways, I'm a defense attorney. A defense attorney? My apologies, it's just not what I was expecting. What's that supposed to mean? Supernatural phenomena. I wonder why you would be researching such a thing. Yeah, I want to know too. Sorry, but I can't really say. Regardless, there are many spells in this world. So why are you so convinced that this phenomena wasn't produced by a spell? What we're looking into doesn't seem to follow the classic rules of magic. How so? Please tell me. It was created by someone who's not a mage. Oh, really? You're saying that this was something created by a person? The words came out of your mouth before you realized it. You sent a small apologetic look to Miss Tamura. That does remind me of a story. Story? Mr. Cuthbert, do you know about the legend about how the kingdom of Wyverngard was created? And the story about the ancient dragons. The ancient what? Does Wyverngard have a story about ancient dragons? Only about one ancient dragon, the Church of Bahamut, refers to him as the Scaled Lord. Bahamut mentioned! I'm sure you've even heard people mention him before. Legends say that the first mages were created centuries ago by him. At that time, our kingdom was caught in the middle of a brutal war. With no way to defend themselves, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Our people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Rathalion, the last Scaled Lord, appeared before them. Scaled Lord bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting on the front lines. With their magic, these heroes utterly overtook the kingdom's enemies and single-handedly won the war. It's said that these heroes went on to form the noble houses of today. What a load of nonsense. That story is nothing but religious propaganda to prop up the noble houses. Regardless, the significance of this legend is in the Scaled Lord himself. Hang on, let me reread this. So, they prayed to the dragons. They prayed to Bahamut. And then Rathalion appeared in front of them. Bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting the front line. Okay. Do you mean Rathalion? Rathalion bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals. And to this day, that power can only be passed down genetically. Can you think of an arcane spell that can produce something like that? No, I suppose not. Rathalion must have had powers that weren't bound by the rules of arcane arts. In other words, he could create supernatural phenomena without following the rules of magic. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? It's completely unrealistic. As unrealistic as a non-mage using supernatural powers? Here's a point. It's a far-fetched theory, but it's honestly the closest thing you have to a lead right now. Of course, it would be you lot making all this noise. Okay, damn. Kind of bad though. Suddenly, a woman who appears to be an instructor approaches you. She looks upon each of you with an equal amount of disdain. Professor Bellwether. That is Professor Bellwether to you. But didn't he just call you? I knew letting you ravel into our walls would lead to nothing but trouble. I was about to say, didn't he literally call her Professor Bellwether? You've even started associating with malcontents. The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, take it up with him. Hey lads, how? Hey Fuko. Seems you came in at the right time. There is a. I'm just gonna say it, man. Every character in this game so far is pretty good looking. I'm still going to say my favorite is the prosecuting attorney. This is our bodyguard. This is our mentor. This is the prosecuting attorney. There's this chick who appeared in our dreams in chapter 1, and now there's this chick too. It was also the mom of the first case, who was a tavern wench or something, basically. I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. Wallace? Yes? How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering? I too see goth women in my dreams. Nice. Yes, Professor Bellwether. Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. You look like a street urchin. I suppose it's unreasonable to expect anything more. As for you, I'll be on my way. Huh. What a bitch. Celeste! Oh, come on, we were all thinking it. Anyways, with that out of the way, shall we begin? Why do you keep detecting fear from Celeste? Wallace, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Yeah, this is the chick that we saw in our dreams. She was on some weird shit. Mind helping Celeste with her research? I don't know. Now that you mention it, could really use some help finding a specific spell formula. You know your way around here, right, Wallace? Okay. Don't worry, Miss Tamora. I'll be more careful from now on. Please do. Still have some business to take care of, so I'll leave you all to it. I mean, what about her? How do you feel about her? Professor or Ruby? Spend the next few hours searching through the library's books with Eris. You hadn't thought to look into the ancient dragons, and the library had books about them in abundance. There was one problem, though. There are a lot of myths and stories about the ancient dragons. It's pretty difficult to tell fact from fiction with these accounts. If we help, the Church of Bahamut is the dominant religion of our kingdom. We have the bones of dragons displayed in museums, but those bones are the only widely known evidence of the dragon's existence. Except for Rathalion, possibly. Wonder if he's still alive, like you said. Wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. It really? As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position in our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of King Oliver. Wow, I had no idea. Have I never heard of this before? To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church. Well, Rathalion couldn't possibly be any worse than the nobility. Ah. You're so stuck in your own thoughts that you accidentally bump into a bookshelf. The shelf begins to tip over and you're able to catch it before it fully falls over, but not before several books fall out from the shelves. The ground with a cacophony of thuds. Some students glance in your direction. Be quiet. Sorry. Be quiet. Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. Hey, are you okay? I heard a loud blow. Les stares at the pile of fallen books. What'd you do? Forget that. Just help me clean this up. There's no need for that. Construct. Construct, I require assistance. What the fuck? Acknowledged. What? Upon Eris's command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly springs to life and begins walking towards you. The voice coming out of it sounds human, but it lacks emotion. Why does it sound familiar? What did you do? What did you do that? What did you do that? Did you do that? Okay. Yes, this is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor that's animated using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks for the students. Carry out simple tasks when ordered to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. Ooh. These voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy headmaster. Every command given to a construct is stored in its command log. However, this command log must be cleared regularly. Okay. I didn't know things like that existed. They're still experimental, so they aren't available to the public yet. That being said, construct. Please place these books back where they belong. Acknowledged. On Eris's command, the construct begins quickly picking up the books. It moves with an inhuman efficiency. For only a few seconds, all of the books are back on their shelves. Wow, so they do whatever you tell them to? Well, there are some limits to. Construct. Tell me that I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen. Command rejected. What? So you're not allowed to lie. Feel a sharp pain in your side as Les quickly jabs you. Construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. Artificery can record audio. I've never seen anything like that. You just said that they're experimental, right? Maybe if I keep asking it, it'll just give up and do it. I would advise against that. Even if the commands are rejected, they're still stored in the construct's command log. Anyways, we should probably get back to work. Fine. You read more about ancient dragons. Most of those stories read more like fables than actual historical accounts. I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Suddenly, you hear a thunderous, low-pitched sound blare come across the room. It sounds like a high-pitched horn, but with its volume turned up to unnatural levels. Celeste, do you hear that? How can you not? What is that? You didn't touch anything. You weren't supposed to, right? Of course not. Finally stopped. Harris, wasn't that the lockdown system? Yes, I believe so. Lockdown system. The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building. State of emergency? Should we be worried? Don't worry. The lockdown is designed to keep everyone safe. We're safe as long as the barriers are up. But Miss Tamura, she said she was going to go do something on campus. I'm terribly sorry. Suddenly, you hear a disembodied voice echo through the library. Sounds like it's being projected magically. The headmaster, he's using the intercom system. Students and faculty, please remain calm. There's been a murder on the academy grounds. What? Please stay where you are and wait for law enforcement to arrive. Damn it, we have to get out of here. Afraid that's not possible. The lockdown system protects and locks each room. You can't leave this room until it's deactivated. We won't know until we try. Run to the entrance and begin frantically pulling on the door's handle. Try to put all your strength into prying it open, but it doesn't even budge. Tyrion, stop. But Miss Tamura, I know that you're worried about her, but there's already been a murder. We don't know where the attacker is, or if they're still armed. The best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait. Man, I wish they would have waited for a more like fitting moment for them to release this sprite. She's right. Damn it. Celeste's hand rests on her sword. Her eyes are carefully watching the entrance. We've been here for hours. She still hasn't stopped watching the door. Okay, if this game is anime enough. I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's what that probably means, but I don't know. I just wanted it to be like, I wanted it to have an impact, you know what I mean? She was also able to calm you down earlier. Easy to forget sometimes, but she's always reliable when it really counts. Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. Law enforcement has secured the building. Lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until... Headmaster is barely finished with his message, or you're out the door. Tyrion, hey, don't go off on your own. You desperately run through the academy halls. No. Ms. Tamura, where are you? I have no idea where you're even going anymore. And feel your fear and anxiety rise with every passing moment. Where is she? Cuthbert, what's wrong? Why are you shouting? Ms. Tamura, calm down, you're hyperventilating. Heard there was a murder and been looking all over for you. And you were worried about me? You hugged Ms. Tamura tightly as you're overcome with emotion. Usually not receptive to affection, but you don't care. You're just relieved that she's safe. Tyrion, there you are. You're crying. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you so much. You heard the announcement. Do you know what happened, Ruby? I do, but... See Ms. Tamura glance at Wallace for a brief moment. For now, I think we should head to the foyer. You arrive at the foyer and see the room swarmed with a legion of familiar knights. But the Inquisition? Don't tell me. The headmaster mentioned that there was a murder on campus. Someone used magic. Hey, you there. As you enter the foyer, Commander White notices you and begins marching in your direction. His attention isn't focused on you. Are you Wallace Nightgrave? Yes, but by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. Hey, what are you doing? You three? The hell are you doing here? You said he was under arrest. On what charges? This kid is charged with the murder of Catherine Bellwether. She's dead already! That's crazy! What? Wasn't that the professor you met in the library earlier? Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library for the entire morning. No way he could have murdered her. Move aside, Celeste. -1 goth. Fuck. The goth professor. Gone already. Ms. Tamara's right. Wallace is a suspect. We can't stop the Inquisition from arresting him. Don't worry, Wallace. We'll get to the bottom of what happened. Without a word, Wallace allows the Inquisition to drag him away. My apologies. I'm going to go and check on him. This is terrible. I just don't understand. Why would they suspect Wallace of all people? Not sure myself. Unlike most magical homicides, the school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a long list of suspects. Isn't there anything we can do? I'm going to go investigate what happened. Cuthbert. Yes? He hasn't accepted you as his attorney yet. You don't even know if you'll be working on this case. And I know that he's innocent. I just can't sit here and do nothing. Well, I clearly can't stop you. Please remember that being an attorney is your job, not charity work. Don't come crying to me if you run out of gold. Right. Anyways, I still have some business to take care of in this city. Will you two be okay handling this? Yes, we'll take care of this. Good. I'll leave everything to you then. Alright, let's go, Celeste. Right. It's been a few hours since Wallace was arrested. You and Celeste were with him during the lockdowns. The Inquisition had to take your statements. The more they questioned you, the more you could tell that they had doubts about your testimony. You'll need to do more if you want to establish an alibi for Wallace. That took longer than I expected. We've already lost a lot of time talking to the Inquisition. We should be free to roam around now. Where should we go first? Crime scene sounds like a good start. Still need to figure out what actually happened. Ruby said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B, in the west wing of the school. Seems like a good place to start. Hey, stop right there. Try to enter the classroom, you're stopped by one of the Inquisition Knights, the defense attorney for the accused. You have a right to investigate the crime scene. Yeah? From what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet. Right. Haven't been able to talk to Wallace about that yet. It's quite alright. Let them in. Lady Steelwind. I do not call me that. While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind. Yes, Prosecutor Steelwind. What's that smell? You enter the classroom, you find yourself inhaling a sour and rancid odor. The stench is so overwhelming that your eyes begin to tear up. Don't worry, you eventually get used to the smell. What are you even doing here, Steelwind? Here to coordinate the investigation. Around the crime scene, there isn't a single Inquisition Knight in the room. Isn't that the Inquisition's job? Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally. Since we've got you here, we ask you some questions about what happened. And I assume that you're planning to defend this case. It'd make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you? Right. However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well. Okay. What you possibly want to ask me? Ms. McCoy, my understanding that you were adopted. Would you happen to know who your birth parents are? Hey, isn't that too personal of a question? You agreed to answer my questions, didn't you? I didn't think you meant... It's fine, Tyrion. I'm fine with answering if it helps Wallace. I don't know who my birth parents are. Never tried looking for them. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell compendium only contained one spell. Considering your upbringing, how would you learn Mage Blade in the first place? I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade spell formula on it. But I know more than one spell now. Actually, just learned a few new spells today. Sorry, spells, as in plural? How long did it take you to learn these spells? A few hours, I think. You learned multiple spell formulas in a few hours? Was that just now? I see. Well, I think that's all I need to ask for now. Okay. She's sharing information about the investigation for that? Why is she so interested in Celeste all of a sudden? Can't take it anymore. That smell is driving me crazy. What is that? From what I understand, there was a bit of an accident a few days ago. It happened during one of the cases that the headmaster was teaching. Oh. He misread the instructions for an alchemy experiment, and as a result, he accidentally produced this rancid-smelling vapor. It's not poisonous, is it? Of course not. I wouldn't be standing here if it were. It's just extremely unpleasant to the senses. Weeks ago, the headmaster performed an alchemy experiment incorrectly. Rancid yet harmless vapor. Okay. Interesting. Do you know what happened here, Steelwind? Well, it all began when the City Watch received a call from the Academy. Supposedly, there was an attack on campus grounds and the entire building was put on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they waited for the system to deactivate. What? Couldn't the Academy have let them in once the scene was secure? Not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down manually. You'll have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more. Anyways, you two were also present during the lockdown, am I correct? Did either of you see anything suspicious? No, we actually met the professor that morning. He was still alive then. Let's see, that does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. Do you have any idea where she went after she left the library? Headmaster gave us an express permission to be here. Yeah, so this was her saying that she's gonna go to the headmaster to bitch about us being here. She said that she was going to meet with the headmaster. He also mentioned that when I questioned him. She attended the meeting as planned. Headmaster met with Bellwether. You'll probably want to speak with him next. She must have found her way into this classroom afterwards. You happen to have a map of the Academy? I do. I have extra copies if you'd like one. What is it? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to this lecture hall. I mean, it is the headmaster's office. Oh, there it is. But I wonder if she took any detours. Imperial Academy added. Cool. Do you know how the body was discovered? Two members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapsed inside the. Oh my god! Two members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapse inside the classroom. They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life. It was too late. The professor had already passed away by the time any healers arrived. Wait, so it's... Oh yeah, never mind. I was... Okay. Those two staff members, who were they? I believe their names were Valentina and Valerie Ianus. They're apparently sisters. Orem was the one who collected their statements. Did he notice anything off about their behavior? What he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Okay. Quirks. Told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? No idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their coworker murdered. Definitely want to speak with those staff members. Interesting. Discovered in this room by those two. According to them, they were being hyperactive during questioning. Weird. Already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He couldn't have committed the murder. Yeah, he has a perfect alibi. Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Ms. McCoy herself told us that. There was a small time period when she wasn't with him. Right. It was when I came back to check on you after you knocked over that shelf. I got a little lost on my way back to Wallace. But still, we only lost each other for a few minutes. That may be, but unless his alibi is airtight, the evidence in this room proves that it was him. What do you mean? It'll be easier to explain once you examine it yourself. It's gonna be necromancy magic. Tyrion, I almost forgot. Since this is our first official case together, I wanted to show you something that I learned. Okay, what is it?
Arcanum.
Awesome. What was that? That is the incantation for the detect magic spell. Detect magic. Wait, does that mean? Yep, we can see magical traces while we're examining crime scenes now. Neat. While examining a location, press the detect magic button to make magical traces visible. If there are any magical traces at your location, you'll see a colored overlay.
Arcanum.
The green one. There's a case of illusion magic next to the body. Meaning that the suspect donned an illusory disguise immediately after murdering the victim. Using his disguise, he discreetly made his way back to the library unnoticed. Assuming that Wallace isn't the murderer, the real killer must have used a similar disguise. Which means that no one would have seen them leave this classroom. It'll be hard to find any witnesses that saw the perpetrator. What? What's wrong? That's a trace of necromancy on the body. Necromancy? Isn't necromancy the type of magic that creates undead? She's not going to get up and... Wait, she's not just going to get up and walk away, right? We're honestly not sure. That's part of the reason why I've stationed myself here. What does that have to do with Wallace? Oh, you didn't know. Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. He's a what? We believe that he drained her life force completely using a necromancy spell. That's why there are no visible wounds. Here's the autopsy report. I will tell you everything that you need to know. Died at 2 p.m. Body shows no signs of cuts or bruising. Alchemist report has verified that death was not caused by poison or disease. Body shows traces of necromancy and illusion magic. Cause of death is not apparent, but very likely caused by necromancy magic. Interesting. But in the modern day, even the Inquisition doesn't commonly deal with necromancy. They're all on edge about what other spells he might have used. So I'm here to make sure that nothing unholy happens to the body. Can't believe it. You've heard stories of necromancers before. But why would Wallace be studying something like that? Even if Wallace is a necromancer, aren't there plenty of other mages who can cast necromancy spells? This is an academy for mages, after all. No, there are no laws against it, but the knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. No one in their right mind would dare teach necromancy beyond basic healing magic. Oh. Healing magic is necromancy? Interesting. Frankly, I'm surprised even one student at this school is allowed to learn it. I can see why. But because of this specific piece of evidence, we know that he's the murderer. It's still too convenient. That's the first time we've seen a thought from Steelwind. Normally, you can only see thoughts from people who are stressed or excited. You doubt that Ms. Steelwind is excited. So, is something causing her to be stressed? There's something you're not telling us, Steelwind. Something tells me that this case isn't as straightforward as you claim it is. Truly believe that, then why don't you prove it? The eye can't see any more thoughts from her. You must be subconsciously guarding her mind now. But she's clearly hiding something. Can't believe the professor is dead. We just saw her this morning. There's a chalk outline where the body was. Appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. Is that where the fatal wound was? There's a lot of blood in this puddle, but there's no trail leading to it. And there aren't any magical traces anywhere else in the room. Doubt the murderer used magic to clean it. Does that mean the murderer attacked her in this room? Maybe. It's hard to say for certain. So there's still there's blood under the body without a wound. There's a pool of blood where Catherine Bellwether's body was. The location implies that she bled from her abdominal area. That's interesting. This must be where the students sit during lectures. Can't imagine sitting in one place all day. Have you never attended a school before? No, I never had a proper school in Cornhaven. I mainly got my education from books that my parents bought from traveling merchants. How about you? I used to attend public school in my hometown. After Miss Tamora adopted me, she handled my education personally. Lecture hall has a window with the view. I feel like I'd just stare outside all day if I had to attend class here. You're not much of a student, are you? Just can't spend hours sitting in one place. Need to move around. It was pretty angsty when you were studying in the library earlier. How have you learned so many spells if you're so distractible? I don't know. I just learned the spell formula and cast stuff. Let's see. Is that not normal? Oh, they have books here too. They appear to be textbooks about alchemy. Aw, lame. That's everything. I don't think. Okay. Oh, we can actually move around now. Okay. Let's go to the headmaster's office. That seems to be important. You follow the map that Steelwind gave you, and you arrive at the headmaster's office. Oh, hello there. I was expecting guests today. Sorry for coming unannounced. You must be... My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. And judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Tamora. To what do I owe the pleasure? They must be here to investigate the murder. Wait, Darius? Thought you went to see Wallace. Unfortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They aren't allowing visitors. He must be so scared right now. Hope he's okay. Right, she had the same experience not too long ago. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. This is terrible. To think that one of my prize students would be accused of murder. We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Were you the one that triggered it? Yes, I activated it when I received a call from one of the staff. They reported that Professor Bellwether had been attacked. Okay. How does the lockdown system work? It's an artificial network that covers the entire academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using the stone. Headmaster pulls out a glowing stone from his desk. You can hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it. Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building, designed to contain and protect each room in the building. Could a powerful mage breach any of these barriers? Doubt it. Barriers can withstand a great amount of force. They even block mages from teleporting through them. Ooh, neat. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour. Oh, okay. What can you tell me about Wallace? Earlier, you said that he was one of your prize students. That made him sad. I just need to understand. Why did the prosecutors say that he was a necromancer? Technically, he is one. But why would he study something like that? Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been long tainted by stories of dark wizards raising armies of undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death, it also controls the forces of life. Forces of life? The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has. But that's why Wallace is studying it. He wants to become a doctor. Oh. But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out? For years, he's been studying necromancy beyond basic healing magic. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. Wallace doesn't hail from a noble house. He's a mage that was born among the common folk. Huh. He's like me. No, he's kinda not, actually. Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of undead, just like the necromancers of old. The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic. And why did you allow him to study it? After everything that has happened to him, I made an exception. Everything that's happened to him? I'm not at liberty to say more. You'll have to ask him if you wish to know more. If you plan on defending Wallace, you'll need his spell compendium. Am I correct? Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to acquitting them. You may find that a bit difficult. You see, after a certain incident, he destroyed his compendium. What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he need that to use magic? A spell compendium is a device mages use to keep track of what spells they can cast. It's really convenient for remembering formulas and incantations of your spells, but it's not actually required to use magic. I thought of destroying mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive. Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'd be more than happy to give it to you if it helps Wallace. Oh, thanks. Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic. Just make sure that you don't let another mage like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it. Interesting. If a mage keeps this on their person for 10 minutes, it will attune to their magic and display what spells they can cast. Oh, okay. What is up with... Hang on. Why don't I get to read what fucking said? Every time we're around her, this has happened, where some shit, like they start to say something and then it glitches. It's been around her every time. Wonderful. I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Wow, that's a whole mess of emotions. She's rather unpleasant to work with. Can you think of any enemies she might have had? You might as well list everyone who attended the school. Eris. It's best to be blunt with these sorts of things. As you saw this morning, she had a pretty abrasive attitude towards the students. Many people in the school did not care for her. Maybe she wasn't the nicest person. Would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her? She'd often target and harass students, especially those who were from the common folk. She even made a habit out of expelling those students for minor infractions. Wow, that's pretty fucked up. For commoners, magic can be our ticket out of poverty. Can't imagine how it'd feel to have that opportunity unfairly taken from you. She put so much pressure on those students. Some of them even left the academy out of their own volition. They couldn't handle her constant verbal abuse. Even then, would that really be enough motive to commit a murder? The human psyche is a fragile thing. Astounding what someone might do when pushed far enough. What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students, really. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants, received many complaints from them about her behavior. Sorry if this sounds rude, but why didn't you just fire her if she was such a big problem? She's used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the years. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever tried to remove her, they would probably support her over me. Interesting. Heard that you had a meeting scheduled with Prosecutor Bellwether this morning. What time was this, and when did the meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. You arrived on time, and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Anything seem off about her to you? No. She seemed to be her usual self. Fear. detect a trace of fear, or is it nervousness? You don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing professional affairs. More fear. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Did she respect your authority? We had many arguments about how I was managing the academy. And she was very vocal about her distaste for the common folk students. She was difficult to say the least. Huh. Nothing. Tell me about her. Did you know Eris is one of our top students in the study of illusion magic? Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate your praise. Why do you study illusion magic, Eris? Oh, no particular reason. I just happen to have an affinity for it. It's also quite enjoyable to use my magic to deceive people. You can't just say shit like that. Guess not. Okay. I don't know. I thought that might have been something of use. Alright, foyer? Or... Never mind. If she has anything really to say. I mean, I assume this is like hints, so... Fine. Classroom. Go to the kitchen, I guess. Hello, is anyone there? Be right there. Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now. She cute. Actually, we're here to investigate the murder. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff discovered the body. Oh, that would be me. I'm Valentina Iannis. How about the other person? Do you know where they are right now? Oh, that would be my sister, Valerie. But I think she's somewhere else on campus right now. If you're with those knights, we've already told them everything we know. Actually, we're investigating separately from them. Wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw. I'm going to have to remember those details again. To start, what can you tell us? Can you tell us what you and your how you tell us how you and your sister discovered the body? Right. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. We spotted the professor in a nearby classroom. She was lying on the floor and bleeding. Used an emergency communication device to call for help. While I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up. That would imply that Valerie thought that she could be resuscitated. Did she know if the professor was still alive or not? I'm not sure, but she wasn't responding at all. She wasn't breathing and didn't have a pulse. What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrave. He's a student here. He's that scary kid, right? The one that raises undead? They're just rumors. He would never do something like that. But he studies necromancy, right? Have you ever actually met him? No. But I've heard the rumors. He's always hanging around the cemetery. Or he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army. Can't be helped that people think of him this way. Can't help but be a little annoyed on his behalf. Can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Nice. Yeah, another set of complicated emotions. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. She was a horrible person. It was really terrible to all of us. By all of us, do you mean the academy staff? Yeah. She always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she'd make messes on purpose, just so she could order us to clean it up. This probably sounds terrible, but I'm sure a lot of people are glad that she's gone. Just hope we can still keep our jobs. Interesting. Now, why was she be worried about that? Did you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether? Yes, actually. He was actually planning to fire all of the staff. How does she have the right to do that? All of the staff? That can't be true, can it? The academy needs the staff to function. I'm not sure about the details, that's just what Jan told us. Who's Jan? He's one of the academy's custodians. You can probably find him cleaning the halls if you look around. Hallway, office, classroom, foyer. Nothing. Okay. You can go here. Look around the barracks dungeon cells, but you don't see Wallace anywhere. Shin's probably still questioning him. Come back later. Never mind. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to be like... Okay, hold up. About the hallway. Examine. Detect magic.
Arcanum.
Nothing. Examine.
Repario Arcanum.
God, that voice line is so fucking cheesy. Small table for guests. Is that wine? No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students, after all. I don't think... I think it's that. Plus, this room was close to the crime scene. You cast Detect Magic and scan for magical traces. Sure. Just say scan for magical traces. Oh, just get out of your way then. She just bolted out of the room. What was that about?
Repario Arcanum.
Nothing? Nothing. Okay. Large cooking station here. They must prepare meals in bulk here. Commonly used ingredients. I can't imagine any of this shit's useful. And you must use these to cook for the students. No shit. Full of some sort of drink. Wonder. It's probably not lotus juice, Celeste.
Repario Arcanum.
Dude, we're not finding anything. This is bullshit. Painting of some sort of musician. Text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Gosu, inventor of the Arcane engine. Work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He was well known for not discriminating between the common folk and nobility, judging his assistants based purely on their merit. He wasn't conducting research when the Imperial Academy. He was known to compose symphonies for the king in his free time. It's like he was a man of many talents. Interesting.
Repario Arcanum.
These are any... As a mage from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. You know Catherine Bellwether while you were here. Fortunately, I did. Constantly clashed with her over her treatment of the students. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated. It's like many people didn't get along with the professor. I would say more, but it doesn't feel right to speak ill of the dead. Okay. So is this empty still now? Interesting. What's interesting is we didn't find anything when we came here. detect magic. There's nobody here. Oh, she's here now. You spot Valentina again. She's speaking to someone in a blue-collar uniform. Could he be the custodian that she mentioned? Jan, where have you been? Oh, fixed the plumbing in the kitchen sinks. Someone just died. Can we take the day off for once? Causing trouble for me and Valentina. Please be reasonable. Wait, why is Valentina suddenly speaking in third person? Oh, hello? Valentina? Oh, my apologies. I can see why you're confused. You're not Valentina, I'm her sister Valerie. You're trying to trick us or something. Look exactly the same. We're reading about something like this before. We're identical twins, aren't you? We're genetically identical to each other. Yes, we are. This means that she was the one who discovered the body alongside Valentina. Since have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened? Terribly sorry, but I've already spent a lot of time looking for Jan here. Really behind on my work. Sure, he can answer your questions. Tired of getting phone calls. Some fucking bullshit. Before you have a chance to object, Valerie quickly walks away. Wait, you want me to go after her? Pretty sure I can catch up to her. No, we don't want to scare those two more than we already have. Anyways, Valeria and said that Jan was around when the murder happened. Maybe he saw something. Jan Hughes. Jan, was it? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about what happened? Really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now. So Jan, are you part of the staff here? Yep, I'm a janitor. Clean, and I do odd jobs here and there. Well, apparently that's all he has to say about that. Valerie mentioned that you were close to Lecture Hall 2B before they found the bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body? Cleaned the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase and there was shards and dirt everywhere. Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived? Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase? Yeah, I think she went into that room over there. You free from your burdens. Nice. Dan points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was in. We found out that homeboy in the first case fucking used, what was it called? Like shape liquid was the spell he used to shape the soda in the bottle into a sword to kill homeboy with. Now we have a racist or classist, not racist, classist professor who hates commoners was murdered. And points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was found in. Did you see anyone else enter the lecture hall? I'm honestly not sure. I was more worried about cleaning the mess she made. Well, did you notice anything off about her? She was in a pretty bad mood, but honestly that's pretty normal for her. She was walking real slow. Didn't notice her at first, and she basically shoved me out of the way. After that, she knocked over that vase. Didn't even say anything after that. She still yelled at me to be quiet. Did you see where she went after that? Not really, but the only thing in that direction is Lecture Hall 2B. Can't imagine her going anywhere else. So 30 minutes before the twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of the way. After that, she knocked over a vase, shattered it, and didn't say anything to her. She yelled at him to be quiet. After this interaction, she walked into Lecture Hall 2B. Could have went to the storage closet, I suppose. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Heard that she had a pretty bad relationship with the staff. So who's dead here? The dead person is this bitch, Bellwether. She does look kinda bad, but the problem is that she's fucking dead, and also a bitch. Derogatory. The suspect is this kid, because as you can see, his school is necromancy. And he is the only necromancer in the entire school. And there was necromancy spell traces around the body. She had a bad relationship with just about everyone. Students, the other teachers. Can't think of many people who actually did get along with her. Sure, you had your own share of bad experiences with her. Yeah, she'd always yell at me when I was taking too long to get a job done. Hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here without her. That's blunt, to say the least. But you can't exactly blame him for thinking that. Valentina mentioned something interesting. You tell her that Bellwether was going to fire the academy staff. Yeah, I remember that. What made you think that she was going to do something like that? You know those arcane constructs in the library? Bellwether was the one that ordered them. Oh yeah, they're so cool. Well, a few weeks ago I overheard a meeting she was having with the headmaster. What I heard, she was planning to order more constructs to entirely replace the staff. I'm sure the headmaster rejected her proposal. I don't know, from the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have a say in the matter. But only the headmaster would have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident? Dunno. All I know is that she hated having common folk in the schools, even among the staff. She was really miffed that he was hiring common folk from the community center. Man. This game really has some unsubtle messaging. Yeah, these are the constructs. They do things. Really hope we don't lose our jobs to those constructs. If there's any silver lining to Bellwether's death, it's that she can't carry out her plan. That's kind of heartless, man. I do want to catch the real murderer. I don't have much pity for people who abuse positions of power. Well, I can't blame you. I'm sure many people feel the same way. I don't really know. Maybe we can talk now. It's over. My life is over. Yeah, this is the kid who's accused. Wallace? Eep, where are you? What do you want? Wallace, it's Celeste and Tyrion. In the library, remember? Oh, right. What are you doing? Apparently, not well. Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep telling them that I didn't do it. They still won't let me go. Sorry, Wallace. They found traces of necromancy magic on the body. Because of that, they're going to push your case to trial. Going to execute me? This can't be happening. I can feel these walls closing in. Can't breathe. Please calm down. We know that you're innocent. But that said, will you let me represent you in court? Right, you said that you were a lawyer, but I don't really have any money to pay you with. Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted. Dude, it's just like Ace Attorney, man. No one getting paid for this shit. Do they seriously want to help? No, they want something from me, but it doesn't matter anyways. Not like I have anything else to lose. Not exactly the reaction you were expecting. At least he's cooperating. I don't understand. I was with you in the library the entire time. Why they still think I'm the murderer makes no sense unless you told the Inquisition, right? You tell them that I'm innocent, they frame me. We did, but as we said before, there are traces of necromancy on the body. With that state of the body, they believe that she was murdered with the necromancy spell. Apparently, that makes you their prime suspect. You've seen the start of Better Call Saul, you'd know that holds true even to IRL. Fuck. I don't really remember. I think I see that, but I don't really remember. Alright. Wallace, we heard about the type of magic you're studying. Don't worry, the headmaster explained it to us already. Just want to use necromancy to become a doctor, right? Understand that you have reservations about talking about your magic, but in order to build a case for you, I need your spell compendium. I don't have one. I know. Eris already told us about that. That's why she gave us a blank one for you to attune to. Do I have to? It's your life on the line, and we need all the information we can get to help you. Sorry, you're right. I'll attune to it. Okay, it contains the formulas for the following spells: Prestidigitation, Mend Wounds, Illusory Disguise, Revive, Animate Corpse, Necrotic Blight. Interesting. Already seen this one. Heals the wound, so this is also necromancy. Heals the wounds of the target over the casting time. Wounds on the target are magically healed without leaving any scars or bruises. This spell can't restore missing limbs, nor can it revive someone who is already dead. Okay. That's something. He has illusory disguise as well, so this is not good. Places an illusion on the target to completely change their visual appearance. Disguise moves with the target for the duration. Disguise can make the target look 1 foot larger or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible. Hang on, I need to read this. The disguise can make the target look 1 foot larger or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible, and elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Okay, interesting. Floods the target with life energy in an attempt to resuscitate them. It does not heal wounds sustained. Results may vary, but it cannot resuscitate someone who has been dead for more than a minute. Interesting. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration. The minion follows the caster's orders, but its intelligence is limited and cannot speak. Okay, so that helps. Cool. The minion can end the spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered by the caster. Once the spell is ended, the undead will return to being a dead body. Pulls all of the life energy from the target, resulting in instant death. This spell does not wound the target, nor does it leave any physical evidence, but it still leaves a magical trace. Okay, so that makes sense. There's a pool of blood underneath the body, so none of this would make sense except for the Mend Wounds one. Understand the reason why he's studying this type of magic, but the spells in this compendium are still pretty gruesome. A little terrifying that spells like this even exist. It was being difficult. A long time ago, I showed my compendium to someone I trusted. After she saw my necromancy spells, she told everyone in the academy. That's also when Professor Bellwether started coming after me. Sorry, that must have been hard for you. But at least you had Eris. Yeah, I did. How did you and Eris become friends anyways? There's a hint of fear from her. Are her fears related to Eris? It's a strange story. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off my lockers. Then they'd switch it with the one on another locker. I thought it was funny whenever the owner got angry with me. Eris had a bit of a reputation around our school. I'm not sure why, but everyone was scared of her, even the students from the nobility. It's probably due to some baseless rumors. One day, someone switched my nameplate with hers. I was so scared when she approached me, I couldn't even say anything. She didn't get angry like the others. She just apologized and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she randomly started talking to me whenever she saw me. We became friends after that. That's nice. It's a good thing he was able to find a friend in a place like that. I have to ask, if it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy? I want to use it to become a doctor. The headmaster told us the same thing. But you could have just stopped learning this. You could have just stopped after learning the healing spells. Why are you learning spells that can steal people's life force and raise undead? The life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. First Undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human using magic. Wow, I never knew that. Right now, basic necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but can't do anything for diseases or deformities. I can just keep studying. I know that I can create a new type of necromancy, one that can cure diseases and save lives. He specifically wants to cure diseases. Something happened to him to motivate him to that. I think I can already guess the answer to this question, but how was your relationship with Catherine Bellwether? Exactly what you'd expect. After word got out about what I was studying, Professor Bellwether would always target me. She'd start yelling at me for the smallest mistakes. She'd do that to some of the other students too. And she'd focus on the ones that were poor like me. That's terrible. I'd wake up each day, dreading the possibility that she'd notice me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stayed out of her way. Sometimes she'd just come looking for me. You believe that after everything she did, she's just gone. Must have mixed emotions about what happened. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about it. To be honest, I always wish she would just disappear. Now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more afraid. Feels like she's going to come back from the grave to haunt me. Even with Bellwether gone, his trauma will probably linger. I think I'm starting to put things together now. Figured something out. Yeah, just need to take some time to think through everything. The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless the evidence heavily implicated him. How does the evidence implicate Wallace? We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer. He's the only person at the academy that's capable of high-level necromancy. How does the evidence implicate him? Magical trace of necromancy was found on the body. This means that they think that Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that magic was used on the body. Right, because there aren't any wounds on it. The autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. Which spell do they think Wallace used? I know Prosecutor Steelwind, she probably already has a theory on which spell he might have used. Prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bellwether. This one. Probably say that he used Necrotic Blight. That makes sense. Necrotic Blight would have drained the life force from her body. Bloodstain under the body. Updated. This is strange because she wouldn't have been wounded by Necrotic Blight. That's cool that it just adds that. That's where the contradiction lies. Let's suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using Necrotic Blight. Something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. What is wrong with the crime scene? Wow, that's crazy. Fucking covered in blood. Necrotic Blight is a spell that doesn't inflict any visible wounds. Shouldn't have been any blood on the body. Then what really happened? That's the last piece. If I had to guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Valentina. She's definitely hiding something. You notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room. Yeah, she ran away. She even tried to be subtle about it. The way she reacted, I think she may have been trying to hide herself from your detect magic. It can only mean that there's a magical trace on her. I wonder what she's trying to hide. There's only one way to find out. Next time you see her, you subtly cast detect magic and scan her. Alright, it's been a while since we talked to her. Valerie also mentioned that they still had work to do today. Might be back in the Academy's kitchen now. These two are finally gone. I can finally get some cleaning done. Okay, there she is. Use detect magic to scan her from here. Right. Don't shout the incantation like you always do. I know that. Here he goes. What is it? There's a trace of magic on her. I knew it. Which school of magic is it? It's necromancy. A trace of necromancy on her. Huh. Interesting. What do we do now? We're still not sure how this fits in with everything. For now, let's talk to her and see if we can get more information out of her. If all else fails, we can confront her with the evidence we have. It's you two again? They're back. Okay, just relax. All I have to do is repeat what I told them last time. Wait, for her, that won't work this time. Ms. Giannis, did you know that there's a trace of necromancy on Bellwether's body? That he used to kill the professor, right? A necromancy spell. That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. Someone else cast a spell on the body. Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether? Calm down, there's no way they know. Her thoughts are an open book. If you beat her in an argument, her thoughts might show you what she's hiding. We've already gotten her psychological profile done. Okay, it's time to argue. She found the body alongside her sister and reacted strangely when you mentioned someone may have used magic on the body. What's she hiding? Ms. Giannis, from the very beginning, I felt like you've been hiding something from us. There's something you're not telling us about. What are you talking about? Conscious is clear. Told you the knights and everything I know. I've got nothing to hide. Stay calm. Okay. Valentine is more concerned with protecting herself than doing the right thing. She will continue to hide her secrets unless she thinks that doing so is dangerous for her. She sees Wallace as a villainous necromancer and will not feel pity for him. My conscience is clear. Use this against claims that contradict. My conscience is clear. I need to stay calm. And she's in fear. Ms. Giannis, it's clear to anyone how nervous you are. You can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. Just tell us the truth. It'll be a lot easier for the both of us. Say I were hiding something, which I'm not, by the way. I don't have to tell you anything. Why should I tell you anything? Know my rights. The client is innocent, and by withholding your testimony, you're condemning him to a wrongful conviction. She doesn't care. You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know that you're not the murderer. I'll make sure you're protected. Already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? Already given your statement. Who are you protecting, Ms. Giannis? A big game, but I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? You think I'm lying to protect someone? I don't know anyone who can use magic. I don't even know any mages. I definitely didn't see anyone use magic on the body. I don't know anyone who can use magic. Can't hide the truth from us, Ms. Giannis. What? You said that you've never seen a necromancy spell before. If that were true, then why is there a trace of necromancy on you? What? There's a trace of necromancy on me? Did she not know about the spell that was cast on her? No, that doesn't make sense. Know about the trace, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then. There must be an explanation for this. This is crazy. Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? Am I going to die? Am I going to become a zombie? It's strange. Is she really unaware that a spell was cast on her? Is she playing dumb? Why doesn't Valentina know that the spell was necromancy? She knows that someone used magic on her. She doesn't know that the spell was necromancy. Spell cast on Valentina. Healed. Calm down, Ms. Giannis. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the school of necromancy. Healing spells? It's from that time she healed that cut. She? It implies she knows a mage who studies healing magic. Could that person be a student here? Sorry, I just remembered there's something else I have to do. I'll be right back. Hey, come back here. She ran away again. I can catch her. There's no way she can outrun me. No, the Inquisition is still stationed around the surrounding areas. They'd probably intervene if we started harassing one of the witnesses. That's true. But we weren't able to learn anything. Actually, I did learn one thing. She has a friend who cast a healing spell on her. Really? How'd you figure that out? Good detective reasoning. Wow. Healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right? I guess that explains the trace on her. Good thing we know Wallace. Otherwise, we might have also thought that a necromancer was trying to kill her. Wait a minute. That's it. What? Did you figure something out? This whole time, we've been wondering why there's a trace of necromancy on the body. It isn't because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell. Because someone used necromancy in an attempt to heal her. See, it doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. Spells from the same school of magic leave the same type of trace. Not just that, the body clearly has blood on it. What would happen if someone used a healing spell on a wounded body? Close all of the body's wounds. In other words, it would remove any cuts or bruises. Well, interrogating Valentina may have been a dead end, but it still gave us what we needed to win the case. Not so sure that was a dead end. What do you mean? Not that suspicious that she asked someone to heal her if she injured herself. But if it's only that, why would she go to so much trouble to hide it? It's too coincidental. The wounds on the body were healed by an unknown person. The person who found the body is hiding the identity of a healer. They have to be the same person. Makes sense. So what do we do now? Valentina is definitely onto us. Doubt we'll get a third chance to speak with her. Hopefully, what we have now is enough to acquit Wallace. Done everything you can. Use what you've learned to poke holes in the prosecution's case. If that doesn't work, you can drag Valentina onto the witness stand and pull the truth out of her. You just hope that what she's hiding is enough to acquit Wallace. Spoiled noble. I'm a man to know why you're still holding onto my rapier. It's a precious family heirloom, and I want it back. It's evidence in the current case. Evidence the professor was killed with necromancy. Was she, though? Why are you asking me? You're the one who's investigating this. I suppose it doesn't matter. Just know that I will bring her murderer to justice, no matter who it may be. It's time for the trial. Just take deep breaths and relax. Ugh. Becoming hungry. Celeste! Don't sneak up on me like that. Why are you so nervous? It's not as if this is the first time defending someone. Can't help it. There's something about this building that just fills me with anxiety. It's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. I'd say that you could calm down for Wallace's sake, but there's so many people here. They're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Dog. Gross. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. See, you can be confident when you want to be. It's strange. Something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. Like he just absorbs the tension out of you and into himself. Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? The gavel slam. Yes. Defendant is a student at the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy. Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me that the defendant is a necromancer? Believe it. A necromancer in this day and age? How could the kingdom let this happen? Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they should review my client objectively. Of course, one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges. Indeed, the crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds. Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, the alchemist's report shows no signs of poison or disease. Therefore, one can only conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. As many of you know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown. Yeah, I mean, that's no different from fucking Ace Attorney 2, though. But also, I mean, come on, man. If we've got magic and shit involved, then why not, you know? Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. To be fair, like, in real life, isn't the time constraint mostly just because of all the fucking judiciary system requiring shitloads of paperwork and processing? As such, the defendant was the only mage in the building capable of committing the murder. It's backlog. Well, I guess that's kind of what I meant with the processing. But I guess, yeah, it's the backlog. But, it seems like there's not, like, a backlog in this place. I mean, even the investigator was like, yeah, we don't get these kinds of things that often. To be fair, though, they, again, I think this is like a magic thing, you know? Because they also said, like, we have the ability to make teleportation things to go from the scene of the crime straight to the courtroom, basically. And shit like that, so I guess it makes sense in lore. It is just funny, though, yeah. I see, that is certainly compelling evidence. To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Yeah. Started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked, and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. We finally got into the building. The prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded that it could only be Necromancer that did it. Necromancer Kid that did it. Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected. You've already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case. All you have to do is find that hole in the commander's testimony. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, got a call. Someone was attacked. The whole building was put on lockdown. Perimeter around the area. Waited for the lockdown to deactivate. Got into the building. The prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy. No cuts or bruises on the body either. The body was clean. Do I simply present this? Commander White, it appears that you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene. Yeah, and what's that? During your testimony, you said the entire body was clean. You'll admit that there weren't any wounds on the body. However, the body was certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. Blood came from the victim's body. It is definitely not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I fail to see significance in this. I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They're accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight spell, which does not have which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Fact still stands, there were no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements to this case. Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a bloodstain on the body? You have an explanation for that, Ms. Steelwind. No, I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. While I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant. Which spell would leave a trace of necromancy? The victim wasn't killed with necromancy. Why was there a trace of it on the body? Glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. Mend wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that a healing spell? That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend wounds is in fact a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. Now I'd like the court to consider the following. What would happen if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using mend wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. See. Do you honestly think I'm that incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted. The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using mend wounds. The healers that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her. Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it? Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could have easily carried out the described scenario. Could have cast mend wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation. At the end of the day, the burden of proof is on you. If you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. Whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her. Your Honor, I will admit that I don't have any evidence to support my theory. However, I do believe that we can bring it to light. There may have been two people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Iannis, the sisters who discovered the body. This is nonsense. We've already questioned those two witnesses extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony. If that's true, you have nothing to lose by hearing the testimonies. Very well. You're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony. Seems the prosecution has no objections. However, if this line of questioning leads nowhere, I will see no reason to further prolong this trial. You understand, Mr. Cuthbert? Of course, Your Honor. That guy from before. Hey, you know what? I mean, it's at least he's honest. But true. Is he the necromancer's lawyer? He's got on the stand and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favor. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right, it's just that guy over there. He Mr. Cuthbert. This man harass you, witness. Wait a minute. Yeah. He, like, super harassed me. How shameful. To expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally. Oh, shut up. Anyways, please state your name and occupation for the court, Ms. Giannis. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is something we talked about during Ace Attorney too, right? Where like a lot of the times in IRL court, most of this shit would not pop up. It all comes down to the only thing a defense attorney needs to do is cast doubt on a situation. You don't need to prove anything. You need to say this proof doesn't work or this doesn't prove anything, and that's it. Anyways, please state your name and occupation for the court, Ms. Giannis. Just calm down, he can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Giannis. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wyvern Garden Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Rest assured, Ms. Giannis. That reasonable doubt isn't enough for in magic cases or whatever. Yeah, because it's the same. It's like the same shit. Is the game is like obviously heavily based off of Ace Attorney, and Ace Attorney works the same way. Yeah, it's what Nikki's talking about. In this courtroom, you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment. Now please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. Looked over to see what it was. That's when we saw Ms. Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. It was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she'd already lost too much blood. That's right, they let 3% of criminals get away. Disgusting. Those illegals or whatever. If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back. She definitely saw more than she's letting on. Actually, I kind of don't think so. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. I mean, I think she's letting something... I think she's saying something that seems very... needs to be described a little more. My sister tried her best to help her. Try to help her? Ms. Giannis, how exactly did your sister try to help Ms. Bellwether? She slipped up. My sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding. I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony? But way more when you count all the murders they look at for a day and go, ah, too much work. They must have gotten lost in the mountains. What the fuck? Holy shit. Dude, Japan's great. So there's traces of next man. Okay, no signs of cuts or. Do we just do this?
Objection!
Sure. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Are you looking at me like that? I can elaborate, Ms. Giannis. Weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you? No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there. Well, I suppose I should consider myself lucky. You see, Ms. Giannis, one key element of the case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it. Yeah, so? So please explain to the court, Ms. Giannis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body? Screwed up. I saw that wound on her. What happened? It's clearly something amiss here. I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? If someone lies, they stay as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure she saw a wound on her. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure that she saw a wound on Bellwether. She also mentioned that Valerie was the one that tried to save the professor. She didn't try to save Bellwether with first aid, she used magic instead. Her sister could be the mage that you're looking for. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Giannis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds. She didn't use first aid, she used magic. No, he found us out?
Objection!
Sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. Your theory is completely flawed. How so, Ms. Steelwind? Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages. What? Wait, how can you be so sure? During the investigation, we had both Giannis sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses. And that means that's correct. Neither of the Giannis sisters could attune to a compendium. That's right, the Inquisition checked us both. She's happy and fearful. That was close. Neither of us are mages. Damn it. Were you wrong about Valerie being a mage then? No, that can't be right. Your thoughts said he found us out. That means you were on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for. Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid attuning to it? No, it just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid attuning to a compendium with them watching you. Right, Commander White may be negligent at times, but even he isn't that careless. Now if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all of your options. I'm still not done cross-examining this witness. You possibly hope to glean from her testimony. Valentina should be stressed out enough to see more of her thoughts, but you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. It's one key element to her testimony the court is overlooking. A right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination. You have to hide the fact that you're... Yeah. It doesn't really say that there's any reason we have to, but our mentor, yeah, we like read her mind, I guess? Or no. The very first thing we do is we meet this merchant guy when we pull up into the town. And the merchant guy's thoughts are like, oh man, we could fleece these people for money when I try to sell them something to drink. And you basically get into an argument with him proving that the juice that he's trying to sell you is not organic because you can see his thoughts. And your mentor's like, you may have gotten away with it here, but you should really try to hide it next time, or whatever. So I think the idea is like, this is a rare thing. It's like the Eye of Horus, and we're supposed to like, it's supposed to be a secret, I guess. I don't really know specifics of why we have to hide it, aside from probably like, it's just hearsay. I don't know. Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time. I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. It will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination. That was close. But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict. Of course, Your Honor. Alright, it's all or nothing. Can't find anything by reading her mind. This whole case is finished. Witness, please give your testimony once more. Damn it, how long does he plan to keep me up here? Like I said, my sister and I saw Ms. Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. Definitely surprised when I saw her like that. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. Can't go back on that now, I just need to play dumb. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Valerie, too kind-hearted for your own good. Neither of us is a mage. Both of us held that book the knights gave us. I was caught off guard when they asked us. They almost found us out. Commander was watching us the whole time. He can confirm it. Good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked. Yeah, I kind of figured this would have to play in. What are we gonna do? They have pretty hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage. Valerie is the mage we're looking for. I'm sure of it. Just not sure why they felt the need to lie in the Inquisition. More importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition? Interpret.
Objection!
Ms. Giannis, your thoughts betray you. Oh, never mind. I guess we can just fucking say it. What? You found the thought. Must have done something, but what? It must have happened when Commander White was interrogating them. Collected their statements. Did he notice anything off about their behavior? Nothing too suspicious. Oh, they were running around. Running and spinning around him during questioning. No idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their coworker murdered. The thoughts also said it's a good thing that we're twins. How did the twins trick the Inquisition? Means that their so-called trick wouldn't have worked if they weren't twins. Sure. First, they switched places. Valentina attuned to the first spell compendium, then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. Commander White couldn't tell a difference between them. Ms. Giannis, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Am I correct? Yeah. That knight watched us do it. And how did he have you do this? You both attuned to those compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after another? No way. Does he know what we did? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Mr. Cuthbert. Yes, I agree. Spell compendiums would work regardless of what order they went in. You not be aware of this, Your Honor. But Valentina and Valerie Giannis are identical twins, which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. Commander White didn't have them attune at the same time, but would stop the twins from switching places with each other.
Objection!
This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. Orm wouldn't fail at such a basic task. Really, Prosecutor Steelwind, do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this? That's fucked up, man. Wait a minute. This is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. My sister and I are not mages. Then prove it, Miss Giannis. Bring in your sister and we'll have you attuned to 2 spell compendiums at the same time. No, wait. He just said it. That's what I'm saying. He just fucking called him out on it. Order in the court. Clear that we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie Eonis to the stand and bring 2 unattuned spell companions. I had to drink more than usual today. They have both had their hands on those compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people. Moment of truth. Only hope that your theory is correct. Seriously. What is it, Prosecutor Sealwind? What do you see? What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future. It appears the defense was correct. Valentina Eonis isn't a mage, but Valerie Eonis is. What's more, Valerie Eonis' compendium contains the Mend Wounds spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. I should allow you to explain what exactly? You're an unregistered mage, and you and your sister have made fools out of us with your perjury. How would you know what it's like, Lady Sealwind? What? You think we didn't notice your name? Not like us, you don't have to hide. Whatever. This whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause so much trouble. And I won't let someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. Please let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day. Very well. Understand that there will be repercussions for your actions, witness. Yes, I know. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer, and I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. It was the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. There's a hole in her stomach. Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. See, well, words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit. But he has no choice. The case against Volus is predicated on Bellwether being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. Very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With these new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave not—
Objection!
I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony. And what would that be, Miss Steelwind? Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Valentina. Communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding. Yeah. What's the problem? Communication device that Valentina Eonis used logs the time of day during each use. From this log, we know that Valentina used this device at 3:04. Okay, this was an hour after the time of death. Where are you going with this? Mr. Cuthbert. There was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found, Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. Cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over her face. There were shards and dirt everywhere. Probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. 20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert? Wait, that can't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found. So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, how could one make a body move and walk around? You can't mean. There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used necromancy to animate her corpse. Undead? Created within the Imperial Academy? How reprehensible. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach when the two twins found her. She and Hughes would have noticed that. Animate corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere. Oh, interesting. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. Could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead bellwether's wounds. But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim. If that were true, how would they move the body to the classroom? Ms. Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere, with the Inquisition happening nowhere. Regrettably, we do not. And the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. Can't convict my client without more evidence. I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. It will give law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Hey, are you feeling okay? Body is seen moving around an hour after death. Clearly wasn't bellwether, or at the very least, she wasn't alive when this happened. So what was it? Tyrion. There's illusion magic involved. There has to be. But which spell was it? Could it have been illusory disguise? Tyrion. What? I've been quiet since the trial ended. You're making me worried. Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelwind said. I mean, about her theory. It's a little creepy when you think about it. You really think someone turned the professor into an undead? I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. It's kind of funny that anyone could just use illusion magic to make themselves look like another. Would you ever find out the real culprit? Dude, fucking, I don't know. That was kind of the reason why when I saw this game, like, how do you do a fucking... How do you do an Ace Attorney game with magic? But it's interesting how they kind of handle, like, magic stuff being tracked. You have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic. Then, how was she walking around? Don't know. Doesn't make any sense. It's a given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount the use of high-level necromancy. No matter what, someone used an illusion. There aren't spells that can create freestanding illusions. But aren't there spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises? I honestly don't know. Need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Wait, didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible. Is that really a good idea? What do you mean? What if she's the one who created the illusion? You're detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you scared of Eris? What? No. Saw it this morning too. I always get really scared when she's around. Thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real, but for years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you'll build up an instinct to sense danger. You kind of have to if you want to stay alive. Sorry, I never knew. Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life, but when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures come even close. I get this feeling like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's close by. Really, she doesn't seem that dangerous. I know. I think maybe I'm anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge people by their appearance. Sorry, forget I said anything. Think we should talk to her, then we should do that. Not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable, and if Eris is making her scared, that must mean something. If Eris really is that dangerous, then that's all the more reason to talk to her. Aside from that, There's also something else that the prosecutor said. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether. Okay. There's a second one. That means there was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around. Right. Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness. So talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. Do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness was? At this point, we won't lose anything by trying. In any case, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. So, where should you start first? Oh shit, there's a cemetery! Tyrion, what are we doing here? Not sure. For some reason you felt drawn to this place. Is that Eris? Celeste points into the cemetery. There, you see Eris standing in front of a gravestone. She's placing flowers on it and appears to be chanting a short prayer. Well, we found her. Probably talk to her later. It'd be rude to disturb her now. As you're about to leave, Eris suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can see her beckoning you over. Hello there. Were you two looking for me? Sorry, we were looking for you. You understand if you'd rather talk later. No, I was just finishing up here. You have something you wanted to talk to me about. Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. Oh? That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable. Thank you. Were you in the gallery? I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theater, but I see now that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch. Entertaining? Yeah, I know what you mean. You see the odds are stacked against him. But then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and steers the trial in his favor. Never really thought of it like that. But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions. Not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself. But is that true? What is this face? Fuck, I wasn't... Ugh, I hate that the fucking text changes. And I can't look at it. To find that... I was too busy looking at her face to see what the fucking text said. Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion? Can't really put it that way. Far too modest. Save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be a knight in shiny armor. Earlier, you said you were studying illusion magic. I am. Do you want to ask me about the prosecution's theory? Yes, actually. How did you know? It was easy to guess after seeing you in the courthouse. Anyways, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steelwind said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that. What if someone created a freestanding illusion? Freestanding illusion? Yeah, we know that Wallace didn't animate and disguise the professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around. Something like that. One would probably use major illusion. Creates a three-dimensional illusion. The illusion can take the form of any object or creature that can be contained in a 10-foot cube. Okay. While concentrating, the caster can animate and move the image to a different location within range. It's purely visual and can't be physically touched. Okay, makes sense. What is it? I don't think major illusion is what we're looking for. You remember what Jan said? He's saying that she knocked something over and then yelled at him. Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion. She couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass. See, how perceptive of you. Aren't there any illusion spells that do have mass? No. Illusions can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. There isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. The text changed that called you James, other than that it was the same. I see. Good to know. Thanks. I wonder why it would call me that. Means that someone disguised something to make it look like bellwether. Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't. Calm down, I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse. Anyways, this does tell us one important thing. What's that? The bellwether that Jan saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion, it was someone, or something, disguised as bellwether. Okay. So... bellwether witnessed by Jan Hughes must have been disguised with an illusion. In addition to that, whoever he saw that day, it was physically there. Right. Makes sense. It's quite a shame, isn't it? Eris looks pensively at the gravestone. The name on the stone says Emily Grant. Her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have only been 12 years old when she died. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew? Not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the Academy as part of a program run by Headmaster Redmond. At the time, the headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit these mages to the Academy without having to pay tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages. That must have been an amazing opportunity for them. The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans, and they obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the Academy would be obligated to give her medical treatment. The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. You were mistaken, I'm afraid. Sure, you know this by now. Healing spells can only treat wounds, can't cure illnesses. Emily's condition only got worse over the years, and eventually she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives. That's why he decided to learn it himself. Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy. Wallace taught himself the spells that he knows today. That's why. It's supposed to stay a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out. God, that fucking face is wicked. I wish you could be that cool too. Okay, whatever. Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert. Steelwind, what are you doing here? After what happened at the trial yesterday, so it would be best to start my investigation here. Right, Wallace was in the library for the entire morning. It makes sense that she'd start her search here. Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Illmater anywhere? My understanding that you're both acquainted with each other. Eris, what do you want with her? Not for anything serious, mind you. So that oaf of a commander lost her spell compendium. Now we need her to produce another one for our records. If you see her, please let her know that we'd like to speak to her. I saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now. Once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes. Anyways, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions about the case. Very well, I suppose I need to honor our deal from earlier. You had any luck finding the scene of the crime? Fortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. But none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of a struggle. Are you so sure that a struggle happened? Mainly basing that off the Iana sisters' testimonies. Valerie, in particular, knows that the bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, the body's wounds were mended, so we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used. During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is? Sorry, but I can't tell you that. Caught a little off guard. I'm pretty transparent with your investigation so far. What's changed? I have no obligation to justify myself to you, nor do I have an obligation to help the opposition. Do we have a deal? Any information doesn't exactly seem fair to us. I believe I've given you plenty of information already, so regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. Her family is dangerous. Oh, okay, I see. The Eye of Horus catches a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous, what does that mean? Is there something about this witness's family that you're worried about? This could be a feint. Sorry, but you'll have to try harder than that if you want to bluff with me. She referred to the witness as her. Furthermore, she said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like she's not willing to share more at the moment. Maybe you should try looking somewhere else. Spend some time wandering through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room. From what I understand, Ms. Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer, orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out till this case is over and done with. Commander White? And the headmaster, too. Hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure. Looks like Commander White is standing guard in front of this locker room. Doesn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he here on Steelwind's orders? I might be able to tell you who this secret witness is. What was the headmaster talking to you about? Supposedly, he has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. Problem is, Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Yeah, he's literally demoted to guard duty. Except for her and you two, apparently. She won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope, but things rarely are when she's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? With the exception of you and Celeste McCoy, Prosecutor Steelwind isn't allowing anyone inside the areas of the Academy. Key areas of the Academy. Not even the Knights. She appears to be conducting the investigation single-handedly. I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strangely lately. She's been real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell what's going on through her head. You mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case? No, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides. What? Wouldn't it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that? I don't know why. She's convinced that these cases have magic involved. But we scanned each and every one of those crime scenes, nothing turned up. I got to say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her. How do you say that? Those homicides, I haven't ever seen anything like them. Probably some of the most screwed up cases I've ever handled. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. And you know what the spouse does? She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around where she worked. The barkeep told the City Watch all about what was happening. No matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day, the barkeep arrived home. But little did she know the spouse was waiting there for her. Poor lady never had a chance. And to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks him a big roast, using the barkeep's remains. Oh my god. Bro. Wow, that story is pretty, I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds. These homicides were some kind of sick test run. Magic that can control people's minds. Wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense? Mage Blight. When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only makes it worse. I've seen my fair share of Mage Blight. I keep on wanting to say Rage Blight. Mage Blight cases. This isn't like that. Not all of the perps were mages, and the ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me, I didn't have a choice." Didn't have a choice? What could that mean? I know it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility. I wonder if you can mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is. During the trial, Miss Steelwind mentioned that someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. We've seen them around lately. We wanted to speak with them. Ah, nice try, kid. Well, it was worth a try. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't. She's even hiding it from the Inquisition, Commander? Why is she being so secretive? Looks like the Commander doesn't know who this secret witness is either. This isn't getting us anywhere. Steelwind's behavior is strange, though. Perhaps you could try analyzing her behavior. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you. Steelwind's behavior has been strange this time around. She's hiding elements of the case, even from the Commander. Anyone can tell that she doesn't have much faith in him. I'm standing right here. Damn. This is the first time I've seen her hide key details of a case from him. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? There has to be a reason why she's being so secretive. Paranoia. It's just paranoia. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. Because she doesn't trust them. Hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us. There is one exception. Who has Steelwind trusted for this case? There are individuals who she's trusted more than the Inquisitioner in this case. Let us investigate the crime scenes without any restrictions. Never really thought about that. She trusts us that much. I don't think personal trust is a reason. Why does she trust us this time? Usually interact with her. She's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of the cases that we weren't even involved in. Just be this. Key difference between us and the Inquisition. We don't answer to anyone. Okay. Oh. No? There. Steelwind doesn't know much about us. She does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption. You indicted a noble during the last case. Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Some shit around. Well, I can't argue with you there. What can you infer about the secret witness? Using my insight, I could tell that she's worried about the witness's family. She's worried about the corruption of nobility. That can only mean one thing. Witness is a noble. Just leaving it right there. That's cool. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she's so wary of interference. We're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Why is she hiding the witness identity from us? Calls seeing a thought through the eye. So regardless of what I said, the answer is still no. Her family is dear. Because the family's dangerous. Right. Okay, I've moved things around and saw what I needed to see. I was trying to tell if, like, when I'm reading, like, are my eyes, like, closing? And they aren't quite, but I don't know. I don't like how I'm spending most of the time reading and my eyes are going to be looking like this. But there's not a ton I can do about that, realistically. I can do this. There. See how that works out. She's worried about our safety. Guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Timura. Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the nobility's bad side. Sure, the Pierce family still has it out for us. It can only mean that the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. The prosecutor is wary of them. That could even be as powerful as the Steelwinds. Don't tell me you think we're dealing with one of the Four Pillars. Four Pillars? The name of people who... It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. Jesus. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I recall correctly, the 4 pillars are House Freyga, House Von Sanctus, House Civil, and House Steelwind. Steelwind is a part of one of them? Yeah, which makes it so much weirder that she's serving as a prosecutor. What is it? Steelwind's weird behavior all started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene, she left to follow a lead. An hour later, she came back to the lecture hall and booted everyone out. Behavior changed after after investigating this room? That means that she found something here. That something must point to a family from the 4 pillars. Commander looks a bit anxious. You know Steelwind's orders I say I can't snoop around here. But you two, on the other hand, don't worry, just leave it to us. I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at. There's an arcane construct in the back here. Probably here to aid the students. Anyways, I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. It's so not relevant to the investigation that we made sure to bring it up. Construct. Added to notes. Use the legend the commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. Let us check out Jaden Von Sanctus. Inside, you find several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion. Nothing but lotion in here. Wonder why a student would need this much lotion. You take one of the bottles and inspect it more closely. Tyrion, don't touch those with your hands. Kind of sanitizing liquid. It's a little strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. Here's the legend the commander gave you. Let's go to the other one. Warren Sybil's locker. Inside, you find some textbooks and a neatly stacked deck of tarot cards. Like those cards that fortune tellers use. Or if the student studies divination magic. Anyways, this is related to the case. Oh, okay. Oh, there's also Frege. Inside, you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. Interesting. You open the notebook and look through the pages. Appears to be research on the art of necromancy. These are Wallace's notebooks. Why are they in Miriam Frege's locker? Did Miriam steal his things? What's going on here? You and Celeste check the locker more thoroughly. Wait a minute. Tyrion, look at this. That's blood. Interesting. Use the legend. Yeah. Let's check his. Inside, you find a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit. Didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this. Does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyways, you should try looking through the other lockers. But we've looked through them all. We found a few things. Can't really make sense of any of it. Should look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of those lockers. Whose locker had the most suspicious evidence? There. No matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Frege's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood. But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there. You think someone stole it? No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it. Right. Aura mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence. That said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frege's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal these things from him. But it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Or what Wallace told us before. Yeah, I was gonna talk about like throwing, or like people switching the IDs. So someone switched the nameplates. This means that isn't Miriam Frege's locker. It's Wallace's. That would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker. Here's so. If that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? She probably doesn't fucking know. Prove that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? The bloody item found in the defendant's locker, after all. Could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched too. It is weird. Something more to this that you aren't seeing. But what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. You're back. We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Ms. Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frege? Underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert. I won't fall for such an obvious bluff. Not a bluff, Miss Steelwind. I'll prove it using evidence we've gathered. Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason, it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frege. If you could convince her to reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. You've been behaving strangely, Steelwind. The Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Please just tell me, why are you being so paranoid? Not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert. Nothing about my behavior has changed. Approach this case objectively, just like I have with every other case. extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence. She has become secretive lately, and her actions seem to stem from paranoia. She's uneasy about the case elements that relate to Miriam Frege. She's very inclined to hide Frege's involvement from the court at all costs. You've ordered the knights to stay away from the crime scene. You've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. It is not normal behavior for a prosecutor. Those actions, because of the Inquisition, is incompetent. Could I possibly trust them with anything? Knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition, and you could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had a good reason. And why don't you enlighten me? Why would I act in such a way? What would cause me to behave so strangely? This is the reason why you've been acting so strangely, Steelwind. What kind of weak-willed person do you think I am? Oh no, apparently not. Something like that would hardly cause me to change my behavior. You know the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility. So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? That noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind, and I believe that noble is Miriam Frege. Again with this? You think you can bluff me by throwing out the names of random nobles? Not every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrett Pierce. I said it before and I'll say it again. My investigation doesn't involve the Freges. Nothing about this case has anything to do with House Frege. How you explain this, Steelwind? Commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of the students of from the four pillar families. And we found stains of blood in a locker with Miriam Frege's ID number, and it was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone. And we heard that you became extremely paranoid after you found something in the locker. If I had to guess, I'd say that you took the bloody object as evidence. What evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? What? The only thing you have is evidence of a blood stain. There is a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mention is pure speculation. You can't prove that piece of evidence exists. Could have found any number of things in that room. Possibly nothing at all. Really? Really? Found an object in the locker with Miriam Frege's nameplate on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. That's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Can you unequivocally prove that, Ms. Steelwind? That's the way I see it. There's a lot of room for doubt here. Enough doubt for me to pull Ms. Frege onto the witness stand. But if I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that. Well played, Mr. Cuthbert. I suppose I don't have a choice, do I? You successfully persuaded her. What is the truth? Just so we're clear, I wasn't acting to protect the nobility, but I'll admit that Miriam Frege was the other witness that saw Bellwether that day. See, I had some suspicions, but there was also another matter. Looks uneasy. When I was investigating the body, I found this. Evidence of academic dishonesty. Okay. Containing several documents. The documents contain evidence detailing multiple instances of plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offenses committed by Miriam Frege. Nice. Looks like Miriam's been cheating at school. But why would Bellwether have something like this? Wait, from the way it's arranged, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frege is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She's won a litany of awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honors. These files were to reach public, absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think that the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. Still, I decided wait, hang on. I need to double check something. I guess I missed this. Is the thing that was bloody that? Was the other? I see it. Also another matter. I was investigating the body. I found this. Oh, okay, it was on the body. Got it. Okay. I decided to look through her belongings. I mistakenly looked through the locker with her ID. Found this in that locker room. Bloody rapier. Oh, okay. It's found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. Apparently, it's a valuable family heirloom to House Frege. It's reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder. Okay. This is very likely that this is the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Frege. A few weeks ago, Miriam reported the rapier was stolen from her room. And then it was found in Wallace's locker. Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in court? To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frege by any means necessary. I knew it, you're just protecting her, aren't you? Ms. McCoy, do you recall how Wyvern Guard's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi, or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime. What do you suppose will happen if you bring Miriam Frege onto the stand? House Frege won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant, and they'll use the Inquisition to do so. That's why you've been keeping them away from the investigation. Can't you do anything? Steelwinds are powerful too, aren't they? I don't have the support of my house. Right now, I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Steelwind, you know this isn't fair to us. Just do nothing. Do nothing and let us win. Celeste, we can't go after Miriam. Then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. What if Miriam Frege is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. That's interesting. Right. As a prosecutor, it is not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's to counter corruption from another noble house. I'm sorry. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Didn't you hear what I just said? Can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility you indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Frege down on you. Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know everything that happened. Frege has the last piece I need to put everything together. Well, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Her dormitory is room 107. I imagine that she'll be there considering that classes are suspended. Thank you, Steelwind. If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out using some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful. She got that fucking look, dude. We follow her directions and find her room. The door leading inside seems to be more ornately decorated than the other rooms. You go knock on the door, but you don't realize that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes into contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open. Excuse me, how dare you barge into my room? These insects have no respect. Sorry, I meant to not, but construct. Remove these hoodlums from my room. Acknowledged. From the corner of the room, an arcane construct stands up and starts making its way towards you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you. Yo! You only have enough time to raise your arms and brace yourself for the impact. Close your eyes and wait for the blow. Instead, you hear the clang of steel against steel. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. Her sword is drawn and she's using it to block the construct's fist. On taking a closer look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her. Construct, stand down. Terribly sorry for that. She's got the same angry pose as Steelwind. Huh. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant. Celeste looks angry, but puts away her sword without a word. Didn't notice you around campus. Are you a new student? She has a personal attendant. She must be important. Huh. She can tell there's something up with Celeste. What? You see an opportunity. Yes, my master just enrolled here recently. Celeste gives you a puzzled look, but you make a silent gesture back. For a moment, she seems to realize what you're doing. Yes, I just started here. Take it you're Miriam Frege? Yes, I'm honored that you recognize me. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Celeste. Celeste catches herself and pauses for an awkward moment. Steelwind. I'm Celeste Steelwind. Can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe. Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. She must be from a branch family. Maybe I can use her. Wait, she's actually buying this? I just moved in, and I thought that I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjuration. Conjuration? Yes. Wait, did she not say conjuration? What'd she say? Conjugation. Well, there's no backing out now. Ms. Frege, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about... Excuse me, I don't believe anyone has permitted you to speak. Here we go. Celeste is still smiling. You can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together. So we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. Can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always an acquaintance of Frau... Oh, she has always been an acquaintance of House Frege. She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. Yeah, no shit. It might be better to let her take the lead on questioning. Heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Can you tell us more about what happened? Heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Aria, is she? Oh, you know, I'm just curious is all. You know how uneventful life can be sometimes, being a noble and all. Alright, tone it down. Is that all? I was worried you were going down the same path as that poor, confused Aria. But I'm in the middle of a study break anyways. Suppose I have some time to sate your curiosity. Construct, please prepare us some tea. Use that lotus tea we imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. She could be useful if I can win her favor. Lotus tea? You have lotus juice? I feel like you're slowly losing control of the situation. Heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallway when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. Okay. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember what time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. It's a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I'll let entire hours pass by without noticing. You have a rough idea at least. I think it was in the morning? She thinks it was in the morning. Anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was a short encounter. I merely greeted her and she responded in kind. At least, that's what should have happened. That thought just now. What does that mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In small motions, you shake your head to indicate that Miriam is holding something back. Were you and the professor really on good terms? Or she was pretty mean towards the other students? Towards the riffraff, maybe, but not the students like us. She's a great ally to House Frege, at least she used to be. That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster. Wait, what did you just say? Did you just say that your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board. They were making plans to have her replace that lout Redmond. They were going to sack the headmaster? Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were also going to replace all of the staff members with arcane constructs. We had to keep everything under wraps, or else the help would have left prematurely. And where would that leave us? Jan supposedly overheard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan? Or was Jan lying about how we found out? But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans. I think she wouldn't have wanted her to take over and have the construct do everything, because you can't bribe a construct. Wonder. So we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. It could even become a part of the investigation anyways. I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear if that necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes, someone had removed the rapier from its display case in my room. Oh, it was in the display case. How did they get in your room in the first place? You think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. Someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out. This means the thief came through one of the doors or windows. But it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him just knows how to pick a lock. She appreciated that. I've heard that you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course, as an inheritor of House Frege, my grades are impeccable. Feels good to have my greatness recognized. That's strange. You don't see anything contradictory through the eye this time. Make a gesture towards Celeste to continue pressing her. What kind of magic do you study here? You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration. Just like most members of my house. School of Conjuration? That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and teleportation, right? Yes. I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in a research study. Nice to work with someone of my caliber. And you don't see any thoughts that can contradict what she's saying. That means she's not lying? She's smart enough to get the Crown Prince's attention. Why would she be cheating? You said something about my wayward relative before. You talking about Arya? Oh, I'm terribly sorry if I offended you. I'm sure it must pain you to see the way that she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard. Hang in there, Celeste. Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? Steelwind running around a crime scene like a common knight. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me. She's angry. Nobility not approve of Steelwind becoming a prosecutor. You always thought that it is strange. What is motivating her to do this? Honestly, she probably thinks she can do anything just because of her betrothed. Aster deserves better. Celeste's eyes perk up upon hearing this. You'd be lying if you weren't also curious who this Aster is. But you shoot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused. Can't risk blowing your cover for some gossip. You have an arcane construct in your room, but they only had them in the library and the locker room. This construct was a gift from House von Sanctus. I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. Look really cool, maybe I should get one. You should. Construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours. Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. There are issues when you give them complex commands. It might be easier to show you. Miriam turns to the construct and begins gesturing towards it. Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steel Wind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at the table. Acknowledged. Construct stands up and retrieves the textbooks from one of the shelves in the room, brings them to the table you're sitting at, just like she ordered. Then it suddenly stops moving. What happened? Construct obviously can't cast Steel Wind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. Did you notice something else? They ignored your third command too. Correct. My third command was possible to carry out. So why ignore that command? Constructs execute a series of commands in the order that they are given. But let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets to that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then the command will interrupt the sequence of commands. Exactly. So it's just, yeah, I mean, it's just normal fucking computer logic shit. My hand's getting cold. Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement. Right. Let's go, servant. Leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Yeah, sure. To see you around. Damn. Make your way around back to the foyer with Celeste. With all the time you spent, you only have a brief amount of time before night falls. You sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We're getting a lot out of her. We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse. Right. So why Steelwind? I don't know, I panicked. Ari is like the only noble I know. What about Pierce? Not using that creep's name. Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name. We got her statement on what she saw that day. And there's also what she said about her rapier. But she was lying when she said it was stolen. She was probably trying to establish an alibi. Not so sure. Why do you say that? Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I'd understand if the murder was a spur-of-the-moment decision. She might have just used something nearby in this case. But if this was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would use. Right, I guess that makes sense. Also, the evidence of academic dishonesty doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam. And all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince. She's probably just making things up to look good in front of me. I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can usually tell when someone is lying. And a lie as grandiose as that would be something I would definitely see through. People can subconsciously shield themselves from the eye of Horus, even if they don't know about it. When they do that, you usually can't see any thoughts from them. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. You would have seen dissonant thoughts if she was lying about her grades. Guess I'll trust your insight. What does this mean? I don't know. Even with everything we've found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should try to pull Miriam onto the stand. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something I can use. That's a big maybe. If you don't play your cards right, you might spook the Fregas enough for them to play off the judge. Either way, it's getting late. Probably have to turn in soon. Yeah. Just hope you did enough to acquit Wallace. God, that shit is so anime. Alright, court is resumed. Let's review the proceedings. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may have not been left by the defendant. It may have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to heal the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. This leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this? Based on the testimonies of several witnesses, it is likely that the murder took place in the library. Interesting. What led you to this conclusion, Ms. Steelwind? First, I'd like to remind the court where the victim was sighted before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the center of the building. Scheduled at 12, and it lasted an hour. This brings us to the statement of the next witness. Student at the academy. The student saw the victim walking in the hallways. Heading towards the library. Which means that our first witness saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably, this would have happened after her meeting there. That would time this encounter at around 1 p.m. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Iannis contacted security. Suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood, blah blah blah. As we've already established, this event occurred around 3 o'clock. But the significance of this time is what occurred before the body was discovered. Second witness, a member of the cleaning staff, spotted the victim in the West Wing hallway. 30 minutes before the body was discovered. This means that this encounter must have happened no later than 2:30. This implies that the victim was near the library between 1 and 2:30. According to the defendant's statements, he was in the library during this time period. Okay. Furthermore, the time of death was at 2. This means that Mr. Hughes saw the victim's animated body. Okay. Her deductions. In the meeting, saw Bellwether walking in the hallways. From 1 to 2, Bellwether spent time in the library. Then 2 to 2:30 is when Wallace Nightgrave murdered her. And then Jan Hughes witnessed the walking. Okay, sure. See, your deduction certainly tracks, Ms. Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert? Prosecution argument is definitely well thought out, Your Honor. However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all witnesses involved. Steelwind's deduction has to have a hole somewheres, and since your conversation yesterday, you had a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. If you want to get the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her through cross-examination. Your Honor, to test the validity of these claims, the defense would like both of these witnesses to testify. Defense calls Miriam Frege to the stand. Oh boy, we're just going straight into it, huh? At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale. I had a feeling it would come to this. Do you have any objections, Ms. Steelwind? Do not, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... You little snakes. How dare you deceive me? Looks like she found out. Had the opportunity to brief the witness beforehand. Ms. McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. Did not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah, sorry about that. All of the tea that I imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. Demand that you return it to me. No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now. Not sure what your business with the witness is, Ms. McCoy. I'd ask that you please handle your personal disputes outside of the courtroom. Anyways, Miriam, you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim. Very well. I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. Left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind. After that, she headed toward the library. Short time after that, I went back to my room and continued my work. See, so it was only a brief encounter. However brief it was, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One is that Ms. Frega saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim head toward the library. This gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death. It does seem consistent. Did she really enter the library that day? I feel like you would have seen her there if she did. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, so yeah, we didn't see her again when she in the library. You see her enter the library? I did. There's not much else in that direction. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she later came from the library. And if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. Anything seem off about her? No. It was a very short encounter. As if we stopped to have a conversation. So that you greeted her, and she responded. What words did she use? Why is that important? Ms. Frega, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day. Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important. Well, I bid her good morning, and she said good morning in response. Okay. We need to figure out, I think it might be this, but we'll see. The fact that matters is that it's not morning. It's at like 1 p.m. She would probably not say good morning. Okay. Sure. Ms. Frega, if I recall her correctly, you have a habit of getting absorbed in your work. So much so that you'll even lose track of time that day. Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony? Earlier in today's proceedings, the prosecutor made the following argument. 1 p.m. Ms. Frega, you had said good morning to the professor, and you would have been mistaken, because that encounter only happened during the afternoon. Your point is, you said it yourself, Mr. Cuthbert, the witness simply lost track of time. The witness said isn't what's important here. The significance is in what the professor said in response. She had just come out of a meeting that was scheduled for noon. She would be well aware that it was no longer morning. So why would she respond good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness? Her encounter was extremely short. The victim's mind may have been preoccupied. Could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. Going to be honest, I kind of agree with her. Not hard to believe that they were both confused about the time. Definitely a stretch. You still can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Every time you ask her about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks something up. There has to be something there. You haven't been entirely truthful in your testimony, have you? That's absurd. What reason would I have to lie? Such a small detail, why does he even care? Every detail about how she acted is important, Ms. Frege. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury. Yes, you'll stop this at once. Ms. Frege, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to your greeting, aren't you? Doesn't make a difference. All she did was yell at me. That's kind of a big difference, actually. All she did was yell. Ms. Frege, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly? What do you care? What difference does it make? Why is he being so persistent? My job is to make sure every part of your testimony is truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Mr. Cuthbert, you will stop this, or I will find you in contempt. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frege? So what if she did? Sorry, there's no going back on what you just said. So you do admit that she yelled at you? Pertinent little... Yes, I admit it. The professor didn't greet me back that day. She just yelled, "Be quiet." That's what I was wondering. She yelled at me to be quiet. But until then, we had always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a foul mood. That's it. Everything else I said was the truth. Believe me, right? Did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. I wasn't lying about that. Is that all, Mr. Cuthbert? What do you mean, is that all? You badgered this witness. All so you could prove what exactly? The witness committed perjury. The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. Detail that is inconsequential to the case. It was clearly an act with no malicious intent. Seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. We're so sure that the eye would lead you somewheres. Frege was only lying to save face. Saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head towards the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert? No, I suppose I don't. Wait, so it's really okay. At this rate, this will be the only chance you have to cross-examine her. I don't think she's lying anymore. And it's really pushing my luck earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. If Miriam isn't the one that's lying, then... Defense has no further questions for the witness, Ms. Steelwind. The prosecutor stays silent for a while. She almost looks disappointed. Very well. Miriam, you are dismissed. Miriam still looks like she's fuming, but she leaves the room with no protest. Judge breathes a sigh of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room. Now with that out of the way, what else do you have? The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses. If it wasn't Miriam, then... Steelwind, to test your theory, you must question every witness that saw the victim that day. So with that said, the defense would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand. Hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rested on the assumption that one of the witness accounts is incorrect. Your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, and I hope you're ready to concede. Like the sound of it, but she's right. Unless you can find something in Jan's testimony, you won't really have anything to disprove her theory. Bailiff, please bring me Mr. Hughes. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom. Witness, name and occupation. Ah, right. My name is Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff of the academy. Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about your encounter with the professor that day. Sure. Saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before the body was discovered. Walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. Heard she was undead when this happens. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty room. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if she yelled. I guess I'm thinking... Yeah. I wonder if it's a construct. Come on, Jan. What are we supposed to do with that? I don't know. You guys are the lawyers. Just telling you what I saw. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Like, is a construct with someone, like, casting illusion on it, I guess? Saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing. She looked pretty out of it. I heard she was undead. Pretty creepy. She went into the empty classroom. Okay, but that's definitely not all. Did anything else look off about her? I mean, yeah, she was an undead after all. That remains to be proven. You say so. Anyways, what was her demeanor like? Looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. I guess she was just dead inside. Literally. Oh, awesome. Thanks, dude. Okay, dude, can you just fucking... Why is this guy, like, not gonna tell what actually happened? Enemy lockdown? Where was it? This one? We have... Do we not have this somewheres? 4 pillars, testimony. This one, Jan's statement. After that, she went into an... She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. Or she was undead. Be creepy. And just present this.
Objection!
No. Also, I don't think there's a health system.
Objection!
Okay. Okay. Fine. You see anyone else into the classroom? Honestly, not sure. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I did think that it was weird that she went in there. With the funky smell, I can't think of why anyone would go in there willingly. He's not giving us a lot to work with. Tends to leave out details unless we directly ask him about it. Just need to ask him the right questions. Maybe we can pull more information out of him. Were you so sure it was 30 minutes before? I always check the time. Make sure I'm on schedule. Supposed to finish cleaning the halls by 3. Okay. What was the professor like? Anything else? Okay, we asked this. Being dead. Like he was in a bad mood. Tattered. Dead inside. Blah blah blah. I've forgotten a few details about what the professor did. Yeah? Sorry, it's hard to remember these things sometimes. Which detail should you ask him? Did she do anything to you? Did she interact with you at all? Yeah, I didn't notice her at first and I actually got in her way. Shoved me to the side and kept walking forward. This detail could be extremely important. Please add to your testimony. Whatever you say. I think actually, yeah, his name is Jan, the janitor. Okay, so... Did she make any sounds? Yeah, she knocked over the vase and yelled at him to be quiet. Add it to the testimony, whatever you say, man. We present a spell. Where is it? Animate corpse. The minion can... Oh, wait, where is it? It cannot speak.
Objection!
He looks so Italian. Damn. I didn't see Italian in this guy, but I'll take your word for it. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. What? I thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. But I know better than to talk back to her. That's the thing, Hughes. Prosecution's theory is as such. Professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using Animate Corpse. He looks like Anime Tony Soprano. Holy shit. With a quick illusion spell, no one would notice that she was undead. However, if what you saw was truly the undead Bellwether, how did she speak to you? This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hughes, undead can follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. Perhaps the witness was mistaken. No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remembered because what she said didn't make any sense. Exactly. He didn't say anything, but she still yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute. I'm afraid I don't understand. I've already established the victim was dead long before her encounter with Mr. Hughes. But if what he said, what he saw wasn't an undead, what was it? Had to be an undead. What other explanation is there? Couldn't have been a major illusion. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to shove Jan either. Whatever it was, someone probably used an illusory disguise to make it look like Bellwether. Does that mean it was a person? This game have big anime titty? It does. Not huge, not like disgustingly big, but yes. There have been like 3 characters that are like pag maxing well endowed. Like 40-year-old women with at least like D cups. If it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall? Bellwether wouldn't have been able to turn herself invisible if she was dead. Whatever Jan saw, it needs to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. 10 out of 10 from Obi. Nice. Would have also needed to have a mass and the ability to speak. I have never served, no. At the very least, it needs to be something that can recreate Bellwether's voice. What created Bellwether's voice? Could have done that. A construct. That's it. Do you have an answer for us, Cuthbert? What did the witness actually see? Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually heard was her voice being recreated using magic. Trying to say that her voice was recreated using a spell. Not a spell, Steelwind. It was artificery. Did once and let the lady walk because fuck the government, it was a federal case. Nice. I was gonna say, I don't know if you should say that just like openly, but I mean like, there's fine, fuck it, yeah, whatever, dude. A tiny form of civil disobedience, looking amazing, dude. It's like I want to know now what it was that she supposedly did, but I don't think you should talk about it. My curiosity is piqued, however, I think it is not in our best interest. Whoever the murderer is, they had a perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice. You can't possibly mean... That's right, Steelwind. That Mr. Hughes saw was... What Mr. Hughes saw was an arcane construct. Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor. But we ruled out such a possibility, hadn't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the body to the classroom. Person wouldn't have been able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Those suits of armor are extremely huge. And more importantly, they're hollow. It means that theoretically, someone could have placed the victim's body inside it. The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body in an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead. Yo, Jurius. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? With an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it. Interesting.
Objection!
Agile. I shall wait. It's a simple case of drunk driving on a military base. Holy fuck. She was guilty. I convinced the jury she was innocent because I love to argue. It was so cut and dry guilty. The lawyer was even shocked he won. I could tell English was his second language, so poor guy kept on tripping over. Holy fuck, that's crazy. That is crazy. Out of ad jail. Welcome back. It's interesting that you were in ad jail. Seeing as how we run automated ads and they should be starting soon. But anyway, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Legalized drug driving. Holy fuck, man. Dude, that's crazy. You're playing the same game. Nice. How far in are you? I would have never considered that possibility. It's certainly plausible. What does this prove exactly? You are on chapter 3. Okay. Well, we are going to try to finish up chapter 2 and then call it a night. But I don't know how much longer that'll take. We'll find out. This seems like we kind of have an idea of what happened, but we'll see. Certainly plausible. What does this prove exactly? Proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer. Defendant is still capable of performing all of the acts you described. Fucking Obi. An actual outlaw. Insane. His compendium contains illusory disguise after all. There were several students in the library that day. Any of them could have committed the murder. One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence. I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court. Under her table, you see Miss Steelwind pull out the bloody rapier. Is that? Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon. Also, now that I realized I can hide... Hang on. Do I? Oh, never mind. I already have a good screenshot of this. She was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was reported stolen by Miriam Frege weeks before the murder. And during the investigation, it was finally found. And in federal court local, they brought us pizza. Dude, I want pizza. That's fucked up. Why don't I get pizza? Dude, I'm actually amazed. I've never gotten chosen for jury duty. It is surprising. In fairness. Watch me get like a thing in the mail tomorrow summoning me. In the defendant's locker. Wait. I am a registered voter, yeah? Though I don't... You know what? I don't think I was a registered voter until... 2020? Maybe 2016. One of those two. One of those two very important election years for no particular reason. He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in a paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his. And signed up at a bar? Holy. Damn it. That's not what happened. But honestly, it sounds more plausible than what really took place. We're basically back to square one, aren't we? Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things. Anyone? Is that really true? No. Just the headmaster. Construct transported the professor's body. Someone used an illusion to make it look like her. They even used a pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? Anyone have done that? Where is he? Several memories flood back to you. And I was all dressed up from work, so I guess I blended in. Oh, nice. Mr. Hughes. Yeah, yelled at. We're just finding out that they both were yelled at with the exact same words. Oh my god, wait, so you... You read up someone's tab because you blended in. Me and my mom tried to, we didn't try to. We almost did that at a Hibachi Girl once. Because there was some big company, like, get-together there. And because the people organizing it were people that were, like it was like some sort of electric company or something where, like, the higher-ups that organized it never fucking interact with the people that are on the ground. So they saw us and they're like, oh, you're part of the the employees, and we're like, no, we're not. That's fucking funny though. Holy shit. Okay. Seems amused by what's happening. Construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. Not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwood. Wait. Aw. Is it Tyrion? Did you figure something out? Did. Is he seriously the one behind all this? Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. That's simply not true. How so? Anyone could have ordered the construct to carry out the victim's body. Yes, but not everyone can change what the constructs are able to say. Only one individual has the credentials for that. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy. Wait, you're not serious, are you? You think the headmaster did this? I want to believe it. But he's the only person who could have done it. It's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this. Ms. Steelwind, there's one common element between each of the witnesses' encounters in the with Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them. She yelled at both of them to be quiet. Miriam Frege was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor, but when greeted by the professor, Bellwether shouted at her, almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And recall her encounter with Jan Hughes. The professor knocked over a vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately, even though he hadn't said anything. He was responding to the sound of the vase breaking. Now let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Ms. Frege and Mr. Hughes, her meeting with the headmaster? It appears that the defense truly means to indict Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice but to take a brief recess until he can be brought here. No need. Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery. The headmaster stood up from the gallery seats behind you and slowly walked on the witness stand. Has he been here this entire time? Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. Do you think I am the one who committed this crime? Sorry, Redmond. No matter how well I look at it, everything I've found points to you. No, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you on the lengths that you're going to defend dear Wallace. Court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond. Angie. Now then, clear the air. I suppose I should give my testimony on what happened that day. He's 88 years old. Holy fuck, this dude's old as shit. That day, I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. She showed up at the expected time, and we discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her class. Despite our many disagreements, we still knew how to be civil with one another. For all, I had no reason to bear a personal grudge against her. Well, that's not entirely true. I just can't see it. He seems like such a nice person. Is he really the person we're looking for? He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. Just need to find out how and why. I mean, this would literally just say... Where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? It's in here somewheres, man. Is it in here somewheres? I thought it was in here somewheres. It's this one. Jesus.
Objection!
Redmond, did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether? Of course not. I did have strong opinions about her methods of teaching. I always remained professional. We both did. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have had a very good reason to murder the professor. Considering that she was going to take your job. So you knew about that. I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job? According to Miriam Frago, Catherine Bellwether was currying favor with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Mr. Redmond and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy. What? But in any case, I doubt that the headmaster had any idea of this until now. I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, so you knew about that. His reaction was one of surprise, but he wasn't surprised by this information. He was surprised that I knew this information. That's... Please, dear Arya. I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself. You have an explanation, Mr. Redmond? By all means, I'd love to hear it. Gladly. It is true that I knew about the Frega's plot beforehand, but I had only just learned about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan. She was going to replace me as a headmaster and replace the staff with her arcane constructs. Now you might say that this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor. However, the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Ms. Frega. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Ms. Frega's weapon in an attempt to frame her. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There's no way that the headmaster could have come up with this plan. If he really did do this, that means he stole the rapier too, right? It's likely. His alibi makes sense. He couldn't have planned this whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out? Best way to tell a convincing lie is to leave a lot of truths and only change one detail. Maybe Bellwether did tell him what she actually told him weeks ago. Question is, how do you prove that? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. I knew about the Frega's plot beforehand, but I'd only just learned about it. The day of the murder, told her plan. Now you might say this. Okay. Stolen. This happened weeks before the murder. Had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Ms. Frega's weapon in an attempt. Okay, so I wonder, didn't this... That judge is hot, dude. God damn. Cannot just be saying that shit. Okay, I thought, this guy did. There's nothing in here talking about how he knew about it. So I don't think so. It's fine. Let me add him 5 minutes and you get whatever verdict you want. The fuck? Maybe we just press this, I don't know. It was my understanding that the Friggas wanted to keep this a secret until the very end. Why would Bellwether, of all people, tell you about her betrayal? Imagine she wanted to taunt me with that information. We've long had our disagreements, and looking back, she may have resented me for that. And at that point, there wasn't anything I could do to stop her. Really. I thought you and the professor were on good terms. I thought so too, but I suppose it was all a facade. Over 3,000 dude, Jesus. Just biding her time until she could take my position as headmaster. I had to have known about Bellwether's betrayal weeks ago. Wait, the question is, how do we prove it? We have something that proves he knew about it before the day of the murder. The way that she's saying that makes me think that he would have known, but unless okay, maybe if I like slowly look at these. Activated the thing. How it works. Her reputation. She had a history of bullying for several years. She used her position. I mean, there's that. there's the fact that for several years she used her position to get in good with them. Inactive Arcane construct in the academy locker room. Huh. Okay. What's the over-under on him planting this and this on her person and telling the construct to put the this evidence in her locker, and because the locker had the wrong nameplate on it, it put that in there. And that is the one that was used. I think that's what the idea was. This was supposed to be kept secret, but according to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan. Oh, it says right here. Revealed this plan to the headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago.
Objection!
That's not it. Okay. Sure.
Objection!
Badge. Nice. I was literally just trying to do the same piece of evidence, but
Objection!
there. Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim? Of course I am, because it's the truth. Sorry, Redmond. You should really close your doors during your meetings. Someone see? It's true that Bellwether revealed her plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jan Hughes happened to overhear that same meeting. He only overheard the part where the staff would be replaced. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago. Can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumor. And you've just said is based on secondhand information. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That's too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation. Professor probably only revealed her plan to the arcane plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand. Professor Bellwether had no authority over the cleaning staff's employment. It wouldn't make sense for her to just reveal her plan the arcane constructs. It would only make sense if he knew that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why did you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw a need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I asked you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether? Dude, the sprite! I'm fucking pogging! What a fine mess this is. I'm not done. Not yet. Headmaster? So you truly plan on pushing this, are you? Well, your thesis sounded promising, Cuthbert, but I believe your arguments could use a little work. It's time. I think I killed Catherine Bellwether. Me? I'm an elderly man in his late 80s. I was alone and had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. Barely walk, much less wieldy rapier. Okay, but sure, you weren't really alone. You have constructs. But you and Bellwether weren't the only people in that room, were you? You needed an arcane construct to carry Bellwether's body. That means the construct would have already been in your office. And with your privileges, you could have easily programmed the construct to stab Bellwether for you. Ooh, this one's gonna take like 6 hits. Even so, think about what would have transpired afterwards. Recall Ms. Steelwind's timeline of Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory, the construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. Having it there would have risked my so-called ruse from being discovered. Luckily, Lady Freyga can't tell night from day. Wouldn't have the construct linger around the library. Huh. So it's the thoughts. The timing deduced from Ms. Freyga's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, if we assume that you're lying about when this meeting ended, your entire argument falls apart. Ms. Freyga would have encountered Bellwether after her death at 2:01. Ms. Freyga wouldn't have made a mistake like that. Ms. Freyga thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. Then what about where the rapier was placed? If I was really the murderer, if I really was the murderer, then that would mean I planted the weapon in young Wallace's locker. Several of the students had lockers there that I had access to. I wouldn't have placed incriminating evidence in that locker. Wallace is one of my prized students. If I had to frame anyone, he would be the last person I chose. Well, you, didn't choose that. I don't know how I'm going to... say this. Bellwether's plan... Maybe it's in a profile? No. Okay. Oh, evidence in locker. Yeah. You're right, Mr. Redmond. You wouldn't try to frame Wallace, but you would try to frame Miriam. It would have been the perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous co-worker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. Something went wrong, didn't it, Redmond? The labels on Wallace's locker and Miriam's locker were switched. Anyone who saw that would have easily mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have records of all the students' lockers and where they're located. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change in labels wouldn't have led me to make a careless mistake like that. How do I... It wasn't you, was it? Your arcane construct was the one who planted the rapier in the locker room. But you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frego. But it saw the ID number on Wallace's locker and assumed that it was Miriam's. This is... Redmond begins desperately stammering, looking for something to say. Ms. Steelwind, say something. What? Ugh. Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it. Ha! That's right. You don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence of my orders. Saying that I could have committed the murder isn't the same as proving I did it. There is no evidence. What do you mean? Oh, unless there's this, I don't know. Evidence of my orders. The evidence is twist his dick. Understandable. Agree. Proof of the orders. I don't know. Hang on. I'm just gonna. No, that's not right. There's some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him. There is, but it's not. That's not right. There is, but it's not. There's no fucking. It's not there. There's no log of it. Okay, whatever. The arcane construct is still in the locker room where it planted the rapier. All we have to do is take a look inside it, and we'll see the blood inside. Is that so, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Why does he look so confident? Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked the inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean. The construct's primary function is to assist and clean, dear Tyrion. They have a function that allows them to clean themselves inside and out. Wow, you're just gonna fucking outright tell us that, huh? Well, let's still look at its command history, right? Think about it, Mr. Cuthbert. You honestly think that the murderer would leave behind evidence like that? I'm sure that whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it was finished. No. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against me is theoretical at best. I suppose I can still give you marks for trying. He thought of everything. Is he seriously able to get rid of all the evidence? We're running out of options, but you still have one tool left. Unbecoming to glare like that, young Tyrion. He's doing it again. Bring yourself back to that moment with Garrick Pierce. Think about what's at stake for Wallace, just like you did with Celeste. His life and his future are in your hands.
Naught can remain concealed.
You activated the Empowered Eye again. Redmond did a good job of covering his tracks. There has to be something that he forgot to get rid of. Okay. I don't like this little tune that plays. This is like the only one that I'm kind of like, I feel it's kind of and it kind of sucks because it's like, this is like during the like cross-examinations and everything. I don't know. I don't know what it is I don't care for with this little tune. Project. I have to project things into him. But if I make him think about this, I wonder, did I leave any other pieces of evidence behind? It's far too reckless. I need some way to keep that lecture hall empty. Right. Just to botch the alchemy experiment on purpose to keep the lecture hall cleared. That doesn't really tell you anything you can use right now. Things that he left. There's the construct in the locker room, though. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be. I see. Shouldn't have been there if it had followed my orders. No matter. It wiped its logs. You have nothing on me. That means that it didn't wipe its logs because it didn't do something in the sequence. In order to cover all of its tracks, it probably would have done this last. Construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in the lecture hall, and then plant the evidence in Frega's locker. He was supposed to head to the storage room afterwards. What happened? Interesting, the construct wasn't supposed to be in the locker room. Ordered the construct to go to the storage room? We'd have done that after it was finished planting the evidence in the locker room. We found it in the locker room. What stopped the construct from leaving the locker room? Well, it could have just been the lockdown. Could it have been the lockdown? I guess if it took enough time, maybe. Right, the body was probably reported earlier than Redmond expected. This means he probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker room. How did the lockdown affect the construct's actions? Redmond's series of commands was Dude, I want it to go to the interrupted one. Jesus, interrupted by the lockdown. This is what bothers me. Okay, if I want it to go down, okay, I don't know. I think it's just because it has no like transition. It just immediately swaps, so I don't realize which way am I scrolling. Series of commands would have been interrupted. Wait a minute. Constructs execute a series of commands in order they are given. Yeah. If one fails, then it stops. Construct's final command was to wipe its memory. If its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then Miss Steelwind, you have nothing more to ask this witness. What? You're not giving up, are you? You even have to ask. Yeah, I thought so. How are you going to prove that he did if he's not testifying? Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all we need. Next witness? That look on your face isn't one of defeat. It's what are you planning? Huh. It's nothing but desperate bravado. Now, if you'll excuse me... Let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. If you know what you're doing. I do, Miss Steelwind. First, I'd like for the Inquisition to bring the Arcane construct in the Academy's locker room. Already established the murderer could have wiped its memories. Please, just humor me for a second, Miss Steelwind. Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White. Here's your construct. I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Cuthbert. Construct. What are your orders? Please recite your command history. Reporting. Command 1, stand by in Headmaster office. Command 2, await vocal signal attack from Theodore Redmond. You hear Redmond stand up from the gallery. Okay. Seeing this, the prosecutor watches him and carefully clutches the handle of her cane. Command 3, treat Catherine Bellwether as a hostile entity and neutralize. I'm gonna change how I'm reading these. Construct, wipe your... Hold. Hodl. Before he can finish this sentence, the prosecutor points her cane at the headmaster. Magical... Oh wait, this is she's put a spell on him. Magical energy shoots from it, and it collides directly with him. The magic wreathes around his body and stops him from moving. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but it looks like he can't even move his mouth. Miss Steelwind. Excuse the interruption. Please continue. Command 4. Await vocal signal. Leave from Theodore Redmond. Command 5. Move to classroom. 2B. Reply to any inquiries with voice line number 3. Command 6. Remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you this series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond. That's crazy! I ordered the Construct to wipe its command history. Mr. Redmond, constructs don't follow the same logic as humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute. Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible? You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system. The lockdown? The body was found earlier than you'd like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown system when it was reported. However, the construct was still in the locker room when you did this. So that's why it was there. The construct finished its tasks in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command, tried to move to the storage room, but was prevented from doing so. Completion of that command was impossible, so the series of commands was stopped before it wiped its history. You little. Theodore Redmond, you ordered the construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had it place the murder weapon in a locker to frame Miriam Frege. And we have your construct's testimony to prove it. And that's checkmate. Can't believe it. Did you do something like this, Headmaster? She's going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students, everything would be gone. It was going to be stolen by her and the Freges. It's crazy because, like, oh my god, this shadow is, you can tell they did not expect you to remove this bit here. These shadows look really bad. Why didn't you say anything to me? But yeah, no, like, I agree with his idea. Fuck her. She shouldn't be in charge of this shit. He's a better headmaster than she could ever be. And he was trying to prevent the corruption. Why didn't you say anything to me? I could have. You dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. You think the Freges act alone? Your father was a part of this plot too. What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about societal reform. In the end, you were just like the rest of the aristocracy. By the Scaled Lord, what have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace. Can't believe Why did I listen to this? Here's we have a full confession. Court sees no reason to prolong this any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it. Feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders. It does, but I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did this. Despite everything Redmond did, he was the one that allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. Sorry, I'm sure this is bittersweet for you. What am I going to do now? Headmaster Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. Him gone. Come on, don't think like that. You gotta quit it. I'm sure it'll all work out. You want to agree, but necromancy is basically taboo. Without Redmond's support, there aren't many places he could learn it legitimately. And then there's the Imperial Academy. Hey, don't you get all sad on me too. Sorry, I was just thinking, with Redmond gone, the Freges will probably just appoint another sycophant as their headmaster. Valentina, Valerie, and Jan, they're all going to lose their jobs. Come on, you found the truth and you put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace. He's right. As you start to exit the courtroom, you're greeted by Miss Tamura. She in the gallery this entire time. At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction. You should be proud of yourself for that. Suppose you're right. Maybe I am just overthinking things. The doubt still lingers in your mind. Now come on. When taking Wallace to that restaurant we went to last time, you remember how much that place cost? Don't worry, I have plenty of gold. I'm the only one on this team not making any gold. Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment. Alright, let's go, Wallace. Okay. You activated the Empowered Eye again, didn't you? She doesn't appear to be praising you. He did. Didn't really have a choice. The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. But that's twice now that you've used the Powered Eye to get out of a tough spot. You can't keep relying on it if you want to grow as an attorney. One day, you'll find a witness that the Empowered Eye won't work on. It's worked for me this far, though. I suppose you're right. Try to rely on it less next time. And that marked the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved and another murderer brought to justice, but I still couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what had happened to the faculty staff? Or was it something else? Okay. Perfect. Good timing to end. Oh shit, wait, never mind. There's an epilogue. Man, Steelwind has been talking with the perp for hours. It's her to even ask at this point. Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. Something about his memories not matching up with the crime scene. You don't think he has Mageblight, does he? No, it's not that. Found that damn symbol etched into his desk. Or what did she call it? The purple mark. Oh, for the love of... Not this again. Look, if the lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. At least this time, she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it. It's cast sleep. Eris just cast sleep on him. What's up with? Who did this to your desk? What has gotten into you? Already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me? Oh, okay, so it's still from this guy. Where did this graffiti come from? What is this symbol? What is this purple mark? I don't know. A student must have done it at some point. Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple mark? Focus on the moment you received this. Wait a minute. I remember it now. But how? Oh no. Lady Steelwind? Lady Steelwind? Arya, what happened? Are you okay? That was close. My elation over meeting him almost made me forget. Eris, what are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you. You put those ideas into my mind. You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether. Oh, you humans never fail to amuse me. God. I didn't make you do anything. Everything you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. And I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why you even broke into Miriam's locker, or into her room? Also a good sprite. I didn't know you had it in you, old man. You made me forget about our conversation, but how? Illusions can't affect the mind. Magic can't affect the mind. Hex Maniac Pokemon did what? Why did she wait? Hex Maniac Pokemon. Why did she do it? I don't know why that took so much effort for me to read. It's a shame though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter. Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. Armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, even I couldn't corrupt his pure soul. Answer me, who are you? What are you? Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Circle. Yo, is he fucking just dead in his cell? He's dead in his cell. 100%. That dude's just, he just got fucking murked. Holy shit. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Well, tomorrow we will be continuing this into chapter 3. But now, I believe I should probably get some fucking sleep for once. And by sleep, I mean food. I need to eat food. I haven't fucking eaten today. Right. Anyway, I'm abandoning you. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys next time.